Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 393. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, Happy New Year!
It's a new year.
How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm pretty good. It feels like, I don't know. Now we're getting into territory now with like 26.
Yeah.
Really? Like now it's like 30 is closer than it feels like it should be.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I don't know about it, but
yeah,
time marches ever forward, I guess.
It does. Yeah, the 90s seem like a relic, a mystery, a long forgotten memory. It's so strange. It feels like it was just 10 years ago or what. I was thinking about when I was in college and how I felt like things were so far away. And then I was like, when I graduated college, the 90s were 7 years ago. It's just like now they're 26 years ago. It's too much. Well, it's good to see you. You have a little bit of a new setup here. I was asking if you have a new desk, but I think I just never saw a shot of your desk, and you were saying you got a new computer, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
I also see you're growing a mustache, perhaps.
No, I don't know. I was going to shave this morning, and I was like, I don't have energy to do it.
Yeah.
I really do have to just get this haircut over with. I've been talking about it for a long time, but I'm just like, I don't trust people. You know what I mean? Like I walk by, sometimes I walk by a salon or like a barbershop and I'm like, maybe this is the day I walk in and just like, hey, chief.
Hey, buckaroo.
Hey, buckaroo.
They love that.
Yeah, they love it. Snap my fingers at them. But I don't know. I chicken out. I look around and I'm like, I don't know. And then I leave and I just don't do it.
Well, yeah, salon would probably be safer for hair stylings like
you'd
you
think.
Yeah, you would think.
You would think. I've made that assumption before and been sorely mistaken. So it really is kind of like a crapshoot. It's a complete luck of the draw, and that's what bums me out about it. It's just like I can't be sure. I don't know if this guy's gonna. I've showed people pictures where it's just like, hey, listen, I don't know what the terminology is. I don't know, like, a 2 on the side and scissor cut on top. I don't know any of these. I know that those phrases mean something. I don't know what they translate to in real life or for me. So I usually show them a picture and I'm like, just do this. Just give me this. And I've showed the pictures before and they come out looking like, this is not at all what I should. This is not even remotely what I showed you, to a point where like, I'm a little concerned for you and your health.
Right.
But you know,
well, we'll talk about it for a few more months and then maybe you'll, maybe you'll go and get your haircut.
I'm gonna have oh my god, have you seen these videos of Hal Sparks recently? This is very specific.
No,
like this is Hal Sparks. Hal Sparks was he's like a 2000s guy. Like I don't even know what he is in generally, but like I remember him from like a famous elevator scene in Spider-Man 2. It was just like an awkward silence in an elevator.
He did some talk. He did after John Henson stopped doing Talk Soup. I think he did it for a little while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like around the time Aisha Tyler did it.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I just knew him from that scene in Spider-Man. But like I've seen him on like doing like the podcast circuit recently, and his hair is like super fucking long. It's like down to his like nipples basically, and I'm like, yo, that's crazy. It looks completely different. I think I'll probably end up like that at some point. I'm gonna be putting this haircut off for that long.
He was funny, actually. I liked it. Yeah. I haven't thought of Hal Sparks in 20 years probably, but
right, like neither did I. I saw that clip pop up on my feed and I was like, who is that? Why does he look vaguely familiar but wrong? And it was just the long hair. It doesn't really work for him.
I used to love Talk Soup, dude. Oh, I loved that show. What a fucking awesome show that was. Which gave way to The Soup later on with Joel McHale.
Right.
But a little bit different. And again, I like Joel McHale a lot. I like him less now because he became what he used to make fun of. You needed to inoculate yourself from Hollywood by not becoming a real actor or real whatever. That's why Aisha Tyler was really good at it, because she was kind of like a comedian and whatever. And then he became, what was he on, Community and all? I'm like, all right, well, it's over for you. you're in the machine now.
I mean, Community is great, but
it is. Yeah. But I'm saying as far as, and he did other things after that, but like it's hard for you to make fun of the machine when you're now in it. That was what was so funny about the show.
I wonder if the whole video game awards thing that he did, the VGX, like when he hosted, like I wonder if the response to that was like prompted like some, like he looked at that and I was like, oh, I do come across like a total piece of shit in this project that I did. Maybe I should reassess how I exude my character.
It was a lot. His version of the show was a lot meaner than Aisha Tyler's. John Henson's was a little bit different, but anyway, ancient history. It's like talking about how that version of the Talk Soup is so old. It's like talking about how the Daily Show once had a different host. Well, it has Jon Stewart again, but
who was the guy? Who's the guy? It
was
that?
Craig
Kilborn.
Yeah, I was gonna say Craig Ferguson, but I'm like, it wasn't Craig Ferguson. Craig Kilborn, right? Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you, my friend. Happy New Year. How are you today?
Happy New Year. I am well. I was just thinking because I was streaming on YouTube and someone asked me in the chat, "Hey, how's Colin doing post break?" I was like, honestly, I have no idea. I haven't talked to Colin or Chris. Aside from a few like messages to our staff chat, like one-on-one, I haven't talked to either one of those dudes. And with Colin, if I'm not hearing from him during the whole break, it means things are great.
Yeah, I'm trying to just leave everyone alone.
Yeah. So it's good to see you guys. It feels like it's been a minute. And you guys were saying about 2026. I had a reminder about being old, dying. I'm not that old yet, but so on Christmas Day, my little cousin who's 10, he's like, "Oh, hey, I saw your stream. You guys, you're doing really good." And my first thought was, "Oh no." Like, "Oh no." So I didn't get to talk to him much that day, but on New Year's Day, I saw him again. And he's like, "Yeah, for your stream, I know exactly what you guys need to do. You guys need to play this game, Steal a Brain Rot. It'll get you all kinds of views." I was like, what is Steal a Brain Rot? Oh, he's like, "Oh, it's on Roblox." And then he showed me this Steal a Brain Rot game, which I'm looking at the Wikipedia. In Steal a Brain Rot, players aim to acquire brain rots, voxel characters based on the internet meme Italian brain rot, and build wealth. Oh, so guys, I think for sake of streaming, he's like, "Dude, this will get you all the views." And I was like, "Well, you might be right about that, but I don't think our audience would like it." But then he goes on to passively insult me because he's like, "Oh, you probably like, some of those boomer games like Ark Survival." I was like, "No."
Oh my God.
No.
Killing you. I'm not playing Roblox ever. I'm not downloading that trash ever. No. That game looks like fucking shit. By the way, Dustin.
Yes.
I got to use the bathroom. So you're going to go by yourself for a few minutes with Chris.
Go by myself for a few minutes with Chris. Okay.
Minutes. You know what that means.
Yeah. But he also adopted the term. He used the term unk slop on me.
Unk slop is awesome.
I'm like, it's probably true though. Even though he's my cousin, I'm like an uncle in age to him, at 31 and he's 10. Yeah. So he hit me with the unk slop. I tried to show him. I was like, man, I did these kids a disservice because I got them their copy of Zelda on Switch. His older brother, I got him a 3DS. I wanted to get them into real video games.
Yeah.
But I think I failed. I tried to show him Vampire Survivors on the phone. I don't think he really got it.
That's crazy because that game looks, that game looks like shit. But like it's good, but it's messy and it's loud. It's very, very like ADHD. It's very noisy. So you'd actually think that of all the modern, quote unquote, modern games that would that would kind of appeal to that audience, you'd think that would be it because Roblox is even uglier.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's very strange. Like I had nieces and nephews. I still do, I guess. But when I was, they weren't that much farther in age from me because they were like I had a half sister and they were her kids. And so I was like, maybe when I was 12, the oldest was like 9 or something like that. So I was like more like a sibling to them. So I like forced a lot of video games on them. To the point where now, like I'll see them, like I have them on my Xbox Live friends list or whatever, and they'll be playing shit that even I'm surprised. Like, I think my niece was playing like Vampire the Masquerade, and I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
That's a good sign.
I did a good job. But in fairness, if I was my age now and they were 10, I think I would have a harder time.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it's tough. My one cousin surprised me. His older brother, he's a senior now in high school. Maybe I'm trying to remember how old he is, 15 or 6. He's 16, but he's graduating way early. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He was telling me about the emo kids or like the goth kids at his school. And he's like, yeah, I like to call them the Suicide Squad. I was like, dude, that is diabolical.
That's great.
And then
I've definitely heard that before.
We were talking about, he was like, oh, because we were trying to figure out if there was any games that we all knew and liked. He mentioned Undertale, and I was like, dude, I love Undertale, but I hate the fans. That's probably something the Suicide Squad plays. And he's like, yes, exactly. All the Suicide Squad is Undertale fans. I'm like, yeah.
The Suicide Squad as a nickname for goth people is awesome.
Yeah, depressed kids.
That's good. That's good stuff.
I'm back.
Colin,
Welcome.
what is it? We talked about this before, but maybe we need to lock this in. Am I a diuretic? Like my appearance to you?
Yeah, you're like cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee.
No, I mean, it's a good way to get the new year started on the show. It already happened once. I don't know. Like, I think my body's probably a little confused right now. I woke up to an alarm for the first time since mid-December.
Something going on.
My sleep schedule was fucking my sleep schedule was so fucked up. It got so crazy. A few days ago, I started to try to like get it closer to where I need to be. You know, I was getting up like 3 or 4 in the afternoon sometimes.
Oh man,
it was awesome.
That's like the sun's gone, basically.
Yeah,
like
I would get up and like take the dogs out and go for a walk, and then it would be dark, and then I would just stay up until like 6 or 7 in the morning or whatever, and then playing Mega Man, which we'll get into.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for your patience on that front. I don't want to stop the show. I mean, like, why stop the show? We have 2 other people. Yeah. If it was just me and Chris or whatever, then I'd be like, well, I got to go poop. So I don't know if you want to like do a little bit of a beat poetry sort of thing or whatever while I'm gone or whatever.
Yeah, just do a jig.
Yeah. Do a jig. Yeah, do a jig. Well, it's good to be back with you guys. I've been looking forward to coming back. It was good to be off in a way from everything. And I got to say, to your point, Dustin, you were saying about how like if you don't hear from me, things are well. It's like I always try to just leave everyone alone, but I also really didn't do anything. Like, I don't really know what's going. Like, I vaguely know what's happened in the world, but have not read anything really deeply about it. I've kind of just been on my own, just hanging out.
Yeah,
you know,
that's good.
Yeah, hanging out with Micah, a lot of family events, going out to dinner, working out, going for walks, doing stuff in the yard, putter. You know, it was like it was a long time. It was almost 3 weeks. So just kind of living my life. It was nice. Yeah. It was nice. Yeah.
Feels good. Get away, chill out for a bit. It's funny. I'm curious how this was for you guys. The first week of break, I felt like it went super slow. Like, I was like, wow, I have an entire week left of break. This is insane. I feel like we got off ages ago. But the last week, super fast. So it was like a weird mix of a slow and quick break at the same time.
The thing about breaks is, I remember this in college too, when you'd get like those long breaks over the holidays or whatever, and then your summer or whatever, where you'd be like, yeah, I have X amount of days, and then you'd think every few days I have X amount of days, and then it started whittling to nothing. And then the big thing I do is like, this is my last Thursday, this is my last Friday, and then you're really on the clock. But yeah, early on, like pre-Christmas, I was like fucking cruising around, and I was just rolling. I was like, this is awesome. You know, got nothing to do, just lifting weights, walking the dogs, pooping, as one does. Watch a lot of football, a lot of hockey. Islanders are fucking killing it.
How about that Ravens field goal or lack
Dude,
thereof?
I couldn't believe. Did you watch that game?
No, but being from the Pittsburgh area, it was everywhere.
Dude, that game, I was like,
that is insane. Even as a non-football guy, I was like, that is fucking crazy.
Dude, the coach of that team the Ravens got fired. So like that the whole like, you know, effect of that missed kick. That kid's a rookie, and it's hard to kick in Pittsburgh. And it's funny because it was like a 45-yard field goal or whatever, which is like 20 years ago, that was a pretty long field goal. The Jaguars have a guy that's hitting 70-yard field goals. Like, it's like, it looks so different until you see it from their perspective. And it's like, how the fuck do you do that?
Yeah.
And so you didn't watch the game, but the end of that game was nuts because it kept going back and like they just, as the game gets tighter and tighter and there's less and less time, everything's more and more urgent, and so much happens at the end of a football game often. So there was like 3 lead changes, and then it looked like the Ravens had it.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest with you, as a Jets fan, I have to find some external want, right? My team's out of it all the time. What did I want this year? I wanted the Steelers to miss the playoffs. That's honestly what I wanted because I hate Aaron Rodgers now.
Right. Makes sense.
And I don't hate Aaron Rodgers because what he did with the Jets. He got hurt. Like whatever. I didn't like that after the Jets and the Steelers played week 1. He talked some shit about the Jets. I'm like, go fuck yourself. We gave you everything you wanted. We gave you everything you wanted. We got all your players. We got your stupid offensive coordinator and all this shit, and you blew it. And now he's going to the playoffs. Now they're going to get fucking steamrolled, I think, in the playoffs. Probably. Because they won the division, so they'll get a home game, but they're playing stronger teams because the wild card teams all have better records. So I won't even explain to you how the playoffs work. You don't care. But
I asked ChatGPT how many games there were left. And it explained slightly about the divisions and stuff.
Right. There are 2 conferences. AFC and NFC. Right. The Jets and the Steelers are both in the AFC. And then in each conference, there are 4 divisions. And in each division, there are 4 teams. So there's 8 divisions across 2 conferences with 4 teams each. The winner of each division makes the playoffs. And then the 3 next teams, so second place or even third or fourth place teams with the 3 next best records, all make the playoffs. So the Steelers are considered a somewhat weak division winner. Right. And there are some strong wildcard teams that they're going to pull. But anything can happen. Once you're in, you have to win 3 games to get to the Super Bowl, unless you get the bye week. So that's how it works. And under those extraordinarily generous entry guidelines for the playoffs, the Jets haven't made the playoffs since 2010. Where they're like begging you to make the playoffs in the NFL. They're like, just make the playoffs. Go ahead. Make the play. The Jets are the only team in NFL history this year to have never gotten an interception the entire season.
Oh, no.
That's the record they broke this year.
Damn.
Good times. We're picking 2nd overall in the draft.
There you go.
Not so bad. Maybe we'll get a quarterback. Ruin him too. Joe Namath has to die. I mean, that's ultimately what has to happen. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I don't want him to die. I don't want anything bad to happen to him, but he has to die in order for the Jets to be good again. He did some weird shit. Everyone knows it.
Oh, right. The black magic.
Yeah. He obviously did some weird shit. Obviously.
Sure.
Obviously. Oh, also the Jets loss differential in December was the worst in NFL history. So it was really going great. I think they lost by an average of 26 points a game or something. It's like very competitive team. But I did watch their games and a bunch of other football, and I'm excited for the playoffs. I love the playoffs. The NFL playoffs are so fun because it's so high stakes. Right. It's not like watching hockey. I love hockey. The Stanley Cup is awesome, but the stakes are high, but you have room to lose. You can lose a lot actually and still win. You lose once in the NFL playoffs, you're out.
You're done.
Love that. I love the stakes. All right. Anything else?
No,
I think that's it.
No.
That's it. Well, it's good to be here with you guys.
Looking at your watch?
Yeah, it's 57 degrees out.
Look at this.
Oh, you got an what do they call it? Is it just an Apple Watch?
I got a new one because I had a Series 4.
Oh, I don't even know what mine is.
It was old as shit, and that's why I didn't wear it anymore. So I got, with that little Christmas bonus money, I got a Series 11.
11? Oh, so they made that many of them?
Oh, yeah. They made
I don't even know. I don't even know what mine is. Is there a way to tell?
I don't know what mine is.
It says it on the back, I think, in a ring. You probably have an SE2, maybe?
I got mine ages ago.
Jesus Christ.
I also haven't worn it in forever.
Watch SE.
Oh, so it's an SE.
I think it just says SE.
Okay. That's that's like your phone. That's like the essentials only Apple Watch. I think there's an SE2 now.
Honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I can't even imagine it doing anything more than it does. It shows me the time. It's got I love the little, I've showed you guys this, like the little, I don't know if this will come through. Oop, I took it off, so now I have to put my code in. Like the little module where you can put like the degrees in the corner and like the calendar. That's like all I needed to do. And then just tracking my vitals. Like what else? Like what else could it even do?
So I got the nicer one because first of all, the battery life is better, and I wanted to try the sleep tracking. And two, it's got some kind of coating on the screen so it doesn't get scratches on it that the old one doesn't have. Because I got scratches on my old Apple Watch, always pissed me off. Yeah, I want to put a screen protector on a watch.
Yeah, that's fucking corny.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah.
It was $100 off Target. So
nice.
Good deal. And I've been doing a little bit. I'm taking exercise a different approach.
Oh.
I'm just trying to start by forming a habit. So like I did, 25 minutes on the treadmill yesterday.
Good for you.
And I'm just trying to okay, if I can just walk a little bit every day and get in the habit of doing that, then I can kind of build myself up. So that's where I'm at.
I mean, this is where and I've expressed this to you guys before, like my OCD-ness or whatever, my obsessiveness really works against me in many ways. But with exercise, it works for me. Because I literally exercise every day because I feel like you got to do it. And then I do it at a certain time. It's like you either got to go on a 6-mile walk or you got to lift weights and do the elliptical or whatever, but I got to do it. And I think I only missed one day over the break. And it was because it was like I was at my family's function or whatever. So that's great. That's the way you do it. I'm very excited for you to get started on this journey. I would be 300 pounds if I didn't do that. So
it's a miracle I'm not, to be honest.
You probably don't eat as much as you think.
Dude, over this break though.
Well, that's different.
Dude, it's just like Holly's mom, as long as I've been dating Holly, has gotten everybody, like she gets gifts, but then she gives us a stocking and it's just filled with candy, snacks,
confections.
And I'm just at home doing nothing.
Yeah. So
like, of course I'm going to eat all of it in a matter of a week and a half. And I did. So I'm in the clear now, but gotta work some of that off.
Chris, did you go home?
No, I ended up not going. I was like, I don't know about flying right now in general. Like because I felt weird about it. What?
Is it because of the towers or whatever? Like the air traffic
twin towers.
It was
those are all fucked up.
It is probably like 1% about the towers. But like, no, I don't know. I kind of got to it. I was like, I don't know. I feel like I should be going home for like Thanksgiving or something. You know, like, I don't know, like December is like hell to travel. And then like, there's like, I heard that there was like some residual kind of like, they're still kind of catching up with air traffic. And I'm like, I just didn't want to deal with it. Frankly, I was just like,
I totally understand. I was in California for 13 years. I probably went home for Christmas 3 times, maybe something like that, 4 times. And I went home for Thanksgiving once that entire time. So, because it is, I've said this to you before, but people would think it was really sad. Like, oh, you're alone and like everyone's gone out of San Francisco or whatever, and you have nothing to do. I'm like, oh, it's awesome. Like I'm like, I've been looking forward to this for months. Everyone's gone. I don't have to do anything. I don't have anyone to answer to.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's a product of my childhood too, where like I'd have to do 2 of everything because my parents were divorced. So it's like I took full control as an adult. Like, where I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not even giving you 1. You know?
Yeah.
Nonetheless, 2. So.
Yeah, like it was weird. Like I part of me wanted to go because I'd never not gone, and it's just like kind of like built its like muscle memory, and it feels weird to not be there for New Year's or whatever. But like I don't know, dude. It's cold. It's cold in New York, and I just don't like traveling in December. Quite frankly, December is like November through December is like very like heavy for me because it's Thanksgiving, then it's immediately my birthday. Then it's immediately a bunch of family birthday stuff, and then it's Christmas, and then it's New Year's. It's a lot in a row. I feel like I'd rather fly just before all that or at the beginning. And especially because like we weren't working, we weren't doing the show. I was like, I kind of don't want any more labor, really. I don't know if I want to spend that free time on planes and
yeah, right. I totally get it. Fuck that noise.
I'll go home soon though. I think I'll probably go in like I might even go like maybe later this month because I can work from home too, so it's not even that big of a deal. I just December traffic is December airports are hell. Quite frankly, like if you've ever been to an airport in December, or like a major city, like, and you have to understand, like I have to go to either JFK and LAX.
Yeah. Oh my god, I think the two worst places.
The two worst, like easily, like LAX is way worse, but like still, like it's. Ooh. I had to drop off some friends of mine at LAX. I think on the 2nd or the 1st. I think it was the 2nd because they're doing an Asia trip and they're in Singapore right now. And now I'm like wondering, it's like, oh, I wonder if they'll be able to come back. But they're showing videos of me from Singapore that I can't believe. Like they have like some sci-fi looking shit over there. It's ridiculous. Like the buildings over there look like Mass Effect buildings.
Yeah, they have a totally different aesthetic.
It's so much cooler. It's so much cooler than like whatever box thing we got going on. Like every building is a box now. It's like a prefabricated, like low cost, low resilience. I don't even know, like fucking.
It's like all the apartment buildings in Santa Monica all look the same too. They all look like, it's like the luxury, metal, kind of like weird,
yeah,
with weird colors and I don't know.
They're all these like Dexter's Lab apartments, and you're just like, what are we? What is this?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that everyone had a good holiday season nonetheless, and God, the 2 Christmas things sucked.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it sucks so bad. For all you guys out there that are divorced or whatever, and you ruined your kids' lives, there's a lot of different ways that you ruined your kids' lives, but the 2 holiday thing is the worst. 2 family thing, 2 family function thing. Oh, your kids are going to resent you so much. Oh, but you don't have to worry about that now. They're only 8. Let's get into the rest of the show. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We're back. Now, we really never went anywhere. I mean, we did, but we had shows rolling out for the holidays as we always do. So you didn't really miss anything, but we're back recording weekly now. And it's good to be back with you. Remember, you can get our show 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, like more than 12,000 of you do. We appreciate your support, your love, and your kindness over there. You can support us at different tiers and get access to our Discord and the RSS feed. So you can send the ad-free early podcast directly to your podcast feed of choice or Spotify or whatever. You can submit inquiries and, of course, getting those downloads for the podcasts and Sacred Symbols Plus as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. James Kapos wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, you can write into us with the weekly threads on the news feed for $2 and up subscribers on Patreon. And he says, welcome back. Thank you for providing copious amounts of content in your absence. I love the mailbags and catching up with the Dakester. Cheers to the year of GTA 6. That Dagan podcast was huge. And another well-kept Collins secret as well. But that podcast got serious amounts of traction and they were very pleased to see him. I don't know what he expected. Is he putting on is he like fake modest? Or is he modest?
He started the episode by saying, when I went to edit, he's like, well, first let's get past the disappointment that it's not Dustin or Chris. I'm like,
it's crazy.
In what fucking reality, bro? Come on, man.
That's so insane.
Come on. That strong nerd wrote in and said, first off, thank you for the continued content. As a Boar's Head delivery driver, this helped a lot. What does it take to add the video format of the shows to the Spotify app? Like Joe Rogan and other shows that I can't name from the top of my head. Love you all. Happy New Year's and congrats on the wedding, Colin. Jesus, I hope it's not too late to say that. That's a good joke. Appreciate that. This is not the first time we've gotten this request, but I don't know what they're talking about.
So there are certain podcasts on Spotify that you listen to them, or you can watch, like, you can just listen to it with your phone off, or when you turn it on, you can see the video version of it at the same time. I don't know if we have access to that. And I think that if we did, we would not do it. Because first of all, I don't think the Patreon Spotify connection would work with that. Like I don't have a module to upload a video
Right.
that would work on Spotify. And second, I don't know what you think about this, Colin, but we really want you to watch the video on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
We want it all on YouTube. I know it's annoying. If you
Let's be even more clear. I don't give a shit what you do, how you watch or listen to it, but if you're gonna watch it, you should watch it on YouTube. That's what, you know. If in other words, if it's not convenient for you to watch it, then don't watch it. But if you're gonna watch it,
what percentage of I don't know the ins and outs of like this show's metrics, but what percentage of people like are video versus audio? Like what's
it's probably on the public feeds, like not including Patreon, it's probably close to half and half, I would say, something like that. Maybe a little, maybe like 60-40 towards audio, something like that. But
like
depends on the show
more
too.
on audio.
Yeah, it depends on the show as well. Like, well, I just tweeted out yesterday that because I was looking at iTunes, like all of our shows are in the top 50 gaming podcasts on iTunes, which is awesome. And Sacred Symbols is often in the top 10, if not top 20. But it's hard to differentiate like what people's preferences are specifically with video because we use the same video on Patreon, so it gets like thousands of views before it even goes live, and so it's hard to kind of tell. But I think it's skewed more towards audio still. But yeah, and honestly, I don't look at the stats almost ever.
Oh
like,
no,
especially the public stats. Do you, Dustin?
I don't look. I haven't looked at the audio stats in months. I do look at the YouTube stats. Because it's just where I'm more.
We're doing great on YouTube, comparable to like we've never done awesome on YouTube, but like we're making a lot more money on YouTube now than we were this time last year. Which is good because I wrote in my Patreon letter this year that like we're actually down on Patreon. This is 2025 was our second biggest year ever on Patreon. We were down 4% year over year in terms of gross revenue on Patreon, but we actually made more money overall because of YouTube. So it was our highest grossing year ever. Thank you to everyone out there. Not that it matters. Inflation is just eroding the shit. Like, we've had the $5 tier since 2017, and it's only gotten better and more stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I like the price. Like, obviously, I like the prices where they are, but it's like I don't know if it's worth much more than that, even with inflation. I don't want to get too crazy with it.
Yeah.
All right. What else? Sacred Symbols Plus. That's our weekly supplement to this show. And you can only get it on Patreon. We put up some of them on YouTube later, but not typically. These are our supplements, interviews, deep dives, game discussions, etc., and so on. We did a shit ton of mailbags, as was said earlier, over the holiday, so you can go listen to those. The three of us did one each. Lockmort did one, and Micah did one. I think those are the 5 that we did, so check those out. And again, I feel like mailbags are lazy, but then people love them and ask for them. You know, it's like, this is like it's so easy. Why? It's like the easiest things, like streaming. It's like, give me a break. Make me work for it a little bit. We did game. So the mailbags happened. I did a deep dive with Hogue about the Netflix and Warner Brothers combination, which seems like it's going to happen. We did our TGA predictions, which was fun. We did a whole thing on cloud gaming, which was cool. Sacred Streaming continues as well. That will come back this coming Monday, the day that this goes live on free feeds. And we do that every Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We recently streamed Terminator 2D and Marvel Cosmic Invasion and Metal Eden and Ball Pit. We did our Game Awards stream. And Chris, I don't think I heard back from you in the Discord, but for this Monday, I was thinking we should do the Metacritic draft.
I kind of responded with like a...
Oh, you did an emoji?
Yeah, because I was like doing something. But okay. No, I'm good for that.
Okay, great. So then we'll do that coming up. That's usually a Sacred Symbols Plus episode, but we can make room for other things on Sacred Symbols Plus. Merch, lastdaymedia.store. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, the online therapy solution that's ready and waiting to assist you right this minute. Learn more for yourself at betterhelp.com/symbols. There are undoubtedly going to be moments in your life when you have a lot on your mind, struggling to organize your thoughts and feelings while figuring out the next steps in whatever you're dealing with or accomplishing. And for many, therapy is a great way to cope with whatever life throws at you. I would know, as I've been in and out of therapy as needed since the early 90s, and it's that as needed statement that's key. Some people use therapy regularly for many years at a time, and that's great. But for many of us, therapy can act as spot treatment, a few weeks or months or whatever, to help you through a difficult breakup or trouble with family and friends or issues at work or whatever might ail you. And with BetterHelp, you get to dodge and avoid all of the common pitfalls associated with mental health care. Some of you don't have health insurance to help blunt the cost of care. Others of you don't have practitioners in your area, the means to get to an office, or the ability to take time off work or away from other vital tasks. This is where the brilliance of BetterHelp comes into play, because all sessions are completely remote, conducted over video, audio, or even via text. This means easy planning around your schedule, savings by embracing a remote structure, and access to a plethora of healthcare professionals that can assist you imminently. Indeed, BetterHelp's 30,000 therapists have helped more than 5 million people globally with a 4.9 out of 5-star rating from 1.7 million client reviews. My friends, therapy is waiting to help you right now, but you have to take the first step. Talking to a professional is one of the best things you can do to lift the weight from your mind and spirit. Are you game? BetterHelp makes it easy to get matched online with a qualified therapist. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for remote therapy ready to help you where you are and when you need it, head to betterhelp.com/symbols. All right. Let's get into some topics of discussion and then we get into the news. There's a lot of news because we had to go back some weeks. Though I think we could probably move through some of it pretty quickly. But we'll start with some topics of discussion to stretch our legs. Banana hammock. Now, what is that? How do you say this name? Because this is spelt right. I thought at first it was banana ham cake. But then there's an E in there and there really is like HAME cake. And then I was like, is it supposed to be like what's that Dragon Ball thing?
Oh, banana hamekake? Is that
what it was supposed to be?
Maybe. It's the only one that sounds like correct. Because otherwise it's banana ham cake.
Yeah, right.
This is cake.
You got to do better.
I don't know about that one.
Says, hey babes, I just wanted to give a pint-sized stand down to my friend Thomas. We would occasionally frequent the same bar, and the other day we added each other on Discord to talk games. And I see he's also a member of Last Stand's Discord. Here's two, I think is what you meant, newfound friendships and the world feeling so small. Stand down, Thomas, and keep fucking that chicken. That's interesting. People that knew each other but didn't know their connection to this show.
Huh.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
A little scary too.
Yeah.
KY is Life wrote in, our lubricant enthusiast. He says, SS crew, what is your mindset coming off the break? Are you excited, feeling dread, or somewhere in between? Dustin?
Well, there's always an underlying sense of dread.
Yeah.
So there is that. This is weird because it's like kind of like not exciting. So it doesn't make sense that it should feel nice to me. But a lot of times when we start a new year at Last Stand, we're starting something new. And it makes it really stressful at the beginning of the year because it's like you're getting all of it ready. And then you're worried, like, how's it going to do? Are people going to like it? Are they going to respond well to the changes? And this year, I mean, we started Sacred Streaming a few months back. And so that was kind of our new thing. And we're just keeping the course right now. And I'm like, that feels great because I feel like the content feels right to me right now. Like we're not lacking anything. The streaming has been invigorating. So it feels good to just kind of like start the year doing what we're doing and feel great about it. But yeah, as far as the mindset, it's funny. We were joking I was on Summon Sign on Monday. I was feeling a little sluggish then. I had to because that was my first day back doing all my normal tasks. And so it's like kind of got to start to get into the flow of it. And so by today, I'm feeling very refreshed. And, it's going to be an interesting year for me because I'm going to have some time off in the summertime when the baby comes. So we have to figure that out. I mean, I would assume there'd be some time off, but how much, I don't know. We have to talk about that at some point.
Yeah, I was actually talking about that with Mike at this break. The reality is you can just come back whenever you want. Take as much time as you want.
Okay.
Chris. I don't even know what's appropriate, especially for the man, but wasn't it like, it's like a few months or whatever. It's like, what do we want? Chris, dread? I mean, I feel like you already always have a low-lying sense of dread like I do, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm excited personally, just because I feel like, well, just getting this computer, dude, has just like eroded a lot of, just the friction of just like getting shit done. Like I really didn't spend a lot of time over the break not doing anything. I was like editing like a madman. I was putting out like, I think I made 55 clips from our Snark Tank show, and so those are scheduled for like the next week. And I've been editing some every day just because it's so easy to do now. But I'm excited to just keep doing that stuff. I'm excited to keep working. I'm kind of invigorated. There's always like an underlying sense of dread in the sense of like I feel like things are exploding every day. But you know, what are you going to do about that, really?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I've known like the Venezuela thing happened. By the way, I predicted the Venezuela invasion.
We did too. We on our show we recorded on the 29th of December. We were like, he's just going to invade Venezuela. And then I think 2 days later, it was like, oh shit.
No, they were kind of telegraphing it, you know, honestly, because we had so many ships in the Caribbean. But
that day that we recorded, there was an announcement that Trump was going to speak at 9. And that was he just like jerked himself off for 20 minutes.
Oh my God, that was so awkward.
And everyone thought that he was going to announce the
invasion.
That's what it
was.
That's why we talked about it.
That's what it was.
And then it just was him like saying about how great everything is. And everyone's like,
so yeah, I know that there are various things, like you were saying, like obviously there's an underlying dread, which is the real world, but I'm like, I'm not even really tuned in right now. I don't care. Do what you want. Everything's fine in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening here. I got to catch up on everything though. Cause I've been so disconnected. Like my YouTube algorithm is just fucking, I don't even know what it's trying to show me anymore. But yeah, so I totally understand what you're saying there. I mean, it's funny because over the break, he's asking, are you feeling dread or excited or whatever? Like I was ready to come back. I look forward to it, but it reminds me of when people, and I've heard this many, many times, and I'm sure you guys have too, the idea it's like, oh, if you retire, you get bored and what are you going to do? And I was kind of just like in a almost 3 week like retirement as it were. And I'm like, I could do this forever. I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, you're going to get bored and you want to do that. I'm like, no, I wasn't bored.
That's some
bored at all.
That's some boomer brain rot type stuff where it's just like, oh, wouldn't you get bored not reshingling your roof every 6 weeks? No, Dad.
Yeah, no.
I'm perfectly fine not doing anything. Like the goal is to work so hard that I don't have to do anything for a long time. I don't understand. Like it's a very boomer centric thing where you're just like, I'd like to actually stay in Congress until my kidneys fail. I think it would be really cool. They can't just like let go. It's weird. There's like that entire generation is it's very odd. They have like a almost like a codependency with work.
Right. Exactly. I've noticed that with my mom, who's 75. She retired a couple years ago from her job. She worked for like local government. She was in academia for a long time. And then in her older years, she worked for local government. And then, so she retired and then she just went back and like works for them part time because she was bored. And I'm like,
a million other things.
Like, I'm dead up serious with you. If I had some more money, I would already be retired. I'll make it work. It was like you were saying the other day. It was like what you were saying the other show. It's like, I'll make a little bit of money work.
Right.
To not have to like be in the rat race and not have to grind or whatever. I've done a lot already in my life. I'm good. So yeah, I can't, I want to like enjoy my life in another way at some point. It's like weird that's not a thing, a priority.
I'm already fucking bored of this shit. Just like being, and by the way, I just mean like oh, okay, wake up, make breakfast cool, make coffee cool. Oh, like I don't even understand how someone's like 70 and they're like, I would love to come into the office again. Like that blows my mind. I could never do it. I'm so done. I'm over it. Something really exciting needs to happen very soon. Is the way that I feel about it.
Sure. Well, I think you're gonna. Oh, I think something's bubbling.
I think so.
Yeah. So I'm ready to retire, I guess is my whole point. Got a little taste of it, and just ready to hang out for the rest of my life. play video games, watch sports, go for long walks, hang out with the dogs.
I want to sit on a beach with an open Hawaiian shirt.
Sure.
And like sunglasses and a Modelo.
Oh.
And then perish.
Right. Yeah.
Well, perish into the sea.
You will perish into the sea at some point. This keeps getting hotter and hotter. You're going to be perishing into the sea before very long.
Yeah, the sea will be at my doorstep in no time.
Blue Dougal wrote in and said, congrats to Dustin and Holly. I felt bad last week because I totally had space to put it earlier in the show. Your exciting announcement. Mm-hmm. Can we have a sacred streaming with all the super chat proceeds going into a college trust fund? Highest contributor gets naming rights, maybe middle name. Subject to Colin having the option to match the highest contribution and either release naming rights back to the parents or availing himself of the privilege. Dustin, this is a very exciting proposal. What are you thinking about this?
Dude, I hope that by the time this baby needs to go to college, that the whole college infrastructure doesn't exist anymore. Just because it's too prohibitively expensive. So I don't, you know what? He or she, I don't know the sex yet. That wasn't like a leak. He or she hopefully doesn't need to go to college, but I'll take your money.
Yeah, sure.
We can use it. We can find something, for the baby. Naming rights though.
Yeah. It's like an arena. Like how much are the naming rights?
Right. I don't trust this audience. You have to match it, Colin.
This is Bitcoin Furman.
I need to know the gender first, and then I will name the baby.
Okay. Yeah, we will know that.
Such a psychotic thing to say.
We will know that on Valentine's Day, I believe.
That's exciting. So you want to know?
Yeah, we know, and we'll tell everybody the gender. The only thing that, in all seriousness, the only thing we won't tell anybody is the name until it's born.
Well, I'm going to tell them, but it's
yeah.
But what's Holly's feeling on the gender? Because moms often have an inclination. Does she know?
She told me the other day that she always envisioned herself as a boy mom, but I don't know. She doesn't really feel like she's too logical to like lean into like, oh, I'm really feeling one way or the other. Cause she knows it's really whatever. I will say the Furman males. So my dad, my uncle, their seed has all been males.
That's interesting. That's very strong, very strong. Henry VIII would have been very jealous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you're due. Female having a girl is slightly more likely, right? Isn't the world population like 50.2, 48 or 49.8 or something like that?
I think it's because I think it's because all fetuses start that way and then they develop into males, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. That sounds right.
So it's more often that like that second stage doesn't happen.
There's like a old wives' tale that if you are more morning sick on the second pregnancy, then it's the opposite gender. And Holly has been way more morning sick.
Interesting.
This time.
Take note of that. That'd be interesting.
So who knows? I think we could get this up on Polymarket though soon.
Oh hell yeah! We'll get some good volume on there. Yeah. I'm gonna bet. I don't know. Female sounds right. That'll be fun.
I got to be honest. I'm going to be happy either way, of course. And I think each one would be exciting. I feel like a girl, maybe this is just me as a guy, feels a little bit more challenging.
It's funny, man. Like I think, what do I know? But maybe we'll have a kid one day. I don't know. But like again, Mike is 10 years. If we were both my age, it would be game over for us having a kid. But Mike is 10 years younger than me, so we have a little bit of time to decide. And we talk about it a lot. Actually, she's been reading books and stuff. But it's like I think I would want a girl.
Yeah,
I feel like maybe it's just my own experience. Again, I grew up in a very feminine environment. Like, a lot of my sisters, my cousins, like everyone's the aunts, like very matriarchal kind of situation. But I just feel like girls, like they mature quicker. They're like they become real people sooner. I feel like, if that makes any sense.
Right.
I know.
And so I would want a boy too, but I think, and that would be awesome in its own way. But having the girl first, I think would be a kind of a key to like my sister's really managed me and like morphed me. You know, Dagan was out to fucking off the reservation. You know, like he was an awesome big brother. He used to shower me with gifts and play games with me or whatever, but he wasn't like taking care of the situation.
Sure.
Dagan used to make 6 Lender's bagel or like 3 Lender's bagels at a time in the toaster and then forget they were in there, and then they would just be in there all day, and my dad would come home and they would be like hard as rocks and he gets so mad. That's the kind of shit Dagan used to do. So I would want the girl first to like manage the situation.
Right.
Yeah. That's my opinion.
Older sister, younger brother type. Yeah, that would be, if I could choose, that would be like a pretty ideal setup.
Well, again, congratulations to you, Dustin, and to Holly.
Thank you.
We buried that in the last episode, but I'm sure a lot of people got to that. But very exciting news. I mean, extremely exciting news. So, what are you guys having any plans? Are you going to do a shower? Are you going to do any of those kinds of things, or?
No. So yeah, Holly, I don't think really wants to do a shower this time. If we do anything like that, it'll be after the baby is born, so people can come meet the baby.
You gotta see the baby.
Yeah. So yeah, right now, I mean, I will tell you, I was amazed by something the other day. So Holly is getting like monthly check-ins with the OBGYN for the baby and stuff. And so I was there, and we knew that we would be able to hear the heartbeat, but the doctor is like, hold on, I got to grab the equipment. She comes back with an iPhone that's connected to like a handheld scanner, which wasn't a scanner. It was a handheld ultrasound. And she was like, hey, hold on. And then we could see the baby. And I was like, we have ultrasound technology that works on a phone now.
That's incredible. So you could kind of do it at home. I mean, not like, cause it's not invasive. You put the jelly on the belly and you put the little thing over it. You're not going to hurt anything. So you could like really do it whenever you want. That would be so bad for hypochondriac moms.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Remember how expensive that jelly? Do you think it's like a printer situation where the jelly is expensive,
the real
and the hard, and the ultrasound machine is like the ultrasound machine is like $60, but the jelly is like $400 a pound.
Right? Perhaps so.
So I'm looking on Google. Okay, so this company, I don't know if it's the same company. You can buy the portable ultrasound machine. $2,700.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
quite. I mean, again, I wouldn't want to do that because it's like, am I looking at the right thing? You know, where are we in the right spot? But yeah, so we got to see the baby, get to hear the heartbeat just like a week and a half ago, which was very nice. And as I said earlier, we will find out the sex of the baby next month.
Well, very exciting times. Very exciting times. I should get that ultrasound thing for myself. I can just use it on my fat stomach.
Oh,
impregnated with bagels.
I mean, wouldn't you be kind of curious to put on your balls?
I'd be probably curious.
See what's going on in there.
Yeah, just everywhere. But yeah, balls.
Yeah, I'd be infinitely curious about every single thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
butt cheek.
You got an X-ray kind of. Is it not X? Like, what is? It feels like it should be that type of like prohibitive. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about it, and it'll like you're blasting. You're able to see through a human body, but it's not X-ray. What makes that?
Sound waves.
Oh,
I guess makes sense.
That's fucking
called
crazy.
an ultrasound.
Ultrasound works by using a handheld device called a transducer to send high frequency sound waves into the body, which reflect off internal tissues and organs like echoes. A gel is used on the skin to help the waves travel. The transducer captures these returning echoes, and a computer converts the patterns of echoes into a real-time image. Sonogram.
That's how do you figure that shit out?
It's crazy. It's awesome.
That makes no sense to me that somebody figured that out. Somebody was like, it's
so amazing.
That's like when that's like that thing I always think about, like with the horse and the horses, and they're like, oh, that animal was gonna make great adhesive.
Yeah.
You know, like how do you even? Yeah, I'll just see that. I'll just see through your body with sound. I'm gonna yell at your body real loud, and then I'm gonna make an image out of that. It's like, okay,
dude, we went to the moon. Can you?
I know.
Like what is going on?
What's
How
funny about
the
that is
audacity and the knowledge to figure this shit out isn't beyond anyone.
What's funny about that is like I've seen so many videos of like scientists talking about that. It's like, yeah, people. There's a lot of conspiracies about the moon landing, specifically because people think it's a lot harder to go to the moon than it actually is, and like it was actually fairly simple comparatively, and there's just no reason to go back there because it's just there's nothing there. Although I don't know, man. There's a whole dark side of the moon that I'm very curious about.
I always think about Apollo. I think I said this on a recent episode, actually, like the Apollo 13 astronauts. And a lot of astronauts went behind the moon and saw the dark side of the moon, but it's like they didn't get to land, but they went behind the moon and saw it. Like, because the moon's obviously tidally locked, so you never see it from Earth. So
yeah,
it must have been, that's just so wild. Like, you laid eyes on it.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Like, you fucking saw this impossible thing that's been hanging in the air. It's not really what's going on. It's in orbit, but for like billions of years, it's just an incredible, remarkable
that no one's really seen.
Right. Like there was like shitty pictures of it, and now we have better pictures, obviously. But yeah, like that's incredible.
You think they were like, though, when they got there, they're like, nah, this is more moon.
Probably. There probably is a piece of that where they studied it so much before they went that they had seen it so many times. And the backside of the moon, obviously different, but like maybe a little bit of luster wore off for them. But that's so amazing. The Artemis 2 spacecraft, I think this year goes to the moon. They're going to orbit it with people in the spacecraft, which is fucking sick. That hasn't happened since the 70s. So exciting
times.
Something like that? What'd you say?
Would you do something like that?
Yes.
Like when I say that, I mean like now, today, not like Gen 1, like Gen 1 passenger craft to the moon.
Yeah, I think that I mean, if there was like a reasonable level of safety and testing for it, like, yes, I would absolutely go to the moon and come back. Like, absolutely. Yes. That would be insanity.
The guy walks in there with a Logitech controller and he's like, we're going to the moon.
Yeah. I don't want to be in the Titan submersible equivalent of a spacecraft, but if it was in like a SpaceX or NASA spacecraft or whatever, or even Blue Origin or whatever, it's like, okay, like definitely. I mean, that would be so amazing. Now would I really want to go and live on Mars? In my mind, it's like, yes, but obviously I wouldn't want to do that. And even traveling to Mars would take you 6 or 9 months and then you'd have to come back. So, but going to the moon is a few days.
Yeah, the moon is nothing in comparison.
So it's like, I think that would be so incredible, because I think what the plan is with Artemis is like they're ultimately going to build, I think they're calling it the Gateway, which is supposed to be a space station that's going to orbit the moon. And like, this is the Artemis 1 already went up, and then Artemis 2 now is going to go to the moon, and they're getting further and further along on this plan. And then the idea, I think, is that they're going to have this working space station in lunar orbit and then launch Martian missions from that. Because once you're away from the Earth's gravity or whatever, you don't have to use all this fuel. And you can, and the ships can be a shit ton lighter and stuff like that. Because like, even technically, even like if you were just in space and you just touched something in a certain direction, it would have literally just go inertially into that direction until it was pulled by another body of gravity. So it's amazing. Oh, so exciting. But I'm not an adventurer. No. Nathan Bell wrote in. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, Dustin.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Hey, Sack Boys, I'm writing to you out of concern. I was listening to the latest episode of Summon Sign, and Dustin has admitted to creeping into furry territory. Can Colin and Chris talk him down, or is he going to have to take a trip to Arkham? I worry for our brother. Thanks, guys. Hope you all had a fantastic time off." I wanted to give you a chance to, because this could be completely defamatory for all I know.
Sure. I knew this would happen based on what I said.
I knew this.
And I knew Nathan here doesn't want to provide the full context in order to try to surprise, shock, not only Chris and Colin, but also the Sacred Symbols audience. And here's what I said. I saw Avatar Fire and Ash over break.
Fire and Ass.
Fire and Ass. And there is a character in this new film who is played by, I realized this the other day, Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter. I don't remember her name. Sorry.
I'll look it up.
But she plays kind of this crazy, somewhat evil.
Una Chaplin?
Una, that sounds right.
Oona.
Una.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
her.
right.
It is her. Varang is her character's name.
Yeah. She plays kind of this, this crazy, I think they're called Na'vi in the Avatar world.
You know what they're called. Come on.
I think
And I'm saying,
Na'vi.
if you've seen this movie, I never thought these Avatar aliens were hot. Then I saw this movie and I was like, you know what? I can fix her. She's got something going on in this movie. And what I said on Summon Sign, I was like, listen, if liking that character, thinking that character is kind of hot from Avatar, if that makes me a furry, then get me a diaper and a fursuit.
Wow, so be it.
So be it. That's all I'm trying to say. And I know you guys haven't seen the movie. I know all the guys who've seen the movie. They may not want to verbally agree with me or say it out loud, but I know what they're thinking.
Wow.
And it's okay. I will say it.
You'll say, yeah, you'll say it. You'll stand and you'll say it. I'll
stand and say it. She was hot. She's freaky. I didn't know I was into that. I don't think I am into that, but in this movie, I was like, man,
sounds like you're into it.
Well, freaky bitch, alien bitch. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
What you got going on?
Avatar is always weird because every time I go to the theater and I sit and I watch the Avatar movie and I'm like, that was good. And then I leave and it doesn't stick with me at all.
No.
Like there's no stickiness to Avatar at all, which confuses the hell out of me because it's clearly, huge. So like I don't know, maybe it's a China thing. Maybe China loves it.
Oh, dude, the Chinese, that's what's going to fund the next movie. It's the Chinese market or just the Asian market in general, but yeah. I saw it in Dolby 3D. Incredible. Visually, like I will see any Avatar movie in the best, highest quality theater experience every time. And I will never need to see it again. And I think you're right, Chris. It's like there's some parts of that movie I remember, but I will quickly forget them. But there's some parts of that movie. I don't know if you probably saw Way of Water, Chris.
I did.
And dude, some of the like when they're swimming around in the water and there's like the space whale and stuff, the alien whale. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
this
no,
looks insane. It's so cool.
What's funny about that is I remember thinking that, but I don't remember. I couldn't pull up a shot in my head of it. You know what I mean? I remember being like, "Wow, that's impressive," and then it just kind of leaves me. I don't know. Like I don't remember the names of the characters in that world. Like I don't know.
Jake
good. And I don't even say that as like a hater. I genuinely like. I think they're good movies. They're just like so uniquely. I don't know. Like they completely fall out of me after I see them.
I'll just
reiterate
any
other movie.
The first 10 minutes of Avatar is awesome.
Yeah.
If it was all that, like there's that shot of, because I love the idea what's a Pandora, which is like it's like a totally forested, like completely Endor-like planet or whatever. And then they like cut out this, or at least that part of the planet, and then they cut out this territory for their land, but it's just being totally like it's just their little base, and then just immediately the wild nature of it all. Like it's such a, I know that's not the vision. I want something totally different out of Avatar, but I was like that whole visual of this humans or whatever going to this planet and interacting, it just becomes so whimsical and weird, but there's a whole different direction.
Yeah.
They could have gone. So, but shout out to James Cameron. What a master. And the thing I love about James Cameron, I remember Dagan and I talking about this when we did, must have been like the Terminator movies or something, was like, he's only directed like, what is it? Like 8 movies or something like that. It's like really interesting. Like he doesn't like, I think since Titanic, he's only done Avatar, which is crazy. Titanic was 30 years ago. I love a person who becomes obsessed with like this one thing. And I know that this was like his white whale.
Well,
like, I know he always wanted to do this. So it's cool.
I think he had like a dream about it or something. Like the same thing with Terminator. I think he was talking about how he had a dream of like a chrome skeleton and fire. And he was like, I got to make that a movie. And so like, he's very like visual in that way.
Yeah,
and Titanic made a shit ton of money, so he could just do whatever the fuck he wants. So like, I mean, more props, and Avatar did too. So props.
Oh my god, he's fucking crazy rich. Like it's
James Cameron's interesting. He's interesting. I don't love his stuff generally. Like I like Terminator or Terminator 2. I think it's cool, but honestly, like Titanic is like I get it. The boat sinks, whatever.
Yeah.
And like Avatar is like, it's good, but I don't know.
What I remember about Titanic was, because I saw it in the theater, but I remember seeing it like a couple months after it came out in 97 or 98. I was in middle school.
So did you get it spoiled?
Oh yeah, well yeah, it was all spoiled. But that's what I was gonna say was that movie was such a fucking ever present phenomenon that I feel like it was in theaters for literally like a year. Even in that era, like they would have one little theater off to the side playing Titanic a few times a day or whatever. And it's like, damn, I remember that movie just never, ever going away. And then, of course, it came to VHS. It was on 2 tapes, as I recall. It was like one of those thick boys. And
I remember that.
Like Braveheart and a few others. And
that was 97, right?
Yeah, 97. I want to say, like late 97, early 98, maybe. I think I was in 8th grade. 7th or 8th grade. Something like that. I was in private school.
Yeah, 1997.
And and it was like such a fun. It was just such a crazy phenomenon, and it is a really good movie. It's a love story. It's a soapish kind of love story. It's like whatever, but it's right. Actually incredibly well made.
It's well shot. It's well, like there's nothing bad. I can't say anything bad about it. I just don't care.
I like the acting in it. I like all the I love all the stuff that's happened in the years since about how like people really focus in on the funny shit in the movie or like the weird shit in the movie, like the guy, like I guess he's supposed to kind of be like the villain, but the redhead's like fiance or whatever, he's kind of like the victim in a lot of it, because she's like there's all these like funny things about like making fun of that, and then of course the old lady at the end throwing what would be like a $50 million stone or something like that into the ocean. It's like, what a dumb bitch.
The perfect metaphor for that generation also.
Right, exactly. That's like, but yeah, she was like the silent generation.
Yeah, she was just like, I think this wealth is better off at the bottom of the sea.
I could start generational wealth for my entire bloodline for 1,000 years.
Fuck you,
I'm going to throw it into the ocean.
It is fucking insane. There's a scene from that movie that I love that I used to use in videos all the time. And there's a guy falling off the boat and he hits the propeller and then becomes a propeller himself, basically. And
that was a violent shot.
It was a violent shot, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the way, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way things have, or the way humor has evolved or whatever. But that it's just removed from context. It's a hysterical shot. Because like you really picked the worst trajectory and location to jump off this boat from.
My assumption about that shot and a few other things is like he was really studious apparently about, the Titanic, I mean, as you would be making a film. And I think that's something someone saw, which is like crazy,
Yeah.
Like I remember as a kid not really understanding how ships sink in all different ways, but I didn't know like the ship goes sideways, like perpendicular. And it's like, which is when that happens. And I'm like, that's fucking nuts that happened. Like, that's so scary. And then it just sucks everyone down because the force of the displacement and all the rest of you can't even swim out of it. And so it's like really scary.
It's crazy.
And it bothers me when you learn about it. I was listening to a thing about the Titanic on The Rest is History, which is an exceptional podcast for anyone that's interested in a history podcast. Exceptional. And the big thing is like, many of the boats, like the rest, they didn't have enough for enough famously to like accommodate everyone. But a lot of the boats were empty or like half empty because like especially men wouldn't get on them.
Right.
Because there could be room for more women and all sorts of other things. Because I guess what the argument they were making on the podcast was like it's looked at as a class thing, and they really play that up in Titanic, the movie, where it's like, oh, if people were like locked in, and if you were like under in like third class, you weren't saved or whatever. But they're like, it really wasn't so much that as it was more gender. Like more, I guess, per capita, more first class men died than third class women, which is interesting.
Right. Yeah.
So, including some really famous people like that, we like, names you would know, like, big money names, Rockefeller or whatever, just as an example. I don't know.
Right. It was like was it like a day the music died kind of thing. Right.
Mm. Exactly right. And that's how on the day after that happens is when Downton Abbey begins. Because that's what Downton Abbey is all about, is about how the heir of the Downton, like their fortune was on the Titanic and died. And so it's up in the air who gets it now.
Oh, is that real? That's actually the premise of
That's
Downton
the premise
Abbey?
of Downton Abbey, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So like there's this, you never meet him, but he's like one of the cousins is on the Titanic and he dies. And then the guy who has the money only has girls. And so like there's another cousin they don't know about. And that's kind of the beginning of Downton Abbey. It comes about a bunch of other shit, but that's how it begins. All right. time to go. All right, let's get into the news. It's good to be back with you guys doing the show. I'm excited to be here. All right, there's a lot of news to get through. I went back all the way to I think I started looking at news on the 18th or 19th. So, because we have to add a lot of things to the record, and some important things, some sad things, some vital things to know happen. And I want to start here. Right after we went away on break, Vince Zampella tragically passed in a car crash. And Killwin wrote in and said, "Happy New Year's, fellas." A lot of people wrote in about this, but he said, Vince Zampella sadly passed away just before Christmas. I've not really seen any coverage of his passing outside of a mention from a random YouTube video I watched. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Was he not as important as I thought? To me, he leaves behind quite the legacy, from Call of Duty to Battlefield. And with the success of Battlefield 6 especially, I thought I would have seen more thoughts and prayers. Well, first of all, when he died, I mean, it was all over social media. I mean, you might not be on social media, which is good. But that's how I learned about it as well. And so I saw websites writing about it and talking about it. But I also unfortunately think he was victimized by timing. Like, if Vince Zampella, not to be flippant with it, I'm not trying to be flippant with it at all. If he had passed away and died in July, like, there would have been time and space for think pieces and
right.
I don't know. I've said before, right, at IGN, I doubt they had one for him, but we had pre-written things about people dying, and like, we're ready to go, and like, and how you would cover that specifically with like Miyamoto and big names like that. I don't know that people were ignoring it or not giving it enough time, as it's the timing was butting up against Christmas, and it just sucks for that reason. But let me read a little bit of this from the New York Times. I wanted to find a non-gaming entity that wrote about him, so we can get a little bit more information about him. So they wrote a piece called "Vince Zampella, formative designer of Call of Duty games, dies at 55." And they write, Mr. Zampella co-founded 2 game studios and also worked on the Medal of Honor, Titanfall, and Battlefield franchises. They write, Vince Zampella, a key figure in the creation of Call of Duty, the best-selling video game franchise that has reproduced World War II battles. I love like real writing about games, Yeah. It's like, it does a little bit more than that, but okay. Riffed on modern global conflicts and imagined the technology future soldiers will wield, has died. He was 55. His death was confirmed by Electronic Arts, which owns Respawn Entertainment, the studio Mr. Zampella co-founded in 2010. It did not provide a cause. Now, we have more information on the cause, and we'll get into that. EA said in a statement, quote, Vince's influence on the video game industry was profound and far-reaching. A friend, colleague, leader, and visionary creator, his work helped shape modern interactive entertainment and inspired millions of players and developers around the world. Mr. Zampella was instrumental in the development of the most popular first-person military shooter games, including this year's Battlefield 6, a Call of Duty competitor. He was the general manager of Respawn, which has produced the shooters Titanfall, in which players control giant robots, and Apex Legends, a sci-fi battle royale. Among Mr. Zampella's earliest video game credits was Medal of Honor Allied Assault, which included missions to sabotage a German U-boat and storm Omaha Beach on D-Day. So he was and people can read, there's like more information. People had released some statements. I think Infinity Ward released a statement, his original company, obviously. Respawn released a statement. I think Treyarch released a statement because they work closely with Infinity Ward and still do. EA, Activision. So we got a lot of different statements, and this is a horrible situation. This piece in the New York Times was written before more news was known, but basically what ended up happening was he died in, what was it, a Ferrari or some nice sports car, and there's footage of it, of him crashing the car, which is tragic and terrible. It's not mega violent. It's implied what happens, obviously, but he was driving through a tunnel way too fast, lost control of the car, and crashed, killing both himself and a passenger. And it's an awful situation. I wonder if we have any reflections on Vince Zampella. I know we're a little late here, but I feel like it would have been disrespectful for us not to acknowledge his death. He is a very important person in games. I think incredibly important. I was thinking about it over the break, actually. I was like, is he one of the most, let's see, 25 most important people to ever be in games? I mean, I think that's pretty easy, right? Could you go even lower than that? Probably. But I think that's worth a lot of respect in and of itself. Chris, what are your thoughts here on the passing of Vince Zampella? Died at 55.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's not even old. So like it's tragic, obviously so preventable too. That's what makes it so sad also. But I mean, he's an important dude. I mean, like, I think the Vince Zampella era of Call of Duty is where it was probably the best. I think, them going into Titanfall, and Titanfall 2 is obviously like notable in and of itself, and them shifting onto the Star Wars games, which for Respawn was like a massive change, and they kind of nailed it. Dude knew what he was doing. So, I mean, he's the real deal, sort of, and it's I don't know. It bums me out when shit like this happens, because it's like, dude, cars are so deadly. Mm-hmm. I don't think people appreciate how deadly cars are when they're like on the road. Like, I know this intrinsically as somebody who's like kind of like queasy on planes. Like, I don't love planes because they feel unsafe, but I'm like a lot more at ease in a car, despite understanding that like this is probably like way.
Oh, it is. It's like you're way more likely to die in a car crash, obviously.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's tragic, especially, dude. 55 is not old at all for this industry. So like, it's sad.
What do you think, Dustin? You have anything you want to say about Vince Zampella?
Yeah, obviously we've talked about him quite a few times on the show, whether it's at his work at Call of Duty or Respawn or now with Battlefield, but he isn't like necessarily a household name like Kojima or something like that. But as you pointed out, like, clearly based on his work, one of the most influential people in gaming, created the games of the Call of Duty games that really set it on the path to becoming the biggest game franchise in the world. So huge respect there. I feel terrible for his family, obviously, and especially this being like right before Christmas. If having this happen anytime, any day of the year would suck, but yeah, it's a reminder also for people to stay safe, and your life is very valuable. So try not to be too reckless with it, because it's just it absolutely sucks. The video is horrifying, and as you said, Colin, it's not necessarily like graphic, but the situation is just like, oh. you see
the video. I can just describe it. It's like, at the mouth of a tunnel, and his car just zooms out of the tunnel and then just crashes into, like, a couple seconds later, and like as he doesn't turn quickly enough into, like, a side rail or whatever. And it's like, when you see something like that, like, it's like, well, everyone's dead. I mean, there's just no way.
Right. That was confirmed to be the video, because I remember seeing some things about, like, where it's like, that's a video from like years ago of, like,
oh really? No, I thought it was, because I thought
I don't know.
I don't know. I do want to verify, so I'll look it up.
I just remember seeing that initially and being like, is that real? Like, because I thought, like, why would they be filming that?
Well, I think people film that because I think a lot of people drive like that in that area, as I understand.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, you could be right. I don't know, but I mean, it doesn't change the reality. But like, dude, I will say it does. There are a few things that really piss me off, quite like videos of people like just speeding through like traffic and shit. Like, I don't know, man. It really upsets me.
Yeah, this is the video. I don't know if we're talking. I mean, not that we'll show it on the show, but
right. But it's like confirmed, probably.
Yeah, I mean, this has 246,000 views, and people are just discussing it, and then.
Yeah, fucking insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
And I mean, yeah, just it's so reckless. Obviously, it's so unfortunate, but could have hit someone else too.
Right. That's exactly the thing. It's like,
that's what makes me mad. Yeah. It's just, and every time I see videos of like teenagers or whatever, like doing this shit or like speeding through traffic, I'm like, oh, death penalty. I hate this. I hate this person. You're playing with other people so irresponsibly. So I don't know.
It's scary out there. So be well, be safe. I mean, Vince is, I'll go into it a little bit for people that don't know, but who this really is, and like why I think he's so important. And I think it's not that I think he's so important. He just was really important. A lot of people, I think, overplay Vince Zampella's role in Medal of Honor. But what's interesting is that because he didn't really work on the original Medal of Honor, I don't think he worked on Allied Assault, which is And he was the design director of Allied Assault. But I think what ended up happening was like he was kind of working on Medal of Honor and then but they were doing it externally. Medal of Honor, EA wanted to kind of bring back internally to their own, assets and use their own assets to make the game. So he founds Infinity Ward, I think, to make what they would call the Medal of Honor killer, which is hysterical because it was the Medal of Honor killer ultimately. Right. Killzone was Halo killer, but that was ended up not killing Halo at all. This really did end up bodying Medal of Honor in a major way. And so he was the producer of the original Call of Duty game. And that's the big thing, is that though he started as a design guy, it's really production that is his forte. And it's incredible. I've said before, he's obviously a creative person, but production is inherently uncreative. It's about getting things done, about facilitating the work of creatives, about staying on task and delivering. And so he rises up to executive producer of Call of Duty 2, which came out in 2005, and then Modern Warfare, which is Call of Duty 4. In 2007 is when Call of Duty becomes, obviously, as we all remember, this massive phenomenon. And at that point, I think he became the CEO of Infinity Ward and all the rest. But there's this whole chapter that people forget about, because what ends up happening is Activision fires Vince Zampella they buy Infinity Ward, I think in 2008. And then ultimately Jason West, who's a name you don't really hear about anymore, who was like Vince Zampella's like lieutenant, or like they were partners or whatever. They ended up founding Respawn later in 2010 because Activision fired them. And remember, they sued Activision, I think, for $1 billion ultimately. And they settled, all this money was being, do you guys remember this shit at all happening? This was like a huge story back in the day. People forget that there was all sorts of drama between them. And so he ends up back with Electronic Arts, and they signed the contract with EA, I think in 2011 for Titanfall, which will the game that would end up becoming Titanfall. And that comes out in 2014, Titanfall 2 and 16. And then EA buys Respawn in 2017. And then he's kind of incorporated into like the greater Electronic Arts structure, so that by the time like Apex Legends comes out in 2019, and then the Jedi games come out 2019, 2023, he's in a general management role. So it's no overstatement to say that he might be the single most important video game producer as like his discipline, operations, than anyone else in the entire industry history. Like, who else would it be? Like, producer. I'm not talking about a Miyamoto that's got his hands all in design and right, all that, or a Kojima, like an auteur. But like, or Ken Levine, who's deep in the weeds with the game. I'm talking about like a producer. And so I think like that's a no joke run of games. All of the Call of Duty games through Modern Warfare 4, and then Titanfall 2, Apex Legends, the Jedi Survivor games, and then it all caps off with Battlefield 6. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, the industry has lost a great talent who knew what he was doing. And as you said, 55 isn't the youngest, but like that's a guy with 20 more years in him of work, probably, if he wanted to. So there was more to do. And that's a huge loss for EA. I'm also, and I can't help but think about this, and this is just me being honest, is like with the deal being approved by EA shareholders to sell to the Saudi Wealth Fund, and Vince no doubt being deeply vested into EA in his role at a high level, it is my sincere and deep hope that that transfers to his family, which I assume it would, because that's a lot of fucking money probably. In what I would assume is the tens of millions of dollars easily. So, RIP. In peace. Vince Zampella. I want to make sure everyone knows this isn't far from an RIP bozo situation. And by the way, I think a lot of other things that people are saying, like, well, why aren't more people talking about it? I think, like I said, the timing matters, but I wonder if you guys also agree it's what you were saying, Dustin. Like he's responsible for this himself. If what seems to have happened, like what has been reported, is true, and I think people more take towards things where people are victimized, right? So I think there would have been a lot more if he was like T-boned by someone or something like that. But I think that like the conversation around it can only go so far, because then it becomes about like blaming the victim.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of my theory of the case. Anyway, thank you all for writing in about this, and our deep and sincere thoughts are with the Zampella family and all of his people. I was trying to read about like Jason West left Respawn before Titanfall even came out, and he's just gone. And I wonder if he's one of the guys that's like, I have enough. Like we did all these early Call of Duty games. I founded Infinity Ward. We sold Infinity Ward. We founded Respawn. I still own a piece of Respawn, and then we ended up selling it later. It's like, I don't need to do this anymore. Just a different level of drive. Tens of millions of dollars easy in his bank account. I would lose motivation too. But I don't know that for sure. I just was wondering what happened to him. Gemini didn't know.
Gemini never knows.
Gemini doesn't seem to know much of anything, though. Yeah. All right. The big story of the week, in my opinion, is a story that's not being covered by very many mainstream outlets. And I was wondering why this is. And I feel like it's to protect their relationships, if I'm being honest, with companies like Sony. But I saw this, and this comes from Tom's Hardware, the website tomshardware.com. PlayStation 5 ROM keys leaked. Jailbreaking could be made easier with boot ROM codes. And they write in the subhead, you still won't get a jailbroken PlayStation 5 with this leak, but it will make it easier for hackers to compromise the console's bootloader. It says here, quote, the PlayStation 5's ROM keys have allegedly been leaked, meaning anyone who can get their hands on the hex strings now has the hardware code that will allow jailbreakers to try decrypting and analyzing the console's bootloader. According to the cybersec guru, this is an unpatchable problem for Sony because these keys cannot be changed and are burned directly into the APU. The only way that the company can invalidate the leaked codes is to replace the chips on yet to be manufactured units, meaning consoles that are already in the wild could possibly take advantage of future jailbreaks stemming from the use of these leaked codes. When you turn on the PS5, its CPU runs the boot ROM code that's baked into the chip and uses the ROM keys to ensure the bootloader is valid. Now that the ROM keys have been leaked, and assuming they are valid, a hacker could then decrypt and study the official bootloader and potentially use that as a starting point to understand the PS5's boot system works, how it works. Since the issue is at a hardware level, Sony would not be able to release an update that will stop consoles with the compromised chip from loading kernel-level exploits in the future should one become available. Note that this leak does not automatically mean that we will see jailbroken PS5s on the market right now, especially as Sony has other security measures that hackers need to bypass. However, the appearance of these codes means that one of the biggest security features of the console has likely already been compromised, making it easier for those working on creating custom firmware to have a deeper understanding of how the console works and use that knowledge to maybe build a modified or even totally different operating system for it. Dustin, I asked you in our chat on Discord in our channel to look into this if you hadn't already and kind of explain it to everyone, because I kind of gloss over when I read this sort of stuff. But this is a pretty big piece of news because the PlayStation 5 is now officially more vulnerable than ever to being jailbroken, which could have massive ramifications for Sony, for the PlayStation Network, and for things like trophies. And the most fascinating part of this to me, and I don't know if you read about this at all, but is apparently this all revolves around a copy, a physical copy on PS4 of a Star Wars racing game that is from the PlayStation 2 era that runs a PS2 emulator that the exploit uses to gain access to this information. And this has obliterated the price of this game, apparently, in aftermarkets, which is hysterical. So pretty interesting. Explain it to us more deeply, and what do you think?
Well, I don't know if I can explain it too deeply, just because I don't want to speak out of turn about something I don't fully know.
Explain it deeply.
Explain it on a very, very minute level. Basically, my understanding of this is that the PS5 and consoles in general, they try to be as locked down as possible so you can't access the firmware in order to make modifications of it. And with this boot ROM or the hex string or whatever being leaked, it now opens up that people can get in and take a deeper look at, as the article mentions, how the PS5 operates, and eventually run custom firmware, I would assume is the end goal. Thus, you have a jailbroken console. This happened with Nintendo Switch. Some of you may remember there was basically an exploit that people found that was baked into the NVIDIA hardware on it, where you could use like a paper clip, and it was if these two on the Joy-Cons on one of the sides, if the two ends were connected, specifically when turning it on or something like that, it would load into this like hardware safe mode where then people can figure out how to make custom firmware, and opened up all kinds of Switch hacking, some for good, some not so good. And so that sounds like that's what could happen here. And it was the same problem for Nintendo, is that eventually Nintendo did the hardware revision and got rid of this. So for a while, I don't know if this is still the case in the Switch hacking scene, but those launch units and like first year or two had a certain value to them because they were hackable. And then after that point, they were not. And so as this article points out, there is nothing that Sony can do to fix this other than change these codes on new hardware. So at this point, with how many PS5s are out, Sony is probably desperately figuring out and making sure that the other security measures that they have in place are as strong as possible. Because, I mean, knowing the hacking community, they will figure this out and figure out a way to get into the system, run custom firmware, and be able to do all kinds of things.
Yeah. So the original story comes from the CyberSec Guru, which they cited in the Tom's Hardware story. The reason I used the Tom's Hardware story was it was just shorter and much less technical. But if you read the cybersecgurus.com's article about it, they basically say like the chain of trust is basically broken. Like, because there's all these other security features, but it's just basically a matter of time because like you said, they'll figure it out. And what's interesting, and I was reading a little bit more about it, and they have some information, is like, you'll remember the PS3 was broken open fairly quickly. It was, I think, after 3 years. We're at 5 years in the PS5. Fail overflow. Remember that? And like PS3 was just completely cracked. And it sucked because it caused, as they note here, like a shit ton of cheating and piracy and stuff on PS3. The PS4 was never jailbroken. And still isn't, apparently, jailbroken. They write here, quote, while we have kernel exploits, we never got a full boot ROM leak that compromised every device permanently. The PS4 scene relies on finding older firmware consoles to run exploits. So you need to find, and I don't know, like I remember especially PSP games used to have the firmware built in to the UMDs. And I assume there are PS4 games with also the firmware boot like loaded into it. So you could find an older game to load, I guess, version 9 or whatever you need of the PSN. So they kind of got away from this, and the Vita famously was really resistant too, until the Vita was basically irrelevant by the time that they actually cracked it open. So this is happening, and it's something worth keeping an eye on. Chris, did you get a chance to look into this, or do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share about it?
No, I mean, dude, like they're talking about like hex strings and shit. I'm like, I'm out of my depth with this one. I got to be real, but it is interesting that it's happened, I guess, already. And I guess it's interesting that it's happening at such a level that it just can't really be addressed with software. And so there's like millions and millions of units that are kind of open to this. I wonder how easy it would end up being to jailbreak. Because like some of these machines are very easy to jailbreak. Like I remember the PSP was like, or at least in my experience, I don't know how actually difficult it is, but like with some pretty easy help, I jailbroke my PSP.
Oh yeah, the PSP was fucked.
And it didn't take that long at all. But I guess it's interesting that it's happening to like a piece of hardware that is so central and so primary in focus. you'd assume that they would have to address this some way, right?
Yeah. I mean, the hardware level, it is what it is. I mean, I guess they can redeploy new hardware and fix it moving forward. But this is what I was telling Mike and I were talking about it. And I'm like, the reality is that even if PS5 sells to PS4 levels, which I think it will, so like 120 million-ish or whatever, basically 2/3 of the consoles are in the wild and it can't be fixed. So there's more work to be done. I won't get into the technical ramifications of it either because I don't understand things, but I will say this. And I remember saying this about Switch piracy and other things is like, I'm of two minds with this stuff. I think it's cool that people work to exploit things and figure out why things and how and to break things and why things are broken. And that's always going to happen with a technical minded group of people buying things and tinkering with them. Eventually you're going to figure out a way to fool it. And it's weird. Like they figured out a way to do it's so complicated that they had to use a PS4 physical version of a PS2 game, ported over using this emulator. And so like, it's all of this weird shit that has to happen. And I think that that's neat.
Yeah.
I think it's what you decide to do with it that matters. And I guess this gets into things that I don't really understand too deeply, like white hat, gray hat, black hat hacking and all of the rest. And it reminds me of I don't remember exactly what it was, but you guys might recall like a year or two ago, like these guys that I guess would be considered gray hat were figured out something really catastrophic about Google. I don't remember what it was. Do you guys remember this? Like there was like these guys that were like, we found this like massive exploit. And they told Google. And I think we're like paid. And that's kind of the thing I want to see. You know, like,
right.
Because I don't know I guess you get credibility and whatever from leaking this sort of thing, but you're basically ruining the ecosystem at that point. Trophies are going to be corrupted. Online play for all the games is going to be corrupted. People are going to be able to play ultimately free versions of any game they want because they won't be able to verify the digital rights. This is what happened with Vita. Ultimately like on Vita, as I've said many times, they constructed a facsimile of the PlayStation Store, but everything's free. Like, that's destructive and disrespectful.
Sure.
And I'm not into it. I believe, as I've said many times, that first of all, emulation is not illegal. It's like what you do with it. That's legal. I get it. And I also think that emulating old things is generally fine. If you're emulating an Apple II game or a fucking NES or SLC, who cares? I mean, I do think that matters. I do think proximity to value matters. I do think if something's on the market and is easily accessible matters. I think all these things matter. I think when people say like it's A or B, I'm like, no, it's not. You have to think about all these different constituent facts. And in fact, I think in a lot of ways, like Switch having such a robust online ecosystem of old games almost nullifies even having to like use an NES emulator in a lot of ways. But nonetheless, like whatever. But when you're dealing with newer shit that's taking money out of people's mouths and ruining things that are currently on the market that people are using right now, it's not some sort of oddity, like some old oddity that you can still mess with. I think it's fucked up and I think it's wrong. And it doesn't matter what I think about the morals of it because it's going to happen anyway. But like, it's what I said. Remember when we talked about Metroid and Zelda and people getting these games early? Like, that's wrong. That's theft. Right. It's not some gray area. And I think it's kind of corny to be proud of doing shit like that. I'll just reiterate that, like being like, yeah, I play Switch and I don't buy anything. It's like, wow, you're a fucking loser. Like, I'm sorry. It's not like you're playing the Master System and you have like an emulator with the Master System. It's like, what are you doing? Why do you think that that's okay? It's brazen theft. So again, I think the technical stuff is really interesting. I think it's great. Like, I know that there are major companies like Uber and others that like literally pay people to try to break their shit all the time. I know Tesla does that with their self-driving features or whatever. It's cool that people are like working on the edges and have like nefarious abilities. Sure. But it's like doing something with them that's positive or worthwhile that doesn't ruin something for everyone else. So you can get a little bit of credibility. I don't like it. So that's where I stand. In other words, if you're playing an emulated PS5 in like 10 or 15 years, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, but it's the now that matters.
Right.
And like what it means for everyone else's experiences, as they said on PS3. And I remember this, like once that PS3 exploit happened, like online games on PS3 were fucked. You had to just trust that wasn't happening. Mm-hmm. But it was happening, and it is happening. Micah was saying even she logged into an older Call of Duty game, I think on Xbox One, and it was just totally fucked.
Oh yeah, it's the older Call of Duty games. The older Call of Duty. I think I remember playing like Modern Warfare 2, like the original Modern Warfare 2 online. I think maybe a handful of years ago, like maybe 3 years ago. And it's just, I mean, it's interesting. Like it's fascinating from like a David Attenborough perspective. You know, of just kind of like, this ecosystem is completely fucked. You know, but it ain't a game no more, really. So I don't know. I agree with you. I think it's cool. I think it's kind of interesting. I think it'd be unfortunate if it like ultimately got blown open and led to a deleterious effect on the overall ecosystem. But I also got to be real. I look at this and I see like, if I was watching a hacker movie and somebody said hex strings, I would be like, the writers of this movie don't know shit, probably. Like that sounds fake as fuck.
Yeah,
hex
that's not
strings?
real.
That's not a real bootloader. Get out of here.
Sounds like an insult. Angel of Cake wrote in and said, welcome back, Sacred Gents. Any thoughts on the ROM keys for PS5 being leaked online? With the homebrew community about to enable widespread piracy, how do you think Sony will react? Their reaction to the Vita being hacked in this way wasn't exactly inspiring. Have a great week. They've already reacted in one way, which is noted in both stories that I linked to, or the Tom's Hardware story, which links to the other story anyway, which is that they have responded and that they've filed copyright like strikes against these things on social media. Like, so it's real. That's the unfortunate reality of any sort of corporate reaction. It's like when we got in trouble for the Tomb Raider stuff with Square Enix, right, and we had to take it down. It's like, well, okay, but it's real. You know? So it's the same thing here where there's I am sure this is an urgent issue behind the scenes. And I imagine they will fix it on a manufacturing level, but I don't know what else they can do. Like you were saying, Dustin, I guess they can do some things to like shore up firmware level things, but it's not going to matter. And people will just, I think the major thing here is, I think just staying disconnected from PSN, I guess. I mean, because they'll be much more aggressive this time around. People used to get away with a lot of shit back in the day on PSP, PS3, even Vita. I don't know that you're going to get away with shit anymore if you're connected to these machines, and maybe that will keep things relatively clean, or at least people will be smart enough in quotes to not log into their names. But even then, like they can be found with IP. Like I think the best way for Sony I think Sony should be aggressive in pursuing people that are doing this sort of shit. Ban their PSNs if they log in with them. You know, people that are ruining the experience for everyone else. This is what I always say about cheating and like why cheating in like single player games and multiplayer games is so different. It's like, right. I guess cheat in the single player game if you want. I mean, I don't care. But the multiplayer game, you shouldn't be doing that. And right. So we'll see what happens. But I'm sure Sony's going to be quite aggressive in dealing with this. All right, guys, what do you think of this? We're getting new DualSense colors and PS5 covers. Oh, an interesting. So some people are connecting these colors, red, green, and blue, and I think reasonably so, to Marathon, although I don't think they're doing it literally in the marketing. So if you go to PlayStation blog, they write, revealing the Hyperpop collection with 3 new designs for PS5 accessories launching this March. That's, of course, when Marathon comes out as well. The colors are called Techno Red, Remix Green, and Rhythm Blue. And they, quote, introduce a new vibe to DualSense wireless controllers and PS5 console covers. You can go check these out. I mean, how am I going to describe colors to you?
They're a gradient.
They're gradient. They start off bottom of the controller is the color, and then it darkens out to black at the top.
There is an important detail about these, Colin.
Go ahead.
In this write-up, and you can tell from the trailer too, or the video, these are high gloss finish. So I said on our Discord, perfect for Genshin Impact players because they're used to their controller feeling sticky.
Right. Amen, brother.
And so I think these look really cool. I would never use a high gloss controller. ever. Just feels gross. So total miss for me. Not that I need another controller. The plates are cool. These are, dude, you were saying these are Marathon. I was thinking Weezer.
Yeah, sure.
Because they got the red,
right.
You know, Weezer has claimed red, green, blue.
Yeah, that's their. Yep, RGB. That's so Weezer.
It's so Weezer, dude. You need the Weezer blue.
I was thinking
PS5.
when I first looked at it, I thought PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo.
Oh,
Although it's a different green, so it's not quite the right green.
yeah,
It's a little light. I think I don't need a controller either, but I think I'm gonna buy the blue one. I'll see when it comes. But you might be right about the material or the feel of it. I don't know. Maybe I won't like it.
Is it a high gloss finish or is that just like the render? Because I know these aren't.
Yeah, this is not real.
No,
Okay.
well, I mean, the plates are rendered properly, so like there's no gloss on the plate. Yeah,
Here's
it's a weird
the
choice.
line from the PlayStation blog says a seamless gradient wraps around the front and back of the DualSense, finished in a high gloss coat that makes the colors pop more than ever.
Yeah.
The controllers are going to be $85 USD, and the covers are available in limited quantities and will be available for $75. You can get them at direct.playstation.com. Pre-orders begin January 16th for a March 12th launch. So look forward to it if you'd like. Now, there is a problem here, and a lot of people are not happy with this. Treforoth wrote in to express this. He says, "Greetings, Sacred Sirs. Curious to hear your thoughts on PlayStation's new Hyperpop collection. While I do find the color scheme eye-catching and unique, and love the effort to continue to update design so far into a console cycle, I'm curious as to why Sony continues to refuse to release plates for the Pro, leaving their most enthusiastic fan base high and dry. Why won't they let me give them my money? What could they be thinking over there? I can't stand having this giant, white, hideous monstrosity sitting in my living room or living space. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks so much for the crazy amount of content over the break. Keep it up. Thank you for writing in." This is funny because if you go to the comments on the PlayStation blog, the first 7, 8, 9, 10, the first 10 comments are about how there's no PS5 Pro option. And you would think with limited, and now listen, I get it. There are we're talking about like 90-ish million PS5s in the wild. Maybe 3-4 million of them at the most are Pro units, something like that. I understand the idea of like, we're not going to sell many of them, but you already say you're going to have limited quantities of the plates for the regular PS5. Just have a much more limited quantity for the Pro. You would think you would want to press them. Those are your most hardcore people that want to spend money. So it is a little bit of a miss. And I do understand that. And I don't know what the point is of not supporting the Pro like that. But I feel your frustration, and so do the people on the PlayStation blog who are all commenting about that as well. And maybe Sony will see it and do something about it. But I'm sure they have the numbers where it's like, well, we're going to sell. But again, it's like, how many are you going to really sell anyway? 10,000 units or whatever, just make it.
Yeah.
It's a little strange. But I'll keep an eye on the blue one when the time comes. The Hyperpop. What is it? The Hyperpop collection?
Hyperpop.
Jeez, man. I don't know about that. I'm writing it down now. Hyperpop collection. They're going to write that word again. All right. Did we talk about this before we went on break?
We talked about it being possibly true.
Okay.
Because I talked about it. I think I can't remember what episode it was, but I talked about how there was rumblings that he wasn't that this was true. Because
the date is the day our podcast went live. I think the last podcast we recorded. So, the Game Post, which we cite more and more often these days, writes Bungie veteran Joseph Cross appears to no longer be Marathon's franchise art director, I should say.
Right. And
so they realized based on a LinkedIn update that Joseph Cross had left at some point. And I think actually Kotaku got a comment because Kotaku wrote a story citing the Game Post and all of the rest. But then they actually ended up endeavoring to get a comment, which they did. And he said, "I'm super proud of the project Marathon and what the team accomplished over the last 6 years," end quote. To them. So there's that. And he shared a clip of Marathon with them or whatever. I don't know. So this basically is important, just relevant because Joseph Cross was the art director of Marathon, under which there was this art theft fiasco. And apparently, though he left on his own accord, maybe it was more of a mutual thing. I don't really know. Yeah, it's a sad situation, but I think a necessary one. A lot of the work is done. The game is slated to come out in March. Joseph Cross, I was reading a little bit about him. He actually worked at Visceral on Dead Space 2 and 3. Mm-hmm. And he is a concept artist by trade, which is interesting. So he rose to the ranks of art director as a concept artist, which is not unheard of, but interesting. And then he was a concept artist on Destiny. So after Visceral didn't close up, because they were working on a game after that, obviously, after Dead Space 3. But with Amy Hennig, actually, as we remember. But he leaves after Dead Space 3, ends up at Respawn. I'm sorry, not Respawn. He ends up at Bungie for Destiny, which comes out in 2014. And then he rises to concept art lead for Destiny 2. So after Destiny 2 comes out, I guess he works on Destiny 2 for a year or two, and then he's given the marathon, the secret marathon project at that point. He was there for a long time in an executive role, so I'm sure he was vested during the Sony acquisition. And so monetarily, I think he's probably in pretty good shape. I don't know him personally. I have nothing against him. I don't think he did anything. How do I put this? Like, a game like Marathon is sourcing art from so many different sources, and they have to audit the art better. But if you're being lied to, is it really like your responsibility? In other words, if he knew, that's different. And if you really would expect him to know, I guess that's a fair assumption. But maybe blaming it on him is a little much as well. Maybe blame it on the person who did it. You know,
well, the person who did it was no longer at Bungie at the time.
Right. So, that's right. That's true.
I think, I don't know how I feel about this really, because like Joseph Cross is a really good artist. Like his stuff is it's very Designers Republic. It's very Wipeout. I mean, that's an entire style that he's cultivated for years. I mean, there was art of him that looks like Marathon looks today that he made in like, I think 2013 or something. So this aesthetic has been with him for a long time. And I'm kind of with you in the sense of like, man, like I get why you have to step down in some way, because it's like, yeah, I mean, this did happen under your watch. I personally don't think he knew, because so here's the thing, right? He was following the artist on his public Twitter account.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
And this was art that was stolen in like 2017 from this like Twitter artist, Anti-Real. I don't know about you, but if I was trying to steal art and like was like brazen about it, or like I was just like, oh yeah, we're going to steal this art, whatever, as the art director of this new IP, the least I would do is eliminate any trace.
Yeah, any paper trail.
That you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It doesn't strike me as something that was intentional. It seems like I could see him following the artist and being like, and giving like a general kind of like a vision board type thing to like the art team, being like, this is the type of art that we're looking for Marathon. It's I can't remember what the art style is called, but it's like, it's Designers Republic. It's this kind. It's Wipeout. It's this. We're looking for this in like a sci-fi tone. This is an artist. Anti-Real. This is an artist. This is an artist. Flesh out this idea. And someone just fucking ripped it. It's crazy for that person. I wonder what that person's got going on. Like, I wonder if they're like blacklisted in some way, because they know who did it.
Right.
They know who did it because they singled it out. And so I don't know how I feel about this, because I think he's a good art director. He slipped up in a way that he definitely shouldn't have, and I think there should be consequences for that in some way. But like it is kind of a bummer, because this is the art director, which means, you know, if there's going to be future Marathon content, which there should be, if it's a live service, it's not really going to have that guiding hand. Although I guess I would imagine the whole team is kind of up to speed on what Marathon's supposed to look like. And so maybe it's not that big of a deal, but I don't know. He's been at Bungie for a while. So I don't really know how I feel about it. I think there should be consequences, but I kind of don't think he's really the villain here. So I don't know. I'm kind of iffy about it.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment that, and I say it all the time, like the buck has to stop somewhere.
Sure.
Ultimately, leadership is responsible in the real world for bad things that happen under them. I agree with that.
Spiritually responsible.
Right, exactly. But like, I don't look at him and be like, what did you do? Kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you kind of had to fall on your sword, and if you're, and I don't want to speak out of turn about him, but just knowing his history and again, the vesting at Bungie and all the rest, like he's got a lot of money, I'm sure. And like at some point it's like, yeah, just fall on the sword and move on. Everyone knows what time it is. I don't think it's like the end of the world. The person was compensated for their work, which is good. And they got to audit all. I mean, so what my assumption is that he probably stayed through the audit of the art. And then once that was good, then he probably was like, all right, it's time to go now. And that was maybe the right thing to do. So, but a lot of work, a lot of unnecessary work and strain. And I do wonder how much they had to pay as well.
Yeah, because they smooth things over with the artist too. So like, I wonder if that was like what kind of compensation that was. Yeah, I don't know. Because they said the Bungie marathon art thing is solved to my satisfaction or something like that. They use those kinds of words. Anti-real. So curious what that deal was, if anything.
Money.
I'm sure it was money.
Lots of money.
I wonder how much.
Yeah, I do wonder how much too, because it's probably not as much as you would think, but a lot. You know, like I don't think it would be in the millions or something like that.
No,
but it's probably like in the hundreds of thousands. That's my guess. It's like, yeah,
something like that.
All right. Let's see. Joseph Crosby. Well, I know you're a big listener. All right.
Oh man.
I thought this was an interesting story from GT Planet, the website gtplanet.net, which is a long-time Gran Turismo website. And we cite them every once in a while. But they wrote here right before Christmas, and so we're getting to it now because, again, we haven't recorded in a while. Gran Turismo 7 has 2 million monthly active users, and it's still growing. They write, during an interview at the Gran Turismo World Series 2025 World Finals here in Fukuoka, Japan, series producer Kazunori Yamauchi revealed that Gran Turismo 7 is currently maintaining an active user base of over 2 million monthly players. And perhaps more impressively, that number is still growing. The disclosure made during a roundtable interview with select media, including GT Planet, comes at a peak moment for the franchise, following the recent announcement that the Gran Turismo series has officially surpassed 100 million copies sold worldwide. While most titles see a steady decline in players years after launch, GT7 appears to be defying the traditional industry lifecycle. According to Yamauchi, the game's current momentum is unlike anything Polyphony Digital or Sony has seen before. He said in the interview, quote, Gran Turismo 7 has been released for several years, but still the active users are currently over 2 million people, and the new users are increasing. The status that Gran Turismo 7 is in now is probably the best of any Gran Turismo titles that we've seen in the past. We've never experienced this phenomenon before, and neither has PlayStation, end quote. What makes this particularly notable is that the growth is occurring without the traditional price drop strategy typically used to rejuvenate older titles. Yamauchi attributed this longevity to the studio's evolving relationship with its community and a shift in how it supports long-term titles, or titles long-term, a process that began with the update structure of Gran Turismo Sport. So what they're referring to here is that GT gets a lot of paid updates that are big, but they get a lot of free updates too. And the game is just constantly being fed. Wheat Thin wrote in, Little Wheat Thin says, welcome back, CDC. Over the break, Gran Turismo creator and producer Kazunori Yamauchi had an interesting interview. Kaz discussed how GT7 is attracting 2 million active users, and that number is continuing to grow almost 4 years after release. He also had this notable quote, we've never experienced this phenomenon before, and neither has PlayStation, end quote. Sony executives are surely analyzing this data. Given their live service woes, do you think some aspects of GT7's model could guide decision-making going forward? Or is this a unique situation? In general, what live service features do you think best promote player retention? I'll hang up and listen. It's funny, Dustin, because I was thinking about this and I was like, is this why Gran Turismo 7 was purportedly canceled for PC? Like, you know how there were rumors, like, this seems like such an obvious PC release, and then there were rumors, who knows if they're supported or not, but that they've kind of pulled back on that idea. And is it because it's doing so well and continuing to grow and nurture an audience, and it's vital to PlayStation and the PlayStation hardware? Got my mind going. But they do technically have this third live service pillar that's really doing well for them. And, obviously Helldivers is killing. We have MLB The Show, which is perpetually doing well, and then Gran Turismo. So maybe we're not giving them enough credit that they're actually succeeding pretty well in the paid online space, nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's probably a bit of a unique situation when we're talking about live service success. I think part of it why this particular Gran Turismo game, GT7, is more successful is that their biggest competitor in the console space is gone with Forza. Forza Horizon exists, of course.
Yeah, Forza Motorsports, they announced that recently, right? That it's just kind of we had to like we know that they shut the studio down basically, but that now the game's not getting any updates. Apparently, it's kind of over.
And I mean, I'm speaking a little bit out of my ass right now, just because I don't know this for sure, but I would assume that those hardcore racing sim people, a lot of them, I remember years ago, I guess this was more in the Xbox 360 era, about how people were more into Forza than GT at the time for a while, which GT did lag behind for a while. I guess this was before that because there was the PS3 game that came out after the PS4.
Yeah, that was Gran Turismo 6.
Yeah. So it was lagging a bit in terms of what hardware was on. Eventually they got GT Sport. So I wonder if so many of those people that then with Forza going away, their options were either to switch to PC with something like iRacing, which is obviously huge as well. But I'm assuming they just picked up a lot of Forza fans along the way as well. Not saying that's the only reason it's doing so well, but it's something to consider. It's part of the equation. And the other thing too is just GT7 is really, really good. And even for someone like me who's not into these games, just spending, I probably put 20-ish hours into Gran Turismo 7 a few years back. And while I can't understand or appreciate the minutia, I can understand looking around like, man, this game is insanely high quality, and the attention to detail across the board, from the cars, the tracks, being able to modify your cars, the different modes and settings, the VR mode, which is amazing in this game. Clearly, and I tried GT Sport back on the PS4 and I was like, whatever. But clearly GT7 is a cut above, and they're seeing the player base because of it evolve. And we even got a write-in a few weeks ago because there was like a big update and someone was asking us about it. And so it's one of those games, I think it's also kind of I don't want to say a sleeper hit, but it's one of those games where like my good friend that you guys hear about all the time, Brandon, his ex-girlfriend's dad, huge GT fan, like talked about GT, had the racing wheel set up. So I feel like, is this like the low-key dad game that people buy?
You said that and I was thinking it's funny because like my ex-girlfriend's dad was also into Gran Turismo and like Forza and those like specific, the exact permutation.
Right. People that aren't listening to the show, people that aren't posting on social media or reading game stories, they're just it's not a casual game, but it's for a casual market, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's it is like the anti-casual and that's not arcadey. But yeah, it's so real and grounded that I think it's going to attract a lot of people from. Mm-hmm. It's like a sports game. Really no different. I mean, and I don't mean that as an insult. It's really no different than a sports game. By the way, a big thing too that I forgot about, they did that My First Gran Turismo thing, which was probably, and I'm surprised that that's not being brought up more, but that's that came out about a year ago, I want to say. And it's a free-to-play version of Gran Turismo 7 that I wonder, it's got 18 cars, 3 tracks.
Well,
I wonder if that's kind of helping bring people in.
Yeah, I think it's a number of different factors. I think, if I'm not mistaken, is this not the first, also, to my knowledge, or the first modern Gran Turismo that's also kind of concurrent? Like, is there a PS4 version of this? There
is, I think, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As far as I know, that's not true for 6.
No, it's not. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So what you're saying, cross-platform, I don't think there is any other cross-platform for Gran Turismo. That's a good point.
So you've got everybody on PS4, and you've got PS5, and you've got like the fact that it's kind of an underserved genre. You really only, in console, you really only have Forza and Gran Turismo if you're really serious about it. And there's the VR functionality that like kind of takes people into it a little bit more. Like a lot more people are more serious about the racing wheel, like in that kind of genre than anybody else would be serious about any other peripheral, it's akin to like fighting sticks. But I would imagine, I would have to imagine that cross-platform kind of concurrent support is a massive factor in this.
Yeah, I'm looking now. It's funny, man. That's a great point. It is the only cross generation Gran Turismo, and I'm just looking. The highest rated Gran Turismo game outside of the original, which has a 96 on Metacritic, is A-Spec. And I remember how big that game was, man. But like that game was so big on PS2, and it sold 14 million copies, which in the PS2 era is nuts. That's like Grand Theft Auto level numbers in that era. 14 million. If that game was released today, that's the equivalent of selling like 50 million copies. You know, like something insane. Yeah, like,
that is obnoxious.
But yeah, A-Spec was that was a I remember it came out that first summer the PS2 was out, like 2001, and God, people loved it. Just so, but I'm so bad at Gran Turismo. I want to play arcade style racers, if anything, and I really don't want to play card games at all. But
yeah,
it's just not for me. I've told you guys before how like there was a female Japanese producer of Studio Japan games and Polyphony games, or whatever, that was just kind of a liaison. And I remember her. She was the woman that laughed at me when I was playing Bloodborne about how bad I was at it, and she was laughing at me when I was playing Gran Turismo once. It was probably GT5 PS3 game. And yeah, that weird GT, that was so weird. The GT6 was so weird. I don't know why they did that. Like, they released PS4, it's not backwards compatible, and then they release in December a PS3 Gran Turismo game and just strand it. Oh, complete waste. Very weird.
Yeah.
All right. Gran Turismo, Polyphony, keep it up. They're apparently working on a new Gran Turismo. I do wonder... and by the way, those rumors always circulate because they're always seen. We've talked about this many times. They're always seen at random places doing weird shit. Like the Polyphony people. Like taking pictures of fucking hubcaps and shit.
Yeah. It's a bunch of Japanese men with cameras at a car manufacturing plant. It's like, yeah, let me see the nuts and bolts on this thing. Let me photograph this with my DSLR.
Yeah, we'll show you the nuts.
See them nuts.
Got some nuts for you, boy. Yeah, I appreciate that level of obsessiveness. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool that it's like the sports guys being obsessed with their craft. It's like, yeah, that's good shit. Like the MLB The Show team is really, maybe not surprising, obsessed with baseball. Like, if you go to San Diego Studio, they love baseball. They fucking love it. And that's what you want of the people that are making their games. So it's cool that they do that.
Can you imagine a fresher hell if you were working on MLB The Show and you didn't give a fuck?
Yeah, I know. It's like
about baseball.
You're animating like whatever, all this shit, and you're just like, this sucks.
You're just sitting
I
here
wanted
like,
to make Call of Duty.
Cares?
Yeah.
I wanted to make Klonoa 3.
But I work in San Diego, and they can work at Psyonix, they can work at San Diego Studio, and just a couple others, SOE or whatever they're called now. Daybreak. All right. I thought this was interesting just because we're excited about this game, I think, although we don't know much about it and it doesn't really exist yet. But Kojima wrote his little New Year message on New Year's Eve on Twitter. And he talked a little bit about PHYSINT, so I thought I would just throw this in here. He says, quote, "Happy New Year. In 2026, we will move forward with the second phase that leads into Kojima Productions' third phase."
What do you say?
Unlike last year, like I was traveling all over the world, this year will be about staying grounded and laying solid foundations. We will continue development on the horror game OD and move forward with preparations for the espionage action title PHYSINT. This includes casting actors, scanning, and performance capture shoots. Also, we will be pushing forward with the live action film of Death Stranding, as well as its animation projects, both the movie and series. In addition, we're preparing several events this year. Once things are finalized, I'll be able to share more. This year also marks my 40th anniversary in the games industry. From 1986, and began my journey in game creation. Thank you as always for your continued support and supporting Kojima Productions. I look forward to another great year. And then there's a horse emoji, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So the big thing here for us is I think OD is obviously going to be coming to PlayStation. We'll keep an eye out on that, but preparations for the espionage title PHYSINT, including casting actors, scanning, and performance capture shoots. Chris, who should be in PHYSINT? We don't know anything about it.
Yeah, just get everybody you worked with before. Who cares? I mean, this is so weird. How I don't know how to gauge this really, because I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what the fuck it is. They said, like, I think the initial teaser was something like, it's kind of like film also. You know, that was the idea, that it was like merging
OD
mediums.
Yeah. Are you talking about OD?
Well, PHYSINT, wasn't that the whole thing? It's like, because didn't they have that whole announcement?
I see what you're saying with the Sony Pictures component of it.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
I think the announcement was them in like on like a studio.
Yeah, they were on the set. They were on a studio lot. Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Like I trust whatever this is going to be. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it, but I can't in good conscience be excited for it right now. Like this is completely metaphysical as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, this wording is so funny. The second phase and our third phase. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm
already lost.
Yeah, he's like, obviously if there's a second phase, I assume there will be a third phase. I don't think you go right to the fourth phase.
Right. Or is he saying it's the second phase? I don't like the way this is written at all.
Well, I think what he might be saying is that it's the third phase will begin this year. So the second phase continues and the third, I don't know. Who cares?
Right. Whatever. Who gives a shit? I'm looking forward to it. In Kojima, I trust. I'm excited about whatever it is he's working on. I'm curious about OD, which, as you said, will be coming to PlayStation. So it really is just a waiting game at this point. I am curious about who he's going to cast, only because like he always picks like really interesting people. Like, and he has like these like weird tendrils into Hollywood.
Yeah, and people want to work with him. Like weird people want to work with him, which is cool.
Right, but the thing is, it's like he's been photographed with so many people at this point that like it really is just like, I don't know. You know everybody. So like it's not even like I can make an educated guess. Because you're gonna pull some random Italian actor that I've never heard of, or like Ella Purnell, or it's very odd, his connections. But I'm sure it'll be great and interesting and weird.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, I agree with you. Like, there's nothing to really be excited about yet, and yet, Dustin, knowing that they're casting and scanning and even beginning capture, the game's written, I guess. I mean, at least they really do know what it is and what it's going to be and who they're looking for. It's kind of exciting. I mean, it's still so early in the process. Obviously, we're a long ways away, but things are moving. Yeah. So, and I loved Death Stranding 2 was my game of the year last year. So very excited for whatever he does next.
The leading theory is that the main character will be played by Robert Pattinson.
Really?
Because I believe there's a whole Forbes article, but it won't let me read it because I have ad blocker on, and I say, fuck you. But I found when I searched Google, a Genki tweet showed up. I'm assuming this is what they're talking about, that Kojima and Robert Pattinson are friendly, and he's talked about this on his radio show. And from the Genki tweet, he said Robert Pattinson is a nice and good person, and they talked about things that he is not able to share yet.
Oh.
And I think that would be great, because I think Robert Pattinson is great. So having him be the lead would be amazing.
Cool. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Fine with that. He was in that vampire thing, right? Twilight. That's where he became famous.
Yeah, that was his. Well, originally he was in Harry Potter.
Oh,
as a Cedric.
Harry Potter,
our new celebrity. I love I love how Malfoy always says Potter like it's a slur.
Potter. Dude.
Potter.
I'm just waiting, dude. I've listened to book 1 and book 2. I'm waiting for book 3 to come out now.
Oh.
I'm fully ingrained in Harry Potter in the background right now.
Oh, good for you.
But yeah, dude, Robert Pattinson, also the Batman.
Right.
Yeah,
I saw him in that. That was good. I was looking at his movies here. Yeah, I've only seen a few of them, I think.
He's in Mickey 17 too, which I thought was kind of fun.
I need to watch that. But I also haven't seen Parasite, which I know they're not related, but I want to know more about that director.
Right. Parasite's great.
I need to watch that.
Yeah, Parasite's fucking awesome. But yeah, Mickey 17's not as good as Parasite, but it's weird and cool and strange. It's like, I would recommend seeing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at his filmography. I saw The Lighthouse.
Oh yeah,
that was a weird fucking movie.
Oh, that's the one I haven't seen.
And I saw The Batman. So that's it. That's all I've ever seen.
He's good. I like him generally. Like whenever I see him in interviews or whatever, he's always got like this weird thing going on where I'm like, I get it.
there was an interview where he talked about like the Tifa versus Aerith debate.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
he's a nerd,
and he's a nerd. He was into it. I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was he knew.
You're seeing more of these people come out now. Like I saw like a thing with like what is it? Jamie Campbell Bower, who's like I think he's Vecna in Stranger Things, and he was like walking through the set, and there were like these goopy things. It's like this reminds me of it's like the Half-Life tongue things. Like, that was a sick fucking game. It's like you played Half-Life. That's so weird.
By the way, dude,
it's getting weird now.
The great dude. I don't watch Stranger Things. I did see Stranger Things through the mall season, but I haven't seen it all, and I don't really give a shit. But the whole meltdown about the end of the show, and then the fan theory that there was like a secret
the conformity
episode.
gate. Yeah,
I was like, first of all, I'm like, that's an awesome idea, but my Georgie isn't smart enough for a scheme like that. You know, like that. I mean, that like the way that they like the audience was getting into it, like this is wrong. The season in this shot is wrong. This guy's looking at the camera. Like what it ended up being was just all of the shit that's wrong with a $400 million production, and not all of the stuff that led to this. So I was like, it's such a self-own on the actual franchise, but I loved it. I loved that people like thought that was going to happen.
You know
I was
what
like,
it is?
that would be sick. That would be incredible if they did that.
It would be awesome. Netflix would never be brave enough to do it. The thing about, you know what it reminded me of? Do you remember? You must know this, Colin. Of like,
I know what you're going to say.
The indoctrination theory. For like Mass Effect, and like that explained why Mass Effect 3's ending was so shit.
No, I don't think I even do know that. No.
Oh, that's interesting. Like, yeah, like it was a very similar thing where it's just like, wait, no, things aren't. Maybe this is because Shepard has been indoctrinated by like the Reapers, and like everything's fucking wrong. And it's like, no, I mean, it's it's just different. It's just not what you wanted.
The thing about Stranger Things, what's so funny about the Duffer Brothers, it's like, dude, how did it work out that their writing and the production aspects were so bad that they all magically pointed, somehow all connected to this one amazing theory? Like I was never on the train that was going to happen, but I was reading these theories. I'm like, man, this is so cool. It's never going to happen.
I wanted it to happen because I thought it would be so cool if it did. But like I knew like ain't no way that would be
incredible. That would be like one of the great media moments of all time, really. I mean, if they pulled
they dropped the ball not thinking of it, quite frankly. But you know, whatever. Stranger Things is fine. Like the first season's the best, and it always was. And like I don't know if you guys feel this way, and we're definitely getting off topic here, but I always felt like that show was supposed to be like an anthology show where like the first season would be this, and then the next season would be like a different story with different characters. And that's why it's called Stranger Things and not something like Hawkins or like more specific. But like that first season was so popular and beloved and everybody loved it that they were like, oh, well, we got to keep going. And then it ended up kind of, you know, going a little bit off the rails. That's how I feel about it.
I liked the first season a lot as well.
I think it's great.
And the third season, I actually the third season ends with like I actually just shut it off in the last episode. I'm like, this kind of is not my thing anymore. But
yeah.
So like when I hear it's like Vecna, I'm like, who the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. But I don't think. But
right.
But yeah, I did love the idea. It would have been cool for them to figure that out. I think it's hysterical that it ended up being just a dissection of the many, many, many errors that the show apparently had towards people that have an eye for that sort of thing. Like they're in the basement at the end, right, playing D&D or whatever, and the door is like opposite what it was in the original. And it's like, that's a major oversight. Mm-hmm. Like people are going to notice shit like that and think you're doing it on purpose, but you actually it's like the Starbucks cup in fucking Game of Thrones. Like you just
fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I'm like, that's not so impressive actually. When it comes down to it, that there were this many errors, you would think with all that money and all that time, you would have gotten it better. So from my perspective, it almost makes me want to even get into like the rest of it less, because I'm like, well, people that like it don't seem to be so into it. But whatever.
It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it's not. That last season's pretty bad. 4, I think, is great. Actually,
4 is great.
I think it might be. No, it might not be my favorite. The first one's probably the best, but
it's the second best season.
It's the second best by like a lot. And and then they completely fuck the land. They get so funny. They really Game of Thrones it. I don't think it's as bad as Game of Thrones, but like it's definitely like, man, it's so funny watching everybody like twist themselves into a pretzel, trying to justify. It's like, no, it can't just be shit. They're smarter than that, right? It's
right.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they are, maybe they are. But I loved. I knew. I was like, there's just no way that's true. Like, there's no way there's a secret episode. That there were just certain things that indicated that to me, even from the outside. I'm like, they had the final episode in theaters, didn't they? Like, just like weird shit like that. I'm like, I don't think so. Like, what would have been cool, and this would have had too many people involved, so it would have leaked. Would have been not putting the final episode in quotes in the theaters, and then saying, "Oh, there is a real final episode, and it is in theaters right now, and you can put it on Netflix and do all that kind of stuff." That would have been cool, but
that would have been, yeah.
But again, you would have
shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they're like, damn.
It's like what is that movie where like it's like the sequence of shots of like audiences.
The Naked Gun, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was the Naked Gun. Whoops. All
right, let's see. Kojima, God bless, in the second and third phases. I'm excited for you. The website All About AI posted something interesting that's been making the rounds. And it's that Sony has patented a AI ghost that might help them with you playing your games. So they write here, what is Sony's AI ghost player patent and how might it help PS5 gamers? They write, quote, a new Sony patent filing sketches AI ghosts helpers for gameplay, while AI-driven DRAM pressure is raising fresh questions about next-gen console pricing and schedules. The filing describes a gameplay overlay character that performs interactive actions alongside the player. Instead of pop-up tips, it shows what to do in context on the same path you are trying to clear. The ghost is tied to an assistance AI engine that generates control inputs, making it appear like a second player demonstrating solutions. The patent also suggests the ghost can be customized, including being represented as a character that the player recognizes. The most practical read is show me, don't tell me. A ghost that runs a route, demonstrates timing, or highlights safe positioning can teach without pausing the game or dumping a long tutorial screen. The patent also describes mode switching, which matters because help is not one size fits all. A player stuck in combat needs something different than someone who missed a hidden path. Here's what those modes could look like if implemented faithfully. Story mode nudges towards objectives without solving every encounter. Combat mode demonstrates dodges, counters, spacing, or ability timing. Exploration mode leads towards paths, puzzles, or hidden interactions. Full game mode completes certain tasks like a guided assist run. None of this guarantees a shipping feature. Patents often describe possibilities, not product plans, but the mechanics map cleanly to modern assist and accessibility to design. There's more to this story because the AI functionality will then lead on memory squeezes at different, farms that are going to be generating all this stuff, leading to more expensive hardware and all the rest. So there's all connectivity you can read about on All About AI. But I really want to focus on the AI ghost itself. Dustin, AI ghost, what do you think?
I don't overall have a problem, I think, with this because a lot of people, I mean, Colin, you've talked about that. You kind of already have a little AI ghost. It's just not in your game. It's on your phone with ChatGPT telling you what to do in a game if you're lost. And so the idea of, the game showing you how to do something is interesting, or being able to help you or nudge you in the right direction. I think where it gets weird is this one bullet point: full game mode completes certain tasks like a guided assist run. That's where it's a little weird, where it's like, just have the game do it for me. It's like, well, what's the point of that?
Right.
And obviously I would assume Sony would have this figured out, that it's like, you can't have the AI play the game for you when you're playing online multiplayer match or something. Wouldn't be worried about that at all. But I think we brought this up for, or maybe it was a write-in or something about like some of these co-op only games. Like, would you play Split Fiction with an AI partner? It would be an option if you didn't have anyone to play with.
That's an interesting idea.
So this is just talking about, as you were saying, Colin, just talking about what this is. Obviously, there's the huge impact of AI and how it's affecting hardware and the environment and stuff. And so I'm not touching that. I'm just talking about these specific features. And I'm not I'm not jazzed about it, but I could see it working for some people.
Yeah, I like your more open-minded approach towards this idea, because I think that I feel similarly. Where are you on this, Chris, on the AI ghost patent?
I don't really mind it. It's not generative AI, which is like my main holding point for AI. It's like this seems. I mean, I've played games where, and to be fair, like I don't know exactly like which ones they are. Like I think like certain racing games I know use some sort of like an AI ghost of certain players to kind of fill single player lobbies with their friends when they're not live. Like that kind of mimics the way they drive, or maybe mimics previous runs, so that they have like they can experience or that the player can experience playing with their friends without them necessarily being online or whatever. Like I can't remember what game did that. I think maybe a Forza game, but I could be wrong. So like, I mean, the concept of like an AI ghost in a game, either to compete against or to compete with or to assist, like, I don't know, that doesn't really strike me as particularly egregious or even particularly new. So, I mean, I presume the way it would be implemented would be new, but like as a concept, it's a pretty old idea at this point. So, I mean, it doesn't interest me, but it doesn't bother me either.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. Like, modularity, I think, is the key. And in a way, it can inform more pure game design, get us away from the yellow ribbons, the bright lights, the neon ladders and
yellow paint.
Yeah, right. I'm a big strategy guide fan, as people know, as an old writer of them, a collector of them back in the day. I mean, I really love them. And I think I struggled with a similar issue about like what is too much when video guides started. Like even when I was making them, famously my Final Fantasy 13 boss guides, I didn't understand, and I still don't truly understand, although I've used them from time to time, I suppose, is the idea of watching someone do what you need to do, as opposed to what I felt was pure about strategy guides was you were kind of explaining it or giving some tips and things to keep an eye on. But like ultimately you have to execute, like you're playing your game. The video versions of guides, which are now so prevalent, they really started to erode away that differentiation between doing and not doing, because now you're just replicating as opposed to kind of reading and thinking about and executing. And so this is just one more step. And I guess it's clear that most people don't finish their games. Most people don't play through their games. I mean, like 100-hour game is completely, or 50-hour games. These are like things that a lot of people never play. And maybe this will allow them to get further into games and play on their own terms. Part of me is like, I really am where you are, especially Dustin, where I'm like, I don't know that I give a shit, because like you said, as long as it can't be weaponized against other players, does it turn off trophies, or can you not use it in multiplayer games or whatever? Like, as long as it's self-contained, it's like, well, then it doesn't affect anyone else. Like, who gives a shit? Like, who really cares at that point? As opposed to it interfering in some way. It's like using a game genie back in the day. It's like, well, yeah, I'm ruining it for myself, but it doesn't affect you. And also, as they say in the story at All About AI, I mean, most patents don't come to fruition, but I just think that this is a clever sort of solution to game help. It's clear it's on Sony's mind in some way because of what they've tried to put it, the game help functionality in PlayStation games that exist on PS5. They're thinking about how, and it's all about, and I think this all leads back to containment, right? Mm-hmm. Like, don't leave. Don't get off of PSN. You don't need to go to YouTube. You don't need to go on your phone. Just bring up the cross media bar and select this thing and it will show you whatever you're looking for. It's like, I think everything, it's like cloud gaming. It's like everything gets, the portal, everything goes back to this about containment. So be very interested to see what happens with this, but we might never hear from this again. At the same time, that's entirely reasonable to expect. Let's see here. Oh, we had a question. I guess we don't really need it. Ironically, it's from Big Dumb Stupid Idiot, who wrote in about the AI ghost playing games for you. But we don't need your comment. All right. This piece has not been really breaking away, and maybe it's just not that interesting to most people, but I find it deeply interesting. There seems to be a serious issue going on with one of the China Hero Project games that was announced a long time ago. The game is Convallaria. I included in our notes here for us the trailer of Convallaria from 3 years ago, but the game has been in development for much longer than that. So for people that don't know, Convallaria is a PvP and PvE third-person shooter that accommodates up to 100 players. And it's being made by a Chinese developer called Long Force with 2 O's, so Long Force. And the studio was founded in 2016, and the game was revealed in 2018, and I think joined the China Hero, or 2017, and joined the China Hero Project as one of the original China Hero Project games in 2018. And interestingly here, and this is really important to the story, is that most China Hero Project games, so think about like Fist or Evo-Tinction or whatever, like they come out, they ultimately migrate to other platforms if they want to. And Sony kind of helps shepherd these projects along. And sometimes like with Evo-Tinction, they barely acknowledge that the game even came out. But Convallaria fell more into what happened with Lost Soul Aside, which came out last year. Lost Soul Aside was a China Hero Project game that Sony ultimately got involved with as a publisher. And that's different. Totally different thing. So like making it into more of a second party game. And Convallaria in 2022 was also in that small group of China Hero Project games that were going to be published by Sony as a console exclusive. So this is all relevant because apparently the studio, Long Force, has directly reached out to certain websites with a bunch of information about how fucked up the development of the game is. And here's what they write in part. And the Noisy Pixel, this is the website I'm using, noisypixel.net. They write, Long Force accuses Sony's China's China Hero Project of sabotage, delays, and control overreach in Convallaria dispute. And they write, quote, a China Hero Project studio says its partnership with Sony Interactive Entertainment's China division collapsed after years of stalled development, financial pressure, and an attempted transfer of control over its game, Convallaria. The China Hero Project is a Sony-backed program created to identify and support Chinese developers, offering select studios access to resources, publishing support, and international visibility. Ask Evo-Tinction how that international visibility did for them. It says, quote, Long Force, the Chengdu-based studio behind the long-delayed co-op shooter Convallaria, says its multi-year partnership with Sony Interactive Entertainment's China division unraveled into stalled production, financial strain, and what the studio alleges were repeated harmful decisions by members of SIE's China's software team. Over several months, the studio shared internal emails, this was with the website, chat logs, and formal complaints with Noisy Pixel outlining concerns about obstructed development, conflicts of interest, and an attempted takeover of the project's leadership. A developer at Long Force told Noisy Pixel, quote, we didn't go public because we wanted attention. We did it because every internal path was exhausted and nothing was changing. Former developers involved in past China Hero Project titles told Noisy Pixel that while they could not confirm Long Force's internal experiences firsthand, the source is legitimate, and the patterns described align with issues they had privately observed within the program. And then they say that they reached out to Sony for detail. Now, give me a minute. I want to read through some of this because there are specific allegations. It says, quote, Long Force joined the second batch of China Hero Project games in 2018, an initiative created by SIE to support and highlight emerging Chinese developers. In 2021, Long Force signed a global multi-platform publishing agreement with SIE, placing Convallaria among a very small group of projects directly published by Sony. Long Force says its relationship with SIE changed after 2022, when a new production lead, Bao Bo, who we're going to talk about in a minute, took over responsibility for Convallaria inside SIE China's software division. According to the studio, this leadership change marked a shift from early cooperation to prolonged inaction and escalating disputes. Long Force says it later compiled a formal complaint against Bao of unethical content, misuse of authority, and actions the studio believed harmed both the project and the broader Chinese development ecosystem. The studio says it requested an internal review and corrective action. These are the allegations. Repeated delays and lack of publishing direction. Long Force says it began raising concerns about publishing and operations in mid-2023, as months passed without concrete plans for marketing, server deployment, or launch coordination. After Convallaria passed beta approval on January 30th, 2025, the team expected final stage preparation to begin. Instead, they said the project entered a prolonged freeze. We kept asking what the plan was, a developer said, every time we were told not to worry, and then nothing happened. According to the studio, there were no player tests, no marketing activity, no storefront pages created, and no formal evaluation feedback during what should have been the most critical phase of development. And then the second accusation is marketing absence, and removal from official media. And this is true because I verified some of this. This is easy enough to verify. Longforce says the lack of momentum extended it into official PlayStation China channels. Producer Zhu Min was scheduled and filmed for China's 10th anniversary documentary, which was intended to spotlight China Hero Project developers. When the final video was released, Convallaria was absent. Every other project was there, a developer at Longforce said. Ours was simply gone. For a team already struggling with visibility, the omission carried weight. That was the moment it stopped feeling accidental, the developer added. It felt like we were being erased. And then the third accusation is alleged payment delays and financial pressure. According to Longforce, delayed payments beginning in mid-2025 pushed the studio to the brink of collapse. After the planned March launch window passed, monthly losses exceeded $230,000 and the team nearly dissolved in early April. Despite the strain, development continued. Weekly builds were delivered and a US server test was completed at the end of April. After what the studio describes as unreasonable new cooperation proposal and the unilateral termination of payment agreements, Longforce halted collaboration. The studio estimates total losses to have now exceeded $1 million. This is incredibly important because it seems like they've basically pulled the game from Sony at this point, or at least the two sides are no longer working together. And then there's apparently a bunch of shit here having to do with outsourcing to Virtuous, which is a studio we talk about all the time that works with a bunch of stuff, and kind of maybe even redirecting the game's development priority towards other studios, and ultimately leading into what they contend is an attempted seizure of to control the project. So it's a real, and you can go read the whole story to get much more information. It's a really great piece of journalism over at Noisy Pixel. And I don't know if we have much more to say about it, but it just shows that not everything is going according to plan, at least according to these guys, with some of the China Hero Project games. And then I was thinking about Evo Tinction and how weird that was. And I'm like, is this all kind of interconnected? Not necessarily the studios or whatever, but this idea that we just shit this game out. Don't even acknowledge it. And was Convallaria on a similar path? I think the game looks kind of cool. The one thing I was saying about verifying, by the way, I should have said it earlier, because they were talking about its removal from all these different things, is the one thing I verified that people were talking about is that it's not on China Hero Project websites anymore. It's like no longer acknowledged. So that's what's happening with Convallaria. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add, but I wanted to throw that all out there for those that are interested as we do follow the China Hero Project stuff. And this wasn't making the rounds too much, but by China Hero Project standards, Convallaria looks pretty high budget and pretty good.
Yeah.
So will we ever see it? Who knows? The trailer is still on PlayStation's YouTube channel from 3 years ago. Anything you guys want to add before we move on?
Sounds crazy. I'm wondering, I mean, I don't want to immediately defend Sony, but who knows? Maybe there's other sides to this as well in terms of, the game not working out the way they wanted it to, but definitely sounds weird. The main thing that I think sounds the most weird is then it sounded like he recorded for that, YouTube video, and then they're just like, oh, we're going to take that out. Sounds passive aggressive.
Yeah. No explanation either. It's crazy.
The rest of the stories that we have here, we can move through fairly quickly. So stop me if you guys want to say anything about them. Okay. Machine Games is apparently working on Wolfenstein 3. This comes from both reporting from Kotaku and from our friend Jez Corden. An Areola connoisseur says, Happy New Year, my Slittas. Friend of the show, Jez Corden, has reported that Machine Games is working on Wolfenstein 3. This will mark their return since 2019's disastrous Youngblood. So my question is simple. What's the hype level for this? Wishing you all the best from beautiful, sunny Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. I'm super excited about this. I'm curious where Wolfenstein 3 goes. I was looking to make sure I had the timeline correct. So obviously you have Castle Wolfenstein, Beyond Castle Wolfenstein. Those are the early PC games that I've never played. That's from 1981, 1984. Those are by Muse Software. Muse ends up going out of business. Id somehow gets the IP in the early 90s, 1992, Wolfenstein 3D, basically the first-person shooter. That comes out. That's Wolfenstein as we know it. And then we get Return to Castle Wolfenstein in 2001, which came to Xbox and PS2 in 2003. That was by Grey Matter Studios, the same studio that did Call of Duty United Offensive, which was some Call of Duty DLC. And then we got 2009's Wolfenstein. That was by Raven. And then ultimately it ends up with id, The New Order, Old Blood, Wolfenstein 2, Young Blood. This covers from 1946 to 1980, I think. And so I wonder where Wolfenstein 3 will go. Will it be later than Youngblood, or will it be somewhere more, maybe closer to Wolfenstein 2, which was 1961, I want to say, 1962. So excitement is very high for this, although early in development, I'm sure. And I got to say, I thought Indiana Jones was totally mediocre. So I want them to go back to first-person shooters and like what they really know. And I'm very, very excited about that. So shout out to Wolfenstein 3.
Yeah, hype level is huge. My suggestion, retcon it. Pretend that Youngblood never existed and just pick up wherever you want from Wolfenstein 2, because that game was awesome.
Is Youngblood even... do they even have to retcon it? Like, how important was it? Like, did it have
wasn't. It was about like these twins that I think, I don't know, are they VJ's kids or something? I don't even know, but it was 1980, so it was way later.
Yeah. I don't think you even need to address it, really. You probably could just make another Wolfenstein without even acknowledging it and without even retconning it either. Like, because I feel like nothing really happened in that game either. Like, nothing of any consequence. But like, I could be misremembering. It has been a while. Yeah. The only thing I remember about that game is like the thumbs up button, or like the good job, Jess.
Yeah, right. No, yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, we made that shit's. I hated that game.
It's not good.
All right, just so disappointing because Wolfenstein 1 and 2 are so good, and the Old Blood's good too. It's a great expansion.
Yeah. And to be fair to that game, it is Arcane. It's an Arcane collaboration, I believe.
Right, that's true.
And
yeah.
So it's
because there was also Cyberpilot, which was another studio, I think. That was
the game was just a mess.
I didn't even play the Wolfenstein Cyberpilot game, but yeah, that was during Bethesda's kind of dark period as a publisher where things weren't going too well, which is part of why I think they ended up selling themselves.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So that's that. Wolfenstein 3. The Witcher 3 is apparently getting a new expansion 11 years after launch. What happened? What?
No, I mean, this story is just wild.
Oh, yeah. So Big Yoshi wrote in and said, "Hey, gang, Happy New Year. My question is about the sweet spot between live service and traditional single-player games. With the news that The Witcher 3 is getting a new DLC in 2026, I'm wondering why more single-player studios don't lean into creating many DLCs for their shipped games. This seems like it would be a great business decision for single-player studios and also great for fans. Why not make 10 DLCs for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, for instance, while working on Kingdom Come Deliverance 3? Curious to hear your takes of what I may be missing here. I mean, the major thing you're missing is that's not going to pay ultimately. But it's not unprecedented for there to be expansions for games that are very old, and I'll get into that in a minute. This particular story comes from Eurogamer, where they say, is there really going to be a new Witcher 3 expansion this year? And the original story that they wrote, they updated it twice, but they ask, is there going to be a Witcher 3 Wild Hunt DLC in 2026? And the rumor, they write, stems, quote, from someone called Boris Nispilak, a trusted source of Polish games industry information, a leaker of sorts. He made a documentary a few years ago about the Polish indie game development called We Are All Right, which is a good watch, and it shows he has industry connections. Nipsilak says in the summer last year that Fool's Theory, the studio remaking The Witcher 1 for CD Projekt Red, was making a new Witcher 3 expansion. And he reiterated this ahead of the Game Awards in December, where he expected the announcement to be made, but such an announcement never came. Rumor quashed? No, because a separate voice has added strength to it. Polish Noble Securities analyst Mateusz Czarnowski wrote a report on 16th December after the Game Awards, which he says, quote, "We expect the next paid add-on for Witcher 3 to be released in May 2026. And he talks about how much they expect it to sell and all the rest. And then they update it saying that the original leaker had noted that he had collaborated with some verified independent sources in Poland that all confirm this, and that indeed the earnings transcript for CD Projekt Red's financial report kind of confirms that they're planning something secret for this. Now, the reason I wanted to say that this isn't super unprecedented, what game does this remind me of? What game can you guys think of anything? What game was dormant and then got an expansion?
Is it Borderlands?
Yeah, Borderlands 2 specifically. So Wild Hunt came out in 2015. And it got its 2 expansions in 2015 and 2016, and then it was done, right? So that'll be 10 years of dormancy. That's more extreme than Borderlands 2, which got its DLC, a bunch of DLC from 2012 to 2014, but then the Commander Lilith DLC that came out in 2019 directly connected Borderlands 2 to Borderlands 3. And that was part of the Handsome Collection. I think it eschewed the PS3 version, so it was only available on the new version of the game. But nonetheless, it was there. And so it's not super unprecedented. And I don't think it's a bad idea to like revive an old game, get people to go back. But like continuing to release stuff is going to take resources that can take away from your new game. You don't want to get too crazy with it.
Yeah.
But I like this idea a lot. So that's that.
It's cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
I think it's one of the few games that could get away with that, really. I think ultimately, like, there's maybe not one of the few. I would say that there are. I would say that there aren't like a glut of games that could really do this and yield really anything from it. I think there's enough cachet that CD Projekt Red has built back from their disastrous Cyberpunk PS4 launch, where people are just kind of curious and people have some level of faith in them that they'll deliver something cool. So like, and Witcher 3 is like a beloved, like all-time game. So I think that helps as well. Like, I don't think you could do the same thing for like, I don't know, State of Decay 2 or something. You know what I mean? Like, not shitting on that game, by the way. It's just like, it's a completely different echelon of experience. And so, and also there's the reality of like, if you make a DLC and if you dedicate resources to DLC, you kind of have a ceiling in some way of like how many people own the original game. Granted, depending on how old the game is, the original game could be like dirt cheap by then and you could get a lot of people in, but then what's the value in doing that, I guess? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's a lot trickier than just why doesn't everybody do it? I think there's a lot of factors that go in. KCD2 actually probably could get away with that as well.
Right. I agree. I agree that there is a diminishing return. It's almost why I remember people, I think was it Mass Effect 2 that had day one DLC that people freaked out about? Maybe it was 3.
I mean, 2 might have also, but like,
you
I think
kind of
3
get it though, right? Like, I get what they were trying to do. The difficult thing is, it's like, okay, so you made this concurrent to the product and then you're selling it separately. It should just be in the game. Like, it's a complicated marketing push. But what you're seeing is, I think, makes most sense, which is like, really, expansions make the most sense when the game comes out. Right? Like, sure, because people are most engaged with it. If you want to make money on it, or sell your special edition and have a la carte purchasers. So there really like is no win condition, because you either make the expansion too quickly or you wait too long. And it's hard to kind of thread the needle. The game that had really great expansion timing was Fallout 3. And people, I remember people, it's funny because it's obvious based on the cadence that those were all in development when the game was unreleased. And yet no one flipped out about them because they waited a few months and then they released them every month. And that was cool. And I really liked that timing. There were 5 expansions total for Fallout 3. And we'll maybe get to play them again soon because apparently they're going to re-release the game, right? Is that's the rumor?
That's the rumor.
So Witcher 3, we await you. Also, not Kingdom Come Deliverance. What was that? What was the 38 Studios game? Why can't I? 38 Studio. Hold on a second. 38 Studios.
I don't know.
Kingdoms of Amalur. Yeah, that had really late DLC too. Like really late DLC. I think
that's right.
Maybe like similar timing to what this will be. But that was also part of a re-release. And I think Kingdoms of Amalur as an IP, which they totally blew that, man. I mean, it's like one of the most blown stories ever. Like Kingdom of Amalur had the opportunity to be a Witcher style presence. They were so fucking stupid because they wanted to ultimately get to that Copernicus MMO. They spent all the money. That game sold millions of copies.
Well,
can't believe I only know so much about that because I knew people that worked there. But it's a crazy story. Kurt Schilling. Interesting.
Oh yeah,
ball from Great String.
It's right, the ball, baseball, right?
Yeah, like Hall of Fame level baseball player. Hence the 38, because that was his name, or his name. That was his number. His name wasn't 38. He's not a Cylon.
Right.
All right. So that's Witcher 3. Next piece of news: 007 got delayed. First light. Not a huge surprise. It was supposed to come out, I believe, in March. Now it's coming out in May. They write on social media, quote, "Hello, everyone. Today we are sharing an update regarding 007 First Light, as we have decided to move the game's release by 2 months to the 27th of May, 2026. 007 First Light is our most ambitious project to date, and the team has been fully focused on delivering an unforgettable James Bond experience. bringing together breathtaking action, globetrotting, spycraft, gadgets, car chases, and more. As an independent developer and publisher, this decision allows us to ensure the experience meets the level of quality you players deserve on day one. So I'm fine with this. Any thoughts?
Yeah. I think one of the main takeaways when they did the big gameplay reveal is that it was very framey, which is fine, but maybe a little more framey than it should be for a first debut. So I'm not surprised, but take your time. Let it cook.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It looks fun. It looks like it's got a little bit of an Uncharted spirit, which I'm down for. I don't know how much that's going to translate, but I'm down. And they describe themselves as an independent developer, and they really are an independent developer because they are developing and publishing it themselves. A lot of people were upset. Did you see the thing? I don't even know what they are. The Indie Game Awards removed Expedition 33 from their list because of the AI art. Yeah. And I'm like, I thought you might have removed them from the Indie Game Awards because they're not an indie game. But
right.
But okay. All right. So there's that. Sorry, I'm just writing a note. Okay. I saw this. This drives me fucking insane. The game 100 line, The Last Defense Academy, which is from Kaduzaka Kodaka, Danganronpa developer, was published last year on Switch and PC. And it was published by Aniplex. Aniplex is a company that's owned by Sony. And they still haven't released a PlayStation version. And in an interview with RPGsite.net, Kodaka tells the website that they have no plans right now to do that. I just wanted to kind of say real quick, get your shit together. It's not Kodaka's problem, but Aniplex should be publishing its games on PlayStation. It's completely fucking crazy that they are not publishing this game on PlayStation. Now, I assume it will come over eventually, and maybe even the Xbox as well, but it's unacceptable. I'm sorry, it's just weird. And I know that like the excuse they use is like Aniplex kind of operates on its own. It's like too fucking bad.
Yeah.
If you want to release it on Switch, that's great. If we need to give you a few $1 million to port the game at Sony to get like it makes you look fucking stupid. It's like it goes back to the one Sony idea from generations ago where it's like you guys are totally disconnected from each other. Like you have no idea what's going on. One hand doesn't have the and like that's so strange. I don't. That would be like a company Nintendo owned making a game for Xbox.
Yeah.
Well, why would you do that? This is nonsense. You can do that too, but you have to focus your efforts on. So just wanted to throw that out there. Don't, in the short term, I wouldn't be expecting this game to come over. This makes me upset because I think it looks good. And it's at the same time, and we could jump forward real quick. It's just at the same time that it's revealed that Danganronpa, the series, has surpassed 10 million units sold. So there's some hunger. Most of those units, I assume, were on PlayStation. So we're waiting. Aniplex. We also have...
Listen,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If 100 line comes to PS4, 5, whatever, and you play it before you play Danganronpa V3, I might just... I don't know. Do I quit? What do I do? There needs to be punishment.
There is the Danganronpa, what is it called? 2x2? That's coming out this year. I will probably just play it. Those there and then go into 3 on console. Because I had long kept up the... Because I played 1 and 2 on Vita. 3's on Vita. I long kept up that I was going to play, but it's like the Vita's kind of done. You know, like, well, it's been done. But for me, it's done. Like, I'm not going to play the Vita. So... Which is unthinkable for me to say, right? I mean, I was like fucking obsessed with it. But so I think I got to lead back into it. So I think I'm kind of embracing the idea of just doing it on console. And this will be, and by the way, Danganronpa 1 and 2, I think are already on console. But this will be apparently updated in some way. So I'll be looking forward to that. I platinumed the original Danganronpa on Vita. It was quite complicated. I'll be very interested.
Yeah, well,
yeah, good.
Was it in Japanese?
What?
Was Danganronpa? Oh, you said on Vita. Yeah. I was thinking of the PSP version.
Oh, no. I didn't play the PSP version. And PSP has no trophies. So get with it.
No, you get with it.
All right, fine.
Play V3. Play V3. Okay. You've been punished a lot recently, but I couldn't let that stand.
No, that's not a punishment. What's funny about it is that I don't think it's. I want to carefully choose these words. I had something to do with Danganronpa's popularity in the West. I'll just say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not saying it was just me or whatever, but I was all over that series when it came to Vita. We wrote a shit ton about it. We did a bunch of exclusives. We did a bunch of videos. Like it's like the guys at Bandai Namco told me like my review of Ni no Kuni was a major reason why they think that game sold. Mm-hmm. And so it's like one of those things where it's like, it's so funny. I like identified Danganronpa very early as something that was really notable and interesting. And then I was like, you know, by the time like people really started to love it, I'm like, I don't know, too many people like it now.
Colin Moriarty, the patron saint of Danganronpa.
Danganronpa. Because it's crazy. And again, it's the power I wielded at IGN PlayStation. It was just such a big place that we wrote about things and they really did circulate and get crazy with it. We had a lot of exclusives and all that. So it's like, it's funny how that worked with Danganronpa, especially because you can go read all my shit on IGN about it. And then by the time like the second game came and went, I was like, I'm kind of over this. But the third one's supposed to be better than all the other two, right? So that's what they say.
Better. I don't know. It's been I played them all so many years apart. I would love to do a replay of those 3 games. Maybe that's content.
Yeah, that could be that could be content.
Looking back on Danganronpa.
That would be fun.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, that would be fun. All right. Where are we now? Okay, so we did the Danganronpa thing. PlayStation Plus games for January. These are out already. So this was published on New Year's Eve. We're obviously recording much later. We're recording on the 8th. So these are available as of the 6th. So they're already available for you now. The games are Need for Speed Unbound for PlayStation 5. This is a nice one. Disney Epic Mickey Rebrushed for PS4 and PS5. I'll definitely add that to my list. And finally, Core Keeper for PS4 and PS5. Last month's games are already gone. So if you missed out, you missed out. You're a fool. Anything here for you guys that you're interested in? I never played through Epic Mickey all the way. And it got a sequel, didn't it? So there's a little bit of Epic Mickey out there. And this is obviously the re-release of it. Need for Speed is not really my thing. That's one of the last Need for Speed games, I think, or maybe even the last one. Yeah, the latest entry. And that's like Need for Speed's kind of like on hiatus right now. And then Core Keeper is a like management game, I think.
This looks like Stardew Valley.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like very closely, which I mean, I like Stardew Valley a lot. So maybe worth checking that one out. I've heard that Need for Speed game is very good. So I probably won't play it.
I'll add it to my list, but I probably also won't play it. But yeah, Epic Mickey's nice. And Core Keeper, if you're interested in that, anything for you, Chris?
I've never played Epic Mickey, but it's always been one of those things where I was like, I'm curious about this. I remember when this was out and I was like, I'm curious about this, but not curious about it enough to spend money on it that I could spend on things that I'm actually earnestly and actively excited about. So this just kind of passed me by. I don't even really know what standing this game has. I don't know if it's like remembered fondly. I don't know if it's particularly good or controversial or whatever. I don't even know what it looks like. I don't even think I've seen the game in motion. So I would be going in completely blind if I were to play this.
Didn't Warren Spector direct it?
You might be right.
So that was like, I think that's why it was a big deal. Warren Spector, of course, is like the producer of like Wing Commander and a lot of Ultima stuff. And
yeah, I don't know where this fits into the Kingdom Hearts lore. Is it before Kingdom Hearts 1 or
is it in Kingdom Hearts? Is it referenced at all?
No, definitely not.
That would be fucking sick. But yeah, I genuinely haven't seen to my knowledge or my memory a frame of Epic Mickey. And so the fact that I would be going into it completely blind is appealing to me. Like there's few games that I have that luxury of doing that with, like where I just like I don't know anything about it. But I don't know. It's going to depend on the schedule, really. But I'll add it to my list for sure. Need for Speed. I don't know. I'm not a car person.
It's enough with the cars already. It's enough with the cars.
Enough with the car. I'm not for the cars myself.
All right, so check those out. Those will be available. Let me see. Does it say? Oh, February 2nd. So you have till February 2nd to grab them if you'd like.
Yeah.
If it pleases you. By the way, I'll put this in the chat. I forgot to put this in the notes, I think, but they're also the top downloads for did I put that in the notes? I don't think I did.
Oh, it's under Arc Raiders.
Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, we can talk about it all at the same time, I guess. Arc Raiders is doing exceptionally well. Alinea Analytics wrote that Arc Raiders has surpassed 12 million copies sold, 7 million of them on Steam, and that the game's user base is increasing. This is pretty exceptional. At the same time that Sony released its December 2025 download data for the PlayStation Network, in which Arc Raiders was the biggest game of the month for paid games. Bigger than NBA 2K26, bigger than Call of Duty Black Ops 7, bigger than Madden, bigger than GTA 5 even. So the game is obviously blowing up a great way. Ghost of Yotei is falling off the charts a little bit. Nothing too interesting otherwise to really discuss here. Beat Saber goes back to the top of the VR charts. Fortnite and Roblox back to the top of the free-to-play games. Although Where Winds Meet is number 3, which looks pretty good, actually, I got to say. But will I play it? Probably not. Anything else interesting here? Not really. Marvel Rivals hanging on and so on and so forth. But I wanted to talk. I'm sorry, Dustin, you're leaning in.
I was just going to say, we talked about Call of Duty extensively in their weird letter. Call of Duty being number 3 in a December list.
It's unheard of, basically.
Bad.
It's basically unheard of.
Bad. Their alarm bells are going crazy over there, probably.
I knew it too with Arc Raiders too. Like I figured, like it's a different beast, you know? And it's a uniquely bad year for Call of Duty and a uniquely good year for all of their competition. So this is not necessarily surprising to me anyway, but it is still wild to see because it's just so infrequent that this happens.
Well, and the game's just so expensive to make. Like they gotta get more out of it. It's that serious. These are they have the whole Activision entity basically working on this shit. So we're talking about games that cost $600, $700, $800 million probably, at least. In fact, wasn't that what they said the 2021 Call of Duty cost or the 2022 Call of Duty cost was like $600 or $700 million? So it's like it's probably getting close to $1 billion, I would say, for a game. And you gotta juice those numbers, dude, because that's a serious amount of investment. You can't survive on a pittance with that. So we'll see what happens as that continues. Do you guys want to talk about Arc Raiders? We have letters about it, but do we want to get into them?
I'm okay to do it.
Mark Byrne wrote in and said, "Howdy, boys. Hope you're keeping well and had a well-rested, game-filled break. Straight to it. What do you make of the continued Arc Raiders success? The game continues to grow and has retained, if not grown, its active user base since release. It shows no sign of stopping. I, for one, can't put the game down and am prepping my Raider for a second expedition as a brisk winter wind covers Adrec, Scotland. Stay warm." Thank you, Mark, for writing in. What's going on here with this game? It really is a phenomenon. It's $40, right?
Yeah.
So reasonably priced. But the good news about it, in my opinion, is that it is priced. It does give hope that people, it's like Helldivers. People will buy in. It gives hope for a game like Marathon. You know, maybe even a game like Fair Games, I doubt. It gives hope that people will buy. If the game's good enough, people will buy it. They'll even support it with expansions and their money afterwards, DLC and all the rest, and microtransactions. I don't really understand its popularity though, because it's not for me. So I can't speak in a more authoritative way about it, really.
Right. I mean, it's I don't want to say it's a new genre because extraction games are quite old. Like you had examples of it even in like as early as The Division, maybe even earlier. But like The Division was probably like one of the bigger ones that had like extraction kind of mechanics with that Dark Zone stuff, and you know, obviously Tarkov. So like, I mean, it's not a new genre per se, but this is definitely the most accessible that genre's ever been. So it feels new to the most people. And so that's a big deal. The fact that it is social is a big deal. The fact that it is getting people on mic is a big deal. The fact that getting people on mic contributes to its ability to go viral in the way that it has is a big deal. And like all of those kind of put together in a game that I think is overall pretty solid. It's not glaringly broken. It's not like torrentially buggy. It's stable enough to not feel like a fluke or just like, oh, this is popular for the wrong reasons or whatever. Like this is a competently made game. It's not perfect by any means, but it's definitely it's delivering on the promise that's being made to them when they see it go viral and when they see it being played by like streamers or like out of context clips on Twitter. It's delivering on that. And, you know, I think that's unique and it's pulling people in and it's capturing people's attention. It's a good recipe.
Yeah.
And they really nailed it. It could have gone completely fucking sideways. Like I do think ultimately the game is strong from like a gameplay perspective. I personally think the gunplay is actually like the weakest part of it, but everything that surrounds it is so strong that it almost doesn't feel like it matters to your average person.
What do you think?
So they nailed it.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Dustin?
I'm done.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of what Chris was saying. I think it's novelty. And I guess novelty makes it sound weak, like it's like, oh, it's just a novelty for now. But mainly it's like new approach. As Chris said, it's not extraction shooter isn't a new genre. Tarkov has been around for years, but they figured out how to make an approachable extraction shooter and made something that was mass market and really, really good. And they've been steadily updating the game, very attentive to their fan base. And that part doesn't surprise me at all, just from playing the finals beforehand and seeing how much they improved and how dedicated the fan base is to that game. That if that mindset was there for Arc Raiders, that their trajectory for success was probably pretty strong. But to see it be, this continue to go up at this point where we're a few months later is awesome. I've kind of taken a break on it. I put 65 hours in, and this goes to show where we talk about on this show how we're not the normal gamers, where I put 65 hours in and I'm like, I'm good for a bit. I need to go play other stuff. I need to go play Kingdom Hearts. I need to go play, Shinobi, stuff like that. And I'll come back eventually, but it's interesting how people just like, they find their game and that's their game for, 6 months, a year, or even more, 5 years. Who knows?
Yeah.
The other question we have about it, this was originally going to be at the end of the show in our 6 questions part, but I moved it up here because I had another one that I just thought I'd keep all the Arc System Works, Arc Raider stuff together. But I thought this was interesting. Eugene Levy, bassist, wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, Happy New Year. Hope you all had a great holiday. Dustin and Chris, did you guys see the Embark CEO say that in Arc Raiders, you will be placed in more aggressive lobbies if you are an aggressive player? I personally haven't noticed. I've had the game for about a month, and recently I've been doing a little more shoot on site, but also when I go into a lobby and I see a player being nice, I feel bad and I chicken out and I don't engage. Thank you all for the content and look forward to 2026. Is this true? Because I think that's a huge mistake if that's what they're doing. They're going to make the game more hardcore for some people and remove those people and the wild card nature that they would bring to a normal game. I think you would want to keep everyone together, right? That's the unpredictability of it.
Yeah.
Or are they trying to siphon off the aggressive players because they're ruining it?
Well, so the issue that I find with this is that how do you even look, maybe they have like a really complicated algorithm that keeps track of all this, but the glaring issue to me that I find in this is that, like, okay, let's say somebody shoots at you but misses, and then you return fire because you're defending yourself. Does the game understand that you are not the aggressor? Does it think that because you've defended yourself against one of these players that you are now those players? And does it then put you into lobbies like that because you've been forced to defend yourself so much? Like, I'm curious how sophisticated their way of tracking that stuff is. If that is how they do it. I don't know if it's necessarily the worst idea. I do think you ultimately need that mix and match. But I think there's value in maybe making certain players match more often with other types of player. I think that's fine. And it shouldn't really. Although I will say, this is kind of the issue with Arc Raiders and kind of why I think I've put as much time as I'm going to put into it. I think it's really cool. I appreciate it. But like that, the gunplay for me is not there. And so like that's really what sticks me. That's really what keeps me playing multiplayer games like this. The social element is the most interesting thing in Arc Raiders. It's running into people and not really knowing what you're going to expect, like not knowing what the interaction you're going to have is, not knowing what the conversation is going to be. And I've noticed, even as somebody who isn't aggressive really, that people are just getting more aggressive with it. because people are more competent at the game now. It's less of a mystery. People kind of know the economy now. People kind of understand what's what, where to go for what. It's getting to the point now where if people see somebody at a location, they know exactly why they're there because they've played the game so extensively. And so because people feel more confident and more, I don't know, I guess they feel like they know the game more. There's kind of less of that than there used to be. I'm not saying it's all gone. I'm sure it's still there, but there's way less of that than there used to be in my experience. And now you're just kind of left with the gunplay of it, which I just don't love. And so that's kind of an issue. But it was doomed to happen that way, I think. Like Arc Raiders was kind of like in the first weeks, the first like month or two, very, very special because everybody was trying to figure it out. It reminded me a lot of Destiny 1, actually, where like people were playing Destiny and they just didn't quite know like what is this? Like what genre even is this game? Like what are we doing? And then the raid comes out, and then it's like, what is this? It like evolves and changes. Now you kind of know what Destiny is. It's like you're going to get an expansion. It's going to have this currency. It's going to have a new fucking ability for you. And they're going to, you know what I mean? Like it becomes a formula. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a good or a bad idea. I think it's generally smart to match players with equivalent social profiles in a game that is so heavily social. But I don't know. I think it might be kind of pointless because ultimately I think everybody's going to end up being aggressive at the end of the day anyway, except for the new people who are just going to be. I wonder what it's like for a completely new player in Arc Raiders today versus like when everybody was kind of getting into it at the same time and nobody knew what the fuck to do.
Anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on?
Yeah, I agree with Chris. I'm curious because I don't know if anyone really knows the extent of how the matchmaking works. I think that if you have people, because there's certainly people that are just PvP players. They go in, they don't say anything, they don't try to interact, they shoot on sight, and their goal is to just kill as many players as possible. And I wonder too, like, it's like, okay, well, maybe we have one of those in a match, and we have, how can we spread it out so the matches are dynamic? We don't, as far as I can tell, people don't really know how it works yet, but it would make sense that they want players that are, as Chris was saying there, how they interact to have the most fun with the game. If your most fun is PvP, they want to match you with people that they're going to have fun playing PvP with, and social players to be paired with other social players in general, maybe not only, but as a general rule. So I didn't notice this happening to me because we played all kinds of different ways. We were sometimes ruthless warlords shooting people on sight, and other times we were teaming up with other teams. So I didn't notice anything personally when I was playing.
Yeah, I'm fascinated as an outsider by how important this balance is going to be to get.
Right.
They're doing something very right, and that's awesome. I think that it's all on on tenterhooks though. Like it's like you gotta maintain it and be smart about.
It's a fine balance.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it's a balance that they can balance forever. I don't know. This is kind of ultimately why I think I'm very excited for Marathon, because I like the aggressive play, and all these games eventually end up that way anyway. And I think Marathon's going to start that way. And so I think it has less of a chance of like having this problem. But yeah, I mean, they've got the right formula going on right now, but they're going to have to maintain it very carefully. It's a little bit like, well, not exactly like Helldivers, but like when Helldivers was kind of responding to community feedback, and they kind of like fucked their weapon economy, and they didn't understand where the fun was. I don't think Embark is in danger of doing that. I think they kind of understand where the fun is. It's just that's a tricky thing to engineer. It's social engineering, really, is what they have to do. It's less about like, all right, how hard should this gun hit, or like how many rounds should be in this thing. There's a little bit of that, but it's Arc Raiders is primarily like a social phenomenon, and so you're gonna have to you're going to have to balance that game in ways that you're probably not used to thinking about balancing. Which is interesting.
It is.
I'm sure Arc Raiders is going to have a long tail, and I'm sure it's going to do pretty well for a while.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's obvious. It's huge. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah. I would have never guessed. I thought it was going to do great, but this is an incredible. What does it mean for the finals?
Yeah.
Can they make a virtuous cycle between those two games? Can they get people from Arc System into the finals? Can they do a crossover? Can they make it more appealing?
I think they could get certain players. I think first person games are always going to be a little bit harder to get people into just because they're a little bit more prohibitive and they don't showcase as well. Like it's different when you can see the millions of dollars that they spent on the character model that you're playing on, and it's like more cinematic. People can kind of follow a little bit more. With first person, it's more about like how they feel.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. Like I think the finals will always be like their second kind of thing, and they're going to siphon few people, but there's going to be some hardcore people who are definitely going to be curious. Although I wonder how much your average person even understands that. I wonder how much your average player understands that. Oh, that company also made this. You know what I mean? Like the more I talk to some people who are outside of this space, but like also play games, they're like, they don't know, even though the company splash screen is literally at the start, they could probably play the same game every day and like with the same company splash screen, the same company logo. And if I asked them who made it, they'd be like, I don't know. Because it's completely tuned out.
Yeah, I
to most people.
Yeah, we talk about that when we were younger.
I remember that. I could not tell you. Like when I was like 9.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, it wasn't until it probably wasn't really until even. It was like during the my whole life it's like Capcom, Konami. You didn't really know what this was. I didn't know who Keiji Inafune was or Hideo Kojima. Right. You just knew you liked games from this company. And then I think it was like during the PS1 era when I started to become, it was the internet really, when you started to become more aware of, oh, these are these guys and this is this person. And then by the PS2 era, I was pretty in tune in that stuff. Yeah. The only last thing I wanted to note, 2 sales, one of them is not in here. I have two notes about sales that I thought were fairly interesting. The first is that Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles, has surpassed 1 million copies sold, which is, I'm sure, great. I wonder if they feel good about that. I suspect that they do. I bought it. Dustin, you bought it.
I bought it for Holly on Switch, and she doesn't like it. So,
nope.
It is what it is.
No taste. No, Micah wasn't really into it either. Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to say, and I just saw it on LinkedIn before we started recording, and I forgot to put it in here, is that Detroit Become Human, 15 million copies sold since its launch in 2018. Oh. Not so bad. Most of them on PC probably, but it's also available on PS4 and PS5, and it's an excellent game. I highly recommend Detroit. I think it's awesome. The final thing I saw in Gamatsu here that I wanted to note is that the Xbox Studios game from developer Stoic, Towerborn, is coming to PS5 on February 26th. So
Towerborn.
Next. It's a side-scrolling action RPG.
Oh yeah. I think I heard about it.
And it was in early access, I guess. So there it is. Towerborn coming on over to PS5. I might actually check this out. It's kind of on my alley. A little bit. All right, let's get into what we're playing. All right. Let's begin with Dustin. And Dustin, I want to read this letter as well because I see you're playing it. So we can just begin here. JP wrote in and said, hey guys, I would love to get Dustin's and Chris's updated thoughts on Skate Story. I've been taking my time with it, just a chapter a night when I have time, and I'm so impressed with the game's visual and audio presentation. I've not really played a game that matches it from an artistic expression perspective. It's surreal, poetic, and I think the gameplay is quite good. Having boss fights in a skating game to cap off the chapters is not something I was expecting, but works well here. I hope you two are enjoying it as much as me, and I'm eager to hear your thoughts, so you can talk about Skate Story as well as everything else you're playing.
Sure, yeah. Well, Skate Story was one of my Christmas break games, and I did pick it up on PC because of Chris saying the PlayStation version was not so hot, and I also saw that online. So I picked it up on PC, played it, completed it over break, and it's pretty good. I don't recommend it for everybody, but the main thing I really appreciated about it was it just the visual style and atmosphere of this game is completely unique. And it's clear, I think this is a mostly solo developer.
Yeah, Sam.
And I really appreciate seeing a developer that had a very clear vision on what he wanted to do. Obviously inspired by previous skateboarding games, but making a skateboarding game unlike any other, for sure. It's not perfect. I think this game shines most when you're there's these long stretches of like kind of downhill sections. Mm-hmm. And that's where I really like the game the most. There are more like open level sections where the mechanics kind of fall apart a little bit, just because by design, it is more realistic in terms of your agileness on the skateboard and moving around. So it doesn't quite work as well, I feel like, in those sections. The game is a bit buggy too, even on PC. I at one point clipped myself out of a building, like a shop where you can upgrade your skateboard. And so there's like a hub world called the Skater's Dream. And so I had to go back to the Skater's Dream in order to get out of the unclipped area. And then I thought that I lost a huge amount of progress because the way that it's laid out is super weird. I was looking up online. There are people that specifically have had a similar issue and have lost like chapters worth of progress. Thankfully, I didn't. So putting that as a warning out there, if you play this game, be careful about going back to the Skater's Dream. But I guess for people that don't know anything about this game, it is a skateboarding game where you play as a demon in the underworld and you make a deal with the devil for the skateboard, and your body becomes glass. And the skater's goal is to eat the moon or the moons of the underworld. And so it's very weird. There's a bunch of weird little guys that you meet throughout the game. It's very cute and fun in that way. The music of this game is maybe one of the best parts. Like I might try to pick up the soundtrack on vinyl. And to bring it full circle, all these elements combined, it's neat when, all of us play so many games and we have almost our entire life, and you kind of see the same things over and over again. They just get slightly better. And while this is, of course, as I said, a skateboarding game, it is just so unique in its vision that if that's something you're looking for, I highly recommend it. It's not the strongest gameplay of a game. It's not necessarily tight on a technical perspective, but it is wholly unique and a cool experience. So, I finished that up. The other game that I played and finished over break, which there were other games too, but if you want to hear the full everything I played over break, go listen to Summon Sign. There's a couple other things in there. But the main one I want to talk about, other than Skate Story, is Shinobi, Art of Vengeance. And it's funny because I think it was on Sacred or maybe Sacred Streaming that I was telling you, Colin, that I had a list of all these contenders of RPGs that I wanted to play. Mm-hmm. And when break started, I was like, I don't want to play any of those. I don't feel like it. Mm-hmm. I just kind of want to play, I don't know, something shorter, something that I can just digest and then play maybe an RPG after that. And so Shinobi, I don't know, I decided to play it on a whim because I played the demo and I was like, that was fun. And I was trying to decide between that and Ninja Gaiden, but for some reason I decided to go with Shinobi. I think because I played the demo, so it was a surefire. I knew it was fun. And it is awesome. I'm not surprised it was awesome. I'm just surprised how much I liked it. One of the most unique things that I found about this game was I didn't know if I was getting into a Metroidvania. I was hoping I wasn't, because I like Metroidvania games, but I wasn't in the mood for something like that, like getting lost and backtracking and stuff like that. But what Shinobi does is that each level is basically its own mini Metroidvania map. And so they're designed with certain sections that you can't access until you get stuff from later levels that's not required. You can play this game very linear in terms of going from point A to point B. Certain levels do have light Metroidvania mechanics where you collect all of this in order to progress. But I was I found that very refreshing for each where like it's like I'm not going to be lingering here forever. You can kind of enjoy all the different things the game has to offer. And the combat of this game too is sick. There's a mechanic I really like where it's kind of, it reminds me, I'm sure it's not the only game to do this, but for me, there's like almost like a poise mechanic from Sekiro where once you wear an enemy down enough, they get like an indicator on them. And then you can press L1 and R1 and it does this cool finisher move. And so in certain battles, you'll try to like wear down multiple enemies at once. And then you'll do this like sick jump around the screen and finish off all these enemies at once. Pretty cool. And the art style also. I know that some people were disappointed that it wasn't a pixel art game like old Shinobi games and not like the Ninja Gaiden Ragebound game. But what they were able to do with its hand-drawn style looks phenomenal consistently throughout the whole game. So I played it, beat it, got to the end. I didn't like 100% or anything like that, but low-key, awesome. Not low-key, high-key, awesome. I guess I just didn't. It's a game that I totally could have skipped last year and would have never thought of it. And I'm really glad that I played it. So that one was fantastic. The last thing, very fresh on my mind, Colin, very near and dear to you, is I played the Dragon Quest VII reimagined demo yesterday. This is a chonky demo, boys. I played it in 2 sittings, like one earlier in the day and one later. My playtime was like a little over 3 hours in this demo. And it's excellent. It is really, really excellent. And I wasn't sure what to think initially because I've tried a lot with Dragon Quest. I guess not a lot. I tried Dragon Quest 11 and I got pretty, well, I probably got like 10 or 15 hours in, which is not very far for the context of how long that game is. And I would like to go back to it at some point. So I just wasn't sure if it was going to hook me, but I absolutely love it. The visuals are super cute. Of course, there's the Matt Damon character that we joked about, which looks a little weird at first, but as soon as you start playing the game, I think it all feels cohesive. And the combat, of course, very traditional. And I'm curious about how it compares to the original. There's like this new mechanic where maybe it's not new. It was new to me, where there's a character, once they're like hit so many times, they get like juiced up and then they get a special ability. So like your main character, after he does this, like, you know, you get this power up move, he's able to apply like a protection on each of your characters that they each can take one hit without taking any damage. And so it's an interesting mechanic where you'll get powered up, but you're like, do I use this now or do I save it for a few battles? Or is it worth just using because I'll build it up again before I really need it? So story was super cute and charming. I know the original Dragon Quest VII is notoriously very, very long and very, very bloated.
Crazy long.
Like I was looking, I saw people say this and it seemed to line up in the YouTube video that I checked out. You can go like 4 hours without getting into combat in Dragon Quest VII, the original. And so I was just watching like and jumping around in a long play of Dragon Quest VII, and they cut out a lot, particularly in this opening area. And I never played that game, so I'm not really in the position to say whether or not that's a good thing. But from what I could tell, it was like a lot of mindless puzzle dungeon stuff that involved no combat. And I would assume this applies to the rest of the game. I saw that they've already confirmed some of the storylines that they cut out of the game. And it seems like it's welcome just because of how bloated that game was. And so if you play this demo, your save does transfer over to the main game. And I can't wait now. I really was super, super impressed by this. And I'm so excited now. I kind of felt like, oh, good, I have Dragon Quest until Resident Evil comes out. And now it's like, hell yeah, I have Dragon Quest 7 because this demo was so good. I highly recommend it.
I was saying when we were talking about Dragon Quest 7 a while ago, Dragon Warrior 7 as we knew it in the West, that at the time, so that was, I think it was summer 2000 when Dragon Warrior 7 finally came out. Might have been 2001. It might have unironically been the longest console role-playing game ever at that time. Like I couldn't even imagine a game being any longer than that at that time. It was crazy. And it never stops with Dragon. Like the Dragon Quest games are just Dragon Quest. I understand I platinumed it, but as I've lamented before, Dragon Quest 11 is just way too long. It doesn't need to be so long. It ends like 3 times.
Yeah.
They just won't stop. It just won't stop. All right. Shinobi, I have to, I think I got to look, but I'm pretty sure I bought Shinobi. I still have to play it. I have not done so. All right, Chris, let's move on to you. Very intrigued here. It says you're playing Mega Man X.
Yeah. So I want to point out, there was a lot of things that I played that were just kind of like, I have original hardware. So I played through the original like 2 Strider games. I don't know if you guys remember those.
Yeah. On Genesis.
But, well, I had it on PlayStation, but like Strider.
Oh, Strider. I'm thinking of Shinobi. Yeah. No, you're right.
Right,
yeah. Well, the original Strider was an NES game. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of now. Okay, I got you. So like the reimagined Strider. I got you.
Yeah, Strider 1 and 2.
Strider's awesome. It's a really cool character.
Dude, I love Strider. I forgot how much I loved. I was going through my games because like I had left. A friend of mine got like his own kind of retro setup, but he didn't have any games, and so I brought it over to him because I barely use mine. And so I like over the break we had like a Christmas thing. And I was like, oh shit, my games. He's like, oh yeah, you can have, I meant to give these back to you soon. So like I got home and I was like just going through a bunch of them. And Strider 1 and 2 were the ones that I was like really into. But like Strider's fucking so sick. But the real game, like there's really not much to say about those. Those are like side scroller. I don't even know what you would call them, like side scroller slashers, kind of like platform slashers. Like they're very odd. But the big 3 that I've been diving into or trying to dive into, Mega Man X. I got the Mega Man. There's an X collection, I think.
There are 2 of them. Yeah.
Let me see more specifically what Mega Man. Where is it? Oh, I have it installed on my Steam Deck. I don't have it on my computer.
Yeah, there's the Mega Man X collection 1 that's like Mega Man X through X4, and then there's another one that's X5 through X8.
I have the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, presumably Volume 1, because it's 1 through I think 4.
Yeah, it's 4, 1 through 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been. Yeah, I don't know. Like I think playing Marvel Cosmic Invasion kind of got me in the mood for like a comfortable kind of Steam Deck, like portable pixel art kind of experience. Like I was kind of like hungry for that for some reason. And so I was diving into Mega Man X. Dude, I'm getting my ass kicked in Mega Man X, I got to tell you. Like I'm pretty competent at like standard, like normal Mega Man. Like I feel like I'm generally okay at it. Like if I played it for like a couple minutes, I could get like in tune with like, okay, this is the jump. This is like how you're supposed to kind of navigate the space. But Mega Man X, I feel like I'm getting trounced. I don't know if it's because I see less of the screen. And so like, cause Mega Man's bigger. And so like things surprise me more easily than they do in classic Mega Man. But like Mega Man X is kind of fucking me up a little bit, but I really love it. Like I just think like the style of it, like the visuals of it, the music.
The music's awesome.
Sound effects. It's like it's all so good. I've only beaten one of the. I don't even remember which one it is. Because I this has been like kind of my Steam Deck go to bed kind of games. But I'm working my way through the first Mega Man X, and depending on how I feel about it at the end, I'll keep going. But it seems like it's going to be a permanent fixture on my Steam Deck. By the way, it says it doesn't run on Steam Deck, but it does. So I don't know what's going on about that. Like it works perfectly fine for me. But so be noted, it is one of those things where it says like is not supported, but like it runs. And I was like, I downloaded it. I was like, there's no way this isn't support. Shut up. Like what? It can't run on this? Sure. But so that's the first one. I think it's great. Still working my way through it. The Christmas season always gets me into it. Like it always makes me want to play Skyrim, and I kind of always do. And I just remember being like, no, I can't do it again. I can't do it this year. It's too many times I've started Skyrim and not finished it. And I already finished Skyrim years ago. So like, there's nothing really, there's a lot left there, honestly. Like there's a lot of DLC that I haven't gotten to, but like I do the Skyrim thing every Christmas, and it's good and it's cozy, but I inevitably fall off of it. And so I was thinking like, what's a Bethesda game that I really should finish? That I really should have played by now? And it's New Vegas, and it's kind of somewhat well timed because the show is out now, and the season 2 is like literally all about New Vegas. So I'm kind of in that headspace anyway. So I'm like, all right, you know what? Yeah, let me get into New Vegas. I've started and stopped New Vegas a myriad of times. It's never run well. Like even as I tried to play it on stream recently, and I downloaded it and I couldn't full screen it. It doesn't let you do it. You have to download like a fucking INI thing, or like you have to download a mod to let you full screen Fallout New Vegas on modern PCs. So it's like, that's very cool. But I've been playing it on my Steam Deck and just kind of getting into it, and it's great. There's a lot more to New Vegas than I thought. I would always get kind of bored with New Vegas because I love urban environments in video games. Like I've always loved like urban kind of exploration. The idea of like there's a skyscraper and it's emptied out, and like there's the possibility of like what's in any one of those rooms is like a lot more interesting to me than like a wasteland that's kind of spread out. It's why I think Fallout 3 works so well with like the Washington DC district with all the buildings and the sunken skyscrapers and all that stuff. But like New Vegas has always missed me, and I'd always like kind of fell off of it before I got to like the Strip even. And so I'm really kind of just putting my foot down and being like, you know what, I'm going to really give New Vegas a proper shake and try to learn a little bit more about it. Because there's also like a bunch of mechanics in that game that I never really bothered to get, like crafting, and like you get these like ammo things that are not real ammo. It's like cases of ammo, and I never knew what the fuck to do with them. So I'm really just trying to get into it and kind of wipe it off my list, because it really has just been sitting there for an absurd amount of time. Granted, it's the game's fault for crashing on PC every 10 minutes. That could stand to not happen.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be great. I probably would have finished it a long time ago if that wasn't the case, but it runs really well on Steam Deck. I will say that. And that's also been like a really cozy kind of nighttime game, like the old school radio and kind of wandering. It really like that game lulls me into like a really perfect kind of position to just fall asleep, which is nice. It's a good vibe. So I'm working my way through New Vegas. I've spent, let me see, like what's my time in New Vegas? I am 30 hours about. So I'm putting some time in. The last one is the most interesting one, I think. It's the Altars. So this is this kind of resource management RPG kind of game. It's a little bit of Fallout Shelter in it. A little bit of feels kind of Mass Effect-y. It's not really Mass Effect-y, but it feels that way. It's kind of like it reminds me of it a lot in just like the character interactions and things like that. But this game is really, really interesting. It's really something. I'm playing this on PC on the Epic Game Store because I kind of had it and I didn't even realize that it was there. I'm thinking I might just buy it and play it on Steam Deck because it is kind of one of those things where it's like I want to play it more, but I don't want to sit in front of my PC to do it. So this might be another one. I have to see how it runs, but like, dude, it is really fucking interesting. So if people don't really know what the Altars is, it's like the premise is like you kind of land on this planet. You're on an expedition and you're supposed to land with like a bunch of people, but everybody dies and you're just you're the last person left alive. You've got this roving base that's kind of set up like a big wheel with like Fallout Shelter type rooms in the middle of it. And you can choose what to build and, how to maintain it. But you're just kind of like you're not really a specialist. You're kind of like you're a builder. You build the rooms and all your experts are gone. And so what you do is there's a machine that allows you to make a clone of yourself, but choose different life paths for that clone within like the memory of that character that puts them on a different path to being a specialist at different things. And so it's really fucking weird, and it gets like existential sometimes because it starts to make you think about like your own like branching paths, and it's just really fascinating. It's really cool how like each of these characters are the same person but cloned, but they're voice acted completely distinctly. You can feel that there's a difference in characters. It's like, oh, you stayed at home and didn't go to college. So you're kind of like a hothead because you had to stay in a situation that you otherwise would have escaped from. Like that version of you, or like this version of you is like kind of emotionally distant because he left earlier or he made this pivotal decision at this point in his life. It's really like meticulously crafted in that sense. Like it's so much deeper than I even thought going in. As a gameplay experience, it's somewhat clunky. It doesn't feel the smoothest. There are like sections where you're kind of out gathering resources that I feel like kind of are a little bit not super interesting in my opinion, but like they feel rewarding because you go out, you do like the menial work, and then you kind of come back and you're rewarded with this like really interesting diorama or this really interesting like setup of character interactions and, you know, plot progression. And there's like a ticking clock in the game too that kind of like you have to avoid the sunrise basically because the sunrise will fucking cook you. It's really kind of, and everything you do takes up time and speeds up time, or it's really cool. I really highly recommend people check this out, even if if this even sounds remotely interesting to you, because this is definitely one of those games where I looked at and I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if like, I think it's interesting, but would I enjoy it? You know, these are two different things oftentimes, but I'm liking it more than I thought I would, to the point where I'm like, I'm kind of considering it, buying it somewhere else and like starting fresh and just so I have the comfort and freedom to play it wherever. It's really fucking good. And playing it now, it is kind of jarring that it like I remember when people were talking about like its absence from certain Game Awards categories is like conspicuously weird, and I totally agree now. Like I see what people are saying, like being able to voice so many different characters and be able to like, and it's the same guy, and you can tell who the character is just by their voice and not even having to pan over to them. I was like, that's really fucking impressive. Like, oh, that's the scientist. I can tell. And it's the same guy, there's other characters in the game too. Like they're kind of like voices on a radio, but it's really fucking interesting. Really, really unique. It's kind of unlike anything I've ever played. There's elements of like different games in there for sure. Like I said, Fallout Shelter is the more obvious one because you can kind of see like the layout. But yeah, man, it's, I don't want to say it's surprising because I thought this game might be good. I guess it's surprising. Like it's something similar to what Dustin was saying earlier, where like he's just like, I'm just surprised that I like it as much as I do. And I would recommend people kind of branching out if this isn't your cup of tea. If this sounds interesting to you, you'll probably like it, I think. Yeah,
that's another game on my list. I was actually writing it down because Shinobi and The Alters are two games that I didn't get to play last year.
Yeah. That
I really want to play, along with Hell Is Us. I actually yesterday or 2 days ago, because it was 25% off, so it's $15, I bought Silk Song. Because I'm like, that's just a crazy price. I mean, I might as well just buy it. So a few things for me to get to. Okay. I can go through mine quickly here. I played quite a bit over the break. Terminator 2D No Fate. I beat the game probably a dozen times at this point. There's all sorts of different things you can do, different paths, and so on. I really like the game. The more I played it, the more I liked it. I think it's a lot of fun. There are a lot of cool accoutrements in it as well. It is. So I did a playthrough. There are a bunch of, I'm looking at my trophies now. You have to complete the arcade mode in under 15 minutes, which is I haven't done. Achieve an S rank on every level, which I haven't done, but I think that's doable. But there's one where, complete any route on very hard difficulty. Route is a playthrough of the game. And I'm playing on very hard here and there. I was like late in December, and I'm like, I don't know if I can really do this. And I beat the game on hard with an S rank, which was somewhat difficult. There's a way to cheat, apparently, where you can unlock so you have to beat the game on very hard, and then you unlock all sorts of cheats that you can use in the game. And apparently there's a way to kind of finesse unlocking that earlier, and then you can use it on these playthroughs. But I'm like, that's kind of just too overt. Teach their own. I just don't want to do that. So I played a lot of that. I highly recommend it if you're in Terminator, if you're into 2D games. I think it's pretty good. I beat Dying Light, The Beast over the break. I don't know, man. It's not very good. I mean, it's fine. I would have probably gone for the platinum if one of the trophies is you have to like get every blueprint and make every blueprint. And I'm like, this is just so fucking annoying. And Dying Light actually is notorious for trophies like that. So I just kind of pulled up after I dicked around with it a little bit after I beat it. And I'm like, I'm just not going to platinum it. So why am I even doing this? I really don't recommend it. I don't think it's very good. I platinumed Marvel Cosmic Invasion. So that's platinum number 197.
Oh, cool.
It's somewhat straightforward. Each stage has 3 special things you have to do on it, like use this character to kill these guys or whatever. Yeah. And then like some collectibles to find. And then you have to beat the game with every character, but you only have to beat the final stage with every character. So there's 16 characters, I think. So, and 2 at a time. So 8 times. I like that game a lot. I thought it was really fun. The combat's fun. It was a great game to play on, and I played it a lot on Portal while football or hockey were on. So yeah, I ended up platinuming that, and then I played and beat Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not going to talk about that here. We're going to do that on Sacred Symbols Plus. You think I'm not going to make you pay? I paid. Because I fulfilled the spirit of the deal, but then I went ahead and I beat the entire game. Right. And so we're going to discuss that. Me, Dustin, and Brad. We invited Maddie. He can't make it. So there's that. But I needed a palate cleanser after Kingdom Hearts. And by the way, I won't say much about Kingdom Hearts. It's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I'll say that.
Oh.
There are a lot of problems with it, but there's a lot I like about it too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we'll talk a great deal about that. And then for a palate cleanser, I was like, I'm going to play Mega Man. And I played and beat Mega Man 1 through 10. And I'm playing Mega Man 11 now. But what I really spent a lot of time on with the Mega Man Legacy collections, because there's 2 of them. One has 1 through 6, one has 7 through 10. There are these challenges. And I have all the trophies. Neither of them have platinum trophies, by the way. But I had all the trophies for beating the games and doing a few other things. But so in Mega Man Legacy Collection 1, there are 54 challenges. And you have to gold medal 50 of them. So you have to like get the gold medal time in 50 of them. And they're hard. This is one of those things where it's like, this is like get good. There's nothing you can do. There's no way to finesse it. There's no way to cheat or finagle it. Like you got to get good. And I spent a lot of time after I beat Kingdom Hearts. I spent probably about a week with Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, playing it every night for sometimes 5, 6, 7 hours at a time, just getting through these challenges, like grueling challenges. And I really enjoyed the challenges in the first Mega Man Legacy Collection, because there would be things like in a linear order where it's like Mega Man 1 boss rush, Mega Man 1 stage remixes. Then like Mega Man 2 would come in. Then they would bring Mega Man 1 back in. So it'd be like Mega Man 1 and 2 stage remixes. And so by the time you get to 6, it's like Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stage remixes. Beat all the bosses from all the games. Do all these kinds of things. Beat all the bosses without special weapons. It's hard. And I ended up getting the rare trophy in this game, which is 50 gold trophy or 50 gold medals. Its rarity rate is 0.4%. So it is, I think, one of the rarest trophies I have. And according to PSN profiles, it is the 4th rarest trophy I've ever earned. And that is a well-earned. Like, that was a fucking hard trophy to get. And then I downloaded Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, and I needed to clean up trophies in that. So I already had the trophies from when it came out for beating the games. But you have to beat Mega Man 9 with Proto Man, which is basically like playing it on very hard mode, because Proto Man takes like a shit ton of damage and like it's hard. And then Mega Man 10, you have to beat it with Proto Man and with bass. So I did both of those, bass and treble, of course, and Proto Man by himself. And so I did that, and then it has its own challenge mode, but the challenges are a lot easier. So like I was saying, in Mega Man Legacy Collection 1, you have 54 challenges and you have to gold medal 50 of them. In Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, there are something like 78 challenges and you have to gold medal 50 of them. So you just have a lot more leeway if like one is you're really struggling with one or whatever. You don't have to do it. While in Mega Man Legacy Collection 1, you really have no room for that. So that trophy for getting 50 gold medals in Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 is at 0.8%. So twice as common as the one from the original game. So I did that, and then I got back to Mega Man 11. In fact, the real sequence of events is that after Kingdom Hearts, I downloaded Mega Man 11, and I was playing it, and I'm like, man, I suck at this. And then I'm like, I got to get comfortable with Mega Man again, because Mega Man 11's hard as fuck. It's like way harder than all the other Mega Man games, with the exception, I think, of maybe parts of 8, the end of 7, which is like insane. I was reminded of that, like the Wily fight in Mega Man 7 is so hard. It's like, why is this so difficult? And Mega Man 1, of course, is pretty difficult as well. But I've gotten back to Mega Man 11 in the last couple of days. I'm just trying to do some of the challenges, do that. I'd like to platinum it. It would be the rarest. That platinum trophy would be one of the rarest platinums I ever got, because it's 0.3%. So I've just kind of been palate cleansing with Mega Man for a while. And also, I think that after I got through like Dying Light, Marvel Cosmic, Terminator, like games from 2025, I didn't feel the heat anymore, because I'm like, there's nothing more I can really do now. I'll get to Hell Is Us, I'll get to The Alters, I'll get to all these other games, but like I'm not trying to fill in anymore these gaps that I thought might inform me as we were doing various Game of the Year endeavors.
Right.
And I will note, I platinum. For 2025, I platinum 24 games. I beat another 16 games, so that's 40 total games beaten. And I looked at it too with Mega Man. Like I was spending a lot of time with it, not really doing much of anything, not earning really any trophies, but just having a good time. And I'm like, I'm just vibing right now, just playing. I don't feel like I need to do anything or be anywhere. I'll get back into the swing of things. But I was playing a lot of I was gaming a lot over the holidays, and I was playing a lot of games. But then after Kingdom Hearts, it all went to Mega Man. So shout out to them. So yeah, I have the 100% of the trophies in Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, which is nice. And they're permanently now stuck together also on my trophy list. Because, if you can't earn any more trophies, they just kind of stay in the same place. So it's kind of cool to see them on top of each other like that. And that's it. That's all I've been playing. So I'm sure I'll be on Summon Sign in the coming weeks as well to talk more about that. Or some of these games anyway. Man, my throat hurts because I think I've talked so little for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And now I'm like going on and on, like it just won't shut the fuck up. So there's that. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience and wrap this show up. We've been going for a while here. Of course, for the uninitiated, we wrap up every episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 inquiries from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. You put your inquiries into the thread in the newsfeed for this show and all the other shows, and then we pull out of those what we want. You've heard a bunch of them throughout the show already, but we end with 6 here, a half dozen. We start with Little Raisin. Says greetings,
Little
Sacred
Raisin
Boys.
and Little Wheat Thin.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Those are the two that
I always call Raisin Little Raisin. I don't know why. Little Raisin.
Little Raisin Kane.
Says greetings, Sacred Boys. A couple months ago, I wrote in asking if Sony would wait until after Trump's second term to release the PS6. With rumors indicating Sony may delay the release of the PS6 due to a RAM shortage, I have to ask, would this be such a bad thing? Rightly or wrongly, many individuals still feel like this generation hasn't even been started yet. Many individuals are still playing on PS4. That reality will still be true in 2027. So I ask, would it be so bad if the next-gen consoles got delayed? Personally, I don't even want to see or hear the words PS6 until 2030, but what about y'all? What are y'all's take on this? So there has been some percolations in the industry that RAM shortages and just the ridiculous cost of a lot of components on the current market is going to affect the release timing of these consoles. Part of me doesn't believe it because these are such economies of scale with contracts that are put in place years beforehand that I'm not entirely sure how much flexibility you really have. On the other hand, if you have no customers that can afford the console, or even worse, as he's saying, don't feel the need to have the console, you're kind of in trouble. This could be a happy accident, I guess is what I'm saying, if these things are true. Dustin, should we expect a delay based on RAM shortages and other component costs for the PlayStation 6, or are we really going to see this thing in 2027? And if so, how much is it even going to cost? I mean, that's the major thing is if Sony's paying, if Sony's rates are locked in, then they're good. But if they're paying market rates, it could get a little dicey out there.
Yeah. I honestly, man, I've thought about this and I really don't know whether or not they'll delay, because I just honestly don't know enough about the manufacturing side in terms of like what prices they're locked into, what are the prices comparative when you're buying instead of at a consumer level versus a manufacturing level. I really don't know. I think I'm with you, Colin, and I'm leaning that it probably is locked in. So I guess the question then becomes is like, do we want PlayStation 6 in 2027? And on a personal level, do I want it in 2027? Yes. Because I love new hardware. I love new technology. I love the idea that if we're hitting diminishing returns, that my hope would be the next PlayStation is really focused on high frame rates specifically. Because we have seen games on, I mean, we have PS5 Pro now that's helping somewhat, but I think we're seeing games that on PlayStation 5 that could use more horsepower. I always think of Final Fantasy 16 as a game that's like, was just almost there, but not quite in terms of performance.
And yet still so perfect.
Yes. Yeah. Still amazing game. So I personally would love to see PlayStation 6 in 2027 along with a handheld. But if I put on my more analytical cap, I definitely do think it's a problem for Sony that so many people. My question, I guess, is people are saying that right now at the beginning of 2026, but by the end, when we have all this time passed, I'm sure that feeling will still be there, but maybe not quite as much. And I wonder too, just like what they have planned in terms of the technology, and maybe they can make a really convincing argument for it's like, hey, we're going to show you why PlayStation 6 is really that much better. And maybe that'll appeal to some people. Maybe it won't appeal to others. But the RAM issue is definitely going to be potentially a huge problem. It's got me wondering, like, with Switch 2, I told Holly, I was like, whenever you want one of these, say the word and I will go buy one for you whenever. And she said, like, well, I would prefer a smaller Switch 2 Lite, and I'm sure they'll come out with that at some point. It's like, cool. But now with the RAM pricing, it's like, should I just go buy one of these right now when it's $450 and not $550 or $650? I don't know. Because I mean, man, the PC market right now is just devastated.
It's crazy.
Absolutely devastated.
Hate to see it.
Well, laugh now, but it will affect you later.
Oh man.
Yeah,
More
no,
likely.
I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead. You can.
No, I mean it really, like, I don't know. Like my gut reaction is that, like, I could see a delay. 2030 is insane. I think no. That's not. I'm sorry. If your goal is to not hear about the PS6 till 2030, your dream is already broken.
Yeah,
because we're talking about it.
It'll already be in your living room for 2 years by that point, probably.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I would say 2020. I could see 2028. That's very, very possible. And in fact, I think I would prefer it. Just because, again, I sympathize with the general consensus of just like, yeah, man, this doesn't even really feel like it's this. I wouldn't say it doesn't feel like it's gotten started, but it certainly doesn't feel more than halfway done to me. Like it feels like we're still kind of in this weird growing pains of just trying to figure this out. And so, and I got to say, like, if I wasn't doing the show, would I get a PS6 next year? No. Like I genuinely do not see the purpose. 2028, that might change. You know, there would be like some distance between the Pro. I would be kind of in the appetite. I would have an appetite for like some new hardware. I don't know. I do think this is going to be a problem, and I don't see it really getting better anytime soon. And if they can buy themselves a little bit of flexibility, not 2030, but like one more year, I don't think that would be too bad for them, really. I think it really only stands to help them, because the console market doesn't really care clearly about performance. Like, we care about performance, but you know, people clearly don't care. People play most of their games on quality and don't even notice. People are playing on their TVs without game mode on, you know? It's just not a thing for the overwhelming majority of people. So if they can squeeze out a little bit more time for the machine to identify itself, even something as simple as just getting a game like Intergalactic to have some legs on the machine before you transition over to something else. Like, I think that helps, really. But who's to say? Who the fuck knows at this point? Nothing seems predictable anymore.
I'm of multiple minds with this, where I'm a little annoyed by capitalist markets are about supply and demand. Everyone knows that. So there's a portion of the increased pricing that makes sense. And yet it seems so predatory, because it's not really about like, oh, we're out of silicon, or we have nowhere, we can't find anymore, or whatever. It's literally just production issues. And who can pay the most for these components? Not, in other words, and it's like my dad always said, something's worth what someone will pay for it, but it's jacking up the prices for those very reasons, to the point where I think I've seen with the PC market, like prefab PCs are getting like canceled if people order them, because like they can already charge so much more for them. And so I'm I'm a little upset about why this is happening. And as we've said before, I hope that we can gear up, in the United States and elsewhere, just a bunch of component manufacturing for electronics, because we're going to ultimately need them.
Yeah.
I must admit that I specifically don't know how these contracts work for making consoles, as far as how, and I get someone like Tom might know more. Maybe we can have him on the show in the coming weeks, but it would be very hard for me to believe. And now check me if I'm wrong out there. It would be very hard for me to believe that Sony would approach company X and say, we need 20 million, blah. And that price isn't set at the time of the contract. You can't make a contract to buy that much shit and then say, like, yeah, market rates. It just doesn't work. Like, so I guess what I'm saying is I'm not entirely sure Sony is going to be shit out of luck in some of these things, because they might already have it all locked down at an old price. And that would be very advantageous, even if the console came out in 2027, because PS6 could therefore be unusually cheap, comparable to a lot of things that are on the market electronics wise. And remember, Tom said, based on the stuff that he had seen, that they're aiming for like a cheap mass market machine, that like he thinks it'll be cheaper in real money than a PS5 Pro. All of this balancing act, I don't know how it all plays out. I'm sure this is an urgent issue for them. But I do very much agree that, like you said, Chris, we feel at the halfway mark right now. Doesn't seem like we need this console. I'm looking at it's so funny looking down at the Windows module for like date and time, and it's like, whoa, 2026. Like we were saying earlier, it's like, okay, if you say so.
Right.
So it does seem like there's a lot in the air, and I don't know the palatability of releasing a new console unless it was really affordable, which would be contingent on Sony's contracts to get this console manufactured. It's no small thing to manufacture 10, 20, 30 million of these things for, its first 18 months on the market or whatever. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think we all universally agree, I would love for this thing to be punted to another year. Seriously, just punt. And go in 2028 or something. Don't even worry about it. No one gives a shit. We would care because we're PlayStation enthusiasts and gamers of a certain cloth, but the need isn't there. Like I remember when, what's a good example? Like really, like the SNES is a great example of like a need, or like a clear delineation. Obviously the jump to CD based hardware and polygons and all these different things. I don't know, man. I mean, we've hit this ad nauseum where I'm like, I just don't really see it, but maybe it's just me.
Yeah.
All right. Hayden Glass wrote in and said, howdy, Sacred Boys. HIghguard's social media page has been completely silent since the announcement. Why do you think that is? Is there no point in feeding the online hate machine that has already deemed your game a failure? What could this mean? It's very interesting. So,
yeah.
HIghguard was the game announced at the Game Awards, the very last, one last thing announcement. I don't think they did any favors to the game by doing that. It's from a new studio called Wildlight. The game is slated to come out January 26th. That was what was so interesting about that announcement, is that they were releasing it six-ish or 7 weeks from when they were revealing it, which I like. I think that's really awesome. However, this game does seem to be in serious trouble. Now, I'm not entirely sure what their marketing plan was all along. Maybe they were always planning on kind of going silent for a while.
Right.
But I do believe that you can't know for sure, because they definitely have nothing to gain by saying anything right now. And it does seem like, fair or unfair and unfortunate or fortunate, this game is going to get battered and bruised. And I don't know if it really has much of a prayer. I would like to be wrong, because I don't really want games to fail. I don't really see what's appealing about this game personally.
Yeah.
But I don't play these kinds of games, so it's not for me. What I want to throw out there in the wild, though, is this continued idea that they paid for their slot. Now, I'm not saying they didn't, but I think that there is a differentiation, as I noted last year, between ad space and game reveal, and that the ad space is purchased and the game reveal is quid pro quo. If that's true, then really the disservice was done by Jeff and or his team, or the people at Wildlight that thought their game could be that last one. Like, the response to this game would have been radically different if it was like the third game revealed,
right,
and not the last one. So I keep seeing people saying like they spent millions of dollars on this reveal and this and this. And I'm like, I don't think they spent anything on it, because it's not an ad. And I think now I don't know this for sure. Do you guys interpret it the same way? That like there's ads and then there's game reveals. And if people are paying for game reveals, that's a pretty muddy thing. And I don't know that I believe that that's actually what's happening. Like, I don't believe it.
I mean, honestly, like I think I did kind of assume that some portion, if not all of them, were paid because our trailer's not ads. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, reveals. Like in other words, I could see like a Genshin Impact commercial for 30 seconds. Okay, pay or whatever. Like something that's driving you towards a piece of hardware. Whatever. But then like we're revealing HIghguard. It's like they're paying for that. Don't you? Yeah, what do you like? Don't you? Isn't the quid pro quo you have something to show?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I never really.
I should just email Jeff Keighley and ask.
Yeah, you should. Because I genuinely don't know. My assumption always was that there were like a certain amount of slots that they would look for, and they would be like, okay, this game's going in. We think this is cool. We have some slots to fill. We don't know what to put there. Make a pitch as to why this should be yours. You know what I mean? And like it might like a little bit like half and half sort of. You could be right though that it's just the ads. I just wonder because the ads never seem to stick. Nobody talks about the ads. Yeah. And the ads don't even so I would almost wonder like what the benefit and also it's just like Genshin slot that's just in those ads generally speaking. So I genuinely don't know. I will say that whoever placed the game there is completely fucked. If they paid for that slot, I'd be like, yo, give us that money back.
Yeah, it might be one of those rare examples where you paid for marketing that truly did blow up in your face.
Yeah.
That's why I hope, I guess, in my mind, Chris, that it's not marketing because I'm like, oh, what a fucking really sad story. You know.
But then also that's also wild because Jeff Keighley is smart enough to know. I have to assume Jeff Keighley is smart enough to know.
That's the thing, right? Like, I guess he's not.
If they didn't pay for that, then that means like Jeff Keighley was like, yeah, let's put this last. You know, like that at that point that would feel malicious because you know what that's going to do. That slot should have gone to Divinity or something like it.
I totally agree with you. And maybe that was the idea before it leaked, but then they were teasing it, so that wasn't really a leak.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. Because you're right, Chris, in that Jeff Keighley has a very keen understanding of games in the games industry. He's been doing this for a long time. He understands games. Is it possible that he was like, oh, a big game from guys that were at Respawn for many years making this new shooter? Of course. And he just misread it?
I can't imagine.
Asking for that slot? I mean, who's at fault?
Right. That's what I'm most curious about, really, is like who put it there, because the placement is everything. Like you said, I just think again, even just for the cadence of the show, like even though it did leak that was Divinity, it's the only bit of external marketing that you had for the show. Why would that not be your last thing? Why would it be where it was?
Yeah.
If it was this, I don't know. Everything about it is weird. I will say I can safely assume that their plan after the Game Awards was not to go dark.
Yeah.
I would assume that like if there was a great response, they would be like, we're excited that you're excited. You know, we're working on this. Here's how you can whatever. There would be some communication. But I do think there is wisdom in not saying anything. I think whoever is there, to their credit, I think has probably a good understanding of what to do, which is people are against our game, whether this was Jeff's placement or our marketing, we missed the mark here. Nothing we can say is going to turn that around. Let's wait until the game is out. It's like free to play.
Yeah,
it's free to play. People are curious about it. Because it is a topic of conversation. Where's this game? Maybe their hope is that we can't change the narrative, so we shouldn't. Let's just let the game speak for itself, and if people love it, that'll fix it. And which is, by the way, what I would do if I was releasing like a free to play game where there's like really there's no pre-orders to be gained, there's no real financial incentive outside of getting people, I guess, into the game and buying whatever their monetization angle is. that's what my instincts would tell me. I would be like, we fucked up here. Let's just stay silent. Let's let the game speak for itself. Essentially shadow drop it. Even though we did announce it, it'll come out. We'll announce that it's out. And that way, I mean, it's free. There's no barrier of entry. People are surely going to be curious about it.
Yeah.
And so that's how I would handle it. Because it really is the best. It's the best way. It's not the ideal situation. I doubt anybody wanted this, but that's kind of like your best bet out of here. And you kind of bet on the game you made and hope that it resonates. I don't know how likely that is. It doesn't look too appealing to me, but I'm curious about it. I'm going to try it out.
I'm watching the video now. I mean, I just don't really see what differentiates it, but I don't know this shit that deeply.
Yeah, the thing, again, like I was saying earlier, like first person games are weird. Because like you look at even when they showed some of Doom single player, Doom 2016, people were like, yeah, I mean, maybe. It's all about how it feels. And that's really going to be the deciding factor. I would personally, if I were a betting man, I would say like, probably not. This probably ain't it. But there have been stranger upsets, I suppose.
I will say, looking at it, Dustin, too, that to bring you into the conversation, it doesn't look appealing. It's not my kind of game, but I don't see what's so offensive about it either. So it's what Chris and I were saying, where it really is that placement that did everything. It's so unfortunate for Wildlight Entertainment. What are your thoughts here on this game? Are you going to check it out? Are you optimistic about it in any way? I mean, it seems like it's definitely in trouble.
Yeah, well, all of this, I mean, in some ways, the negativity maybe for some people has been marketing for the game, because I probably would have never played it. But now it's like, oh, well, maybe I will try it since everyone thinks it's going to suck. So let's find out for real. And it's tough because they're publishing the game as well. So I don't know what their money situation
They must have private investors.
Private investors, yeah.
Presumably.
I wonder... Chris was saying about letting the game speak for itself, and I think that that's definitely the route they're going to have to take at this point. But let's say they know the game is very good and they're very, very confident. Something they did, if I remember correctly, for Apex Legends was when they announced it, they had all of these streamers play it like that day. They paid a bunch of streamers to play it, and they were all like, oh, this is awesome. Because I think at that point with Apex, the sell was difficult because there was a lot of big players in the battle royale scene between Fortnite and PUBG. Like, how is there room for another one? Until they literally paid people to play it for their audience and realized like, oh, this is good. You can't have it. That's also like a wild card, though, because you don't want a mind's eye situation where you paid streamers to play it and they're clearly suffering when they're playing it. I don't know. Maybe do you fly people out and do kind of like what they did for Marathon, where they had a bunch of people play it and then talk about their experience? That also, I don't think that hurt Marathon, but I also don't know if it really helped them. And that was even pre-art controversy as well.
Yeah.
So maybe the move is just to wait and let it come out at this point. It's a tough situation they're in.
Yeah, I'm kind of analyzing, because I agree with what Chris was saying too, that like the idea was almost certainly not to go silent. That is an interesting idea, but I feel like that would be a better idea if your game was actually really well received. It's just like, nope, no more.
Well, you know what's even a better idea is just like if you're that close to launching anyway. I don't know, man. Like how much work could 7 weeks have really done to make? Like, is the game really 7 weeks better from where it was to the point where, oh, we couldn't have possibly put that out? I just think like if you're gonna announce something like that as the last thing, why not shadow drop it?
Yeah.
Like, why not drop it that night? Yeah. And then also everything about it was just so like the placement, and then not only the placement, but like the way Jeff introduced it. It's like, these are the guys that did Titanfall. And it's like, why would you set up that expectation at all? Wait until after to say that. Is how I would feel. I don't know.
Yeah, that's like something for a press release. I mean, if you're on the precipice of showing something, then you don't even really need to say that, because you have a captive audience that's watching already. So you don't need to like court them by saying like, these guys worked on fucking Apex Legends. It's like, well, And I'm looking at so there's a few things like their website. They have a website for HIghguard, playhighguard.com. You still can't wishlist the game via on Xbox or PlayStation. That's interesting.
Yeah.
The wildlight.com or the wildlight.com for the studio does showcase the game proudly. So there's that. It's not like they're trying to hide it. And then if you look at the Steam stuff, the community hub's a mess. That's not a huge surprise, of course. I think the big thing for me is just, I mean, we ask this question pretty often, I guess, but like the mean spiritedness of like the worst thing you could do to this game is to just ignore it. There seems to be some sort of joy that people take out of things like this, which is like whatever. I mean, it is what it is, but I don't know, man. There's a story behind this game. There's a story behind that reveal. And I'm hoping that it does well. It wouldn't be unprecedented for it to dig itself out of this and become something. But even I was going to say, like, think about No Man's Sky or something. But like there were some people that really wanted to play No Man's Sky, like that were into it. There's not. This game just does look so generic that you almost wonder, like, what's the purpose and how are you going to make any money on this in the market you're entering it into? But I'll be keeping a close eye on how this game does, and I'll be very interested to see how people feel about it, because my suspicion is that it'll be like Concord, where maybe not as bad as Concord, but it'll be like Concord, where it's like the game's not bad. It's just
nobody cares.
Yeah, it's just like whatever.
Yeah.
It being free will, if anything, will save it from that, though. It just got to get people to try it. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Connor Campbell wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I hope you had a good holiday break and appreciate the work that went into giving us podcasts to listen to at that time. We know your favorite games from 2025, but were there any gaming collectibles or merch that you enjoyed from last year, too? I collect art books myself, and 2025 brought a lot of great titles, including art books for Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows, giving Ubisoft a lot of money, Doom the Dark Ages, Starfield, giving Bethesda a lot of money, Jusant, Metroid Prime, and more. Art books are in a healthy spot right now, but wanted to hear about your loot as well. You know, I got to say, sorry, I'm off mic. Dustin bought me a very kind present for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Which is this Mega Man 2 and 3 vinyl.
Ooh.
And dude, I love the art on the back, the boss art. Look at how cool that is.
That's cool. Yeah.
That is sick.
I don't know if I saw the back on the order page.
Yeah, it's Mega Man 2 and 3 bosses. Well, that makes sense because it's Mega Man 2 and 3. But I thought this was really neat. I was telling Mike, I'm like, I wish I had 2 copies of this because I would love to frame both copies because this is cool with Mega Man and Roll and Rush and whatever. But then Wily on the back, yeah, would be kind of neat as well. So yeah, shout out to Dustin.
Still be for sale. From the site, I can find the site that I bought it from. They might still be for sale, and it was a good price.
I like this touch here. Gemini Man is shown twice. Right here. Like that. Very cool, very clever. I noticed what you're doing. So yeah, a few cool items that I received this year, but yeah, nothing. I'm not too much of a physical collector. The things people send me, like this was kind of cool too. This was Astrobot.
Oh, nice.
This is the one where they number all of them, right? What is this called? Nendoroid. And like they're all numbered, I think, like through the whole run of like every toy, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Product number 1,879. So people send me cool things, but I really don't buy. Where am I going to put all this shit? The G.I. Joe stuff takes up enough room. I don't have room for all this. Anything you collected, Chris? Non-game, but gaming related?
No, not really. I didn't. I can't remember if it was this year or not this year, but like 2025 or 2024, where I got like a Halo 2 limited edition kind of statue. I think it might have been the year before, but I'm not really big on that either. Like it's pretty rare that something catches my eye where I'm like, I should get that. The closest thing, I guess, I did get a Marathon shirt where it was like it had "Escape Will Make Me God" on it, because it was around the time where people, like, the internet was like wondering if they were like changing the tag, because like one trailer had a different tagline. I think it was like "Death is something." I can't remember.
I like the "Escape Will Make Me God."
"Escape Will Make Me God" is dope, and that's also a line from the original Marathon that like fits perfectly with Extract. I just thought it was so cool, and so I was like, oh, if that's like the new tagline, I want merch with the old one on it. But then they were like, oh no, it's not actually like it's both of them. Like you can have more than one tagline. It's fine. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to get the shirt anyway because it's fucking sick. But that's really it. Like it's rare that I find something that I think like, yeah, let me grab that. It's usually stuff that people give me for Christmas or like my birthday or something, or like a random gift. Like that's how I get most of I don't really buy things for me, really. And my Christmas this year was weird. I got a vinyl of JFK's speeches.
Dude,
that's cool.
Is
insane. It old? Is it like a super old vinyl?
I don't know. I mean, it's framed, but it looks like it could. It looks old, but not like it doesn't look as old as it should look. So like I don't know, but yeah, I got a couple other things like that where it's just like it's literally just because I make I have a lot of videos a long time ago where I would make JFK jokes, and so like I'm associated with JFK to a lot of people, which is weird.
Yeah,
but it's cool. I got to figure out where to hang it. I have no fucking earthly clue where I'm gonna hang this completely out of theme JFK record in my apartment, but I'll figure it out.
The set of Snark Tank.
Yeah, I'll put it next to the Strokes.
Yeah. A few months back, I was at a thrift store with Brandon, and he found a vinyl of JFK speeches and bought it.
Oh yeah,
because he wanted to put it up, and he's like, "What are the hoes going to think of this in my apartment?"
Man.
I'm like, dude,
right?
They're gonna love. If they don't love it,
yeah,
kick them out.
I'm thinking of hanging it on the wall that faces my bathroom. So the second you leave the bathroom, there's JFK smiling.
Yeah.
In this decade.
In this decade.
How he said that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's weird.
It's decade. You're emphasizing the wrong part of it. God damn it.
We will explode Venezuela. Not because it is easy, but because it is fun.
All right.
Yeah,
Dustin. Yeah, you have something. Anything in the jar? Anything?
Dude. Okay. I complained about somebody about this to Discord. I explained the jar meme on one episode. Now the jar follows me everywhere I go.
I won't bring it up.
No. It's okay. Speaking of jars,
the jar follows.
Tifa.
You need the jar for the Tifa figure that I got.
No, it's her doing her famous Shoryuken.
Shoryuken. Yeah, I remember that move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that one of her limit breaks or something?
I think it's one of the limit breaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got that. I don't want to.
Sorry.
Yes. I don't want to shout out limited run, but I did get my Tomba special edition.
Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. Did you get this thing about their class action suit? Oh
yeah. They sold everyone's data.
Yeah, I went to get my money or like sign up for it, but I'm confused about what I'm supposed to do, so I gotta like look into it more.
So I got the Tomba special edition, and the merchandise is really cool. The plushes are really cool. So that was nice. Also, I'm trying to think of video game vinyl. I know I got the Persona 3 Reload vinyl set. So yeah, those are the main things.
I don't have any video game vinyl somehow.
Dude, there's a whole world out there.
I know. I don't know. I don't know why. I have like I have like bands and artists, but like there's something about a video game that I just like. I guess most of the vinyls that I've gotten, I've never ordered. I've only like happened across, and I guess video game vinyls are like they're not super, emergent in like you're not gonna necessarily find them in like Barnes and Noble or like record stores or whatever. But I have the Spider-Man Sam Raimi vinyl.
Oh, nice.
Which is weird, but
now you have to get Spider. Oh, you have Spider-Man UMD probably, right?
UMD.
Yeah. You know how they released the UMD movies?
The PSP.
Oh, I somehow did not. I did not have Spider-Man on UMD.
Yeah, that would be. I think Spider-Man 2 specifically might have been a UMD.
I really wasn't that interested in PSP movies, to be honest.
I mean, who the fuck? It was so weird. It was a weird thing.
Yeah, it was very odd. You'd think You'd think it would be kind of big because like I remember like even a couple of years ago, like a big thing for me was like Video Now, where you could have like this like fucking, there was like a player that like would give you like 2 SpongeBob episodes on some weird disc and it would play it in black and white. And that was like, oh, I can't believe I can watch SpongeBob on the go. It's dumb as shit looking back on it. But I only had Are We There Yet? And I don't even know why. I think it came with the PSP or something.
Yeah,
or
it might have.
There was like a deal. Like I watched the shit out of that movie. Because it was the only movie I could just casually put on.
That's it was like a very short, it was a funny idea that maybe would have worked in a different time. It
lasted a while.
They released episodes of like shows on DS, didn't they? Like SpongeBob.
No, it's Game Boy Advance.
Game Boy Advance they did.
That's great. That's like unfathomable.
Isn't that insane?
You can watch the entirety of Shrek and the quality, because like the Pokemon episodes were okay, or the Cartoon Network ones, but it wasn't really designed to hold an hour and a half. It's really not designed to play any movie or video format, but it's definitely not designed for a whole feature film.
Dude, I would love to have like a movie night, and it's like it's the Game Boy Advance SKU of Shrek.
Dude,
oh man,
who was it?
Sounds magical.
I think it was the YouTuber Bob Wolf. He put all of Tenet on a Game Boy Advance because Christopher Nolan's all about like the theatrical intent and experience. So he put it on a Game Boy Advance cartridge. Like he actually got the ROM cartridges and put it on there. It's like it takes like 8 of them or something.
I'm trying to find footage.
The frame rate is so funny. The frame rate of Shrek on GBA is hysterical. This has got to be 10 frames a second.
Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, I found like a comparison of it.
That's what I'm watching. Yeah.
Oh, you're watching it too. Okay, yeah, I'll put it in the chat for Dustin.
It's a lot more vibrant, actually, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is vibrant.
I guess it would have to be.
Oh my god! Imagine watching it like this.
I love this. I want this. How much is Shrek on Game Boy Advance?
How many cartridges would it take to put this episode of Sacred Symbols on Game Boy Advance?
Oh my god, 3 probably.
Oh my god.
We're selling that.
Someone please figure that out. All Shrek games on GBA. No, not games. God damn it.
Yeah, this is so funny. Like, I didn't even know they did this on GBA. Like, how did they even fit it? Even at this frame rate.
It's only $7.
Yeah, go buy that shit.
You can get Shrek 2 on GBA.
I wonder if it works on the Game Boy player for GameCube.
Oh, GameCube, probably.
It probably does.
You would assume.
It probably does.
All right.
God.
Let's go to the next inquiry. Trevor Cannon wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, during the break, I was able to dive into Ghost of Yotei, and holy shit, what a fantastic game. I don't think this game is getting enough credit for how great it is. From the gameplay to the engaging open world, the game is truly special, but I say all of that with one major caveat. I can't help but think while playing it, man, I want something else from Sucker Punch. I want sci-fi. I want horror. I want anything other than more samurai games. I'd really love to see them take this momentum and apply it to something new. What do you fellas think? What do you think is next for Sucker Punch? And do we think we're 5 years out?" Which is also depressing thinking about that. First of all, yes. I don't think you'll see a Sucker Punch game until 2030 at the earliest. Unless there's something truly unbeknownst about that studio as far as like how big it is. And then it has a separate team. Because you assume, I think they said that they might support Yotei with an expansion. It seems like Sony might be getting away from that a little bit. I don't know. But one thing I'm fairly certain of, and I don't know this for sure, but it's like there's going to be no more Ghost games, I don't think. I think it's over for Ghost. And I think that that's fine. Maybe they wanted ideally do a trilogy. And it would be cool for them to get even more modern. Like something about the opening of Japan or like the interaction of the West and East, like in the 19th century. Would be pretty neat, but is that what we really want from them? And I think some people would say like, yeah, that is what we want. But for me, I'm like, no, I think it's time to move on. Now, Rocket Robot on Wheels is its own game, but then Sly was a trilogy, and so from them, and so was Infamous. So I don't know if that, but they did the Infamous trilogy in such a short amount of time. They did the Sly trilogy in 4 years. Yeah, it's different now. I suspect there must be an appetite to move on. And if I were at Sony, I know that they try to give these guys free reign as much as they can, and this is one of your kind of crown jewel studios, but you got to kind of direct them towards something else, I think. And I love the idea of them doing a horror game. That'd be sick.
Yeah, that would be cool. I think ultimately, like, people have to reassess. I feel like a trilogy do we not essentially kind of get a trilogy with like how big the duologies are now? You know,
Sure.
like how long they take, how big they are. I prefer trilogies personally. I think it's a nice number. It's really cool. But like that was a lot more palatable when you could get, 3 games in 8 years or even fewer. That makes a lot more sense. A trilogy for a game that takes 5 years to develop is just like, nah, man. I don't want to be playing the same, like the 3 for 15 years. It's insane at a certain point. And so like, I agree. Duologies are the new trilogies, and we kind of got to get comfortable with that. And I actually think that's fine. Like I arguably, like, we didn't really need Ghost of Yotei, really. I mean, Ghost of Yotei is great and it's better, but like you can kind of feel like, oh, this is refined Tsushima, which is nice.
Definitely.
But like, I don't know if I need it more refined than it already is.
Yeah, I agree. It's on one hand, it's a shame for them to do all this work and then have to throw it away. But that was kind of what Yotei was for Tsushima, where it's like they got to replicate a lot of what they did. And like you said, learn from it, make an Uncharted 2 style game. But then you don't need to continue onward. I do think that if the sales were stronger, they probably would demand more. But there was never a huge demand for Ghost. Like Ghost of Tsushima did sell very well, but it sold well over time. I think the ecosystem in which things are, that entered into the late PS4 generation. It's different now. I'm sure they're figuring out what they want to do, and I'm sure they have ideas, but I would really, really love to see them just do something else. And as much as I love Infamous, first of all, they're not going to make Sly Cooper. Infamous, I think, is in the realm of possibility, and maybe they do an Infamous collection or something, and maybe they even do a new Infamous game, which I think I would even prefer. But I do think that is deeply redundant with Spider-Man and X-Men, and what's going on with Wolverine. And it's like, you don't need, I know they're different. One's fake superheroes in quotes, one's like real established superheroes, but you're doing those already. You're going to use 2 of your fucking studios to make superhero games? Come on, move on. Dustin, what do you think?
I'm really hoping for a zombie game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any of those.
Yeah.
Zombies or superheroes. Maybe they do that. Maybe they do a zombie superhero revenge tale about a dad.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Have all of the tropes all in one.
Yeah, well, they already like a revenge of the revenge. Now it's Saito's like bastard son's revenge on, the whoever. What's her even? I can't even remember her name. I guess she was that memorable. Atsu, her kids or whatever. Some sort of full cycle thing. Yeah, I don't know. Something different would be nice.
I totally forgot that they were called Freakers. You pulled
Freakers.
You really like violently pulled me back into a memory.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Because I remember they were like very insistent. They're not zombies. They're freakers.
Right. No, they're free. You have to understand. There's a really incredible delineation that they're freakers and not zombies. You must understand this.
By the way, Avowed has been announced for PlayStation 5 coming February 17th.
Don't care.
Yeah, I don't give a shit
sorry.
either.
Yeah. Avowed was not it. I actually played a little bit of the Elder Worlds too over the break, and I actually did like it, but I was just like, I wasn't in the mood for it.
They are getting work done, man, at Obsidian. I'll say that. They're carrying Xbox the way fucking Insomniac carries PlayStation. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very good purchase for them.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not a huge, like, Obsidian almost made the most sense for Xbox. Remember how we were it was a long time ago, but making fun of all these acquisitions where it's like, what is this? But that was one where it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes some sense. It's like Ninja Theory. It's like, okay. Have fun. Compulsion games. It's like, okay. have fun. Minnesota Twins fan 92 wrote in and said, welcome back, boys. I hope you had a great break. My question for you, as you speak about games, do you find it easier to talk about your likes or dislikes about what you've played? I feel like it is easier to articulate why I don't like something versus why it is great. Thanks. This is an interesting question. The way I would answer it is I am able to best articulate when a game makes me feel something. Like if I go into a game and I'm like, this game sucks, that's what I'm going to viscerally feel. If I go into a game and I really get it and I love it and everything snaps, then I'm feeling it from that angle. So it's not about good or bad. It's about the strength of the position. I generally feel like game criticism is just comically easy. And it's not that it doesn't take work and effort. I take fastidious notes when I do my spoiler casts, and when we do Kingdom Hearts, I'll definitely have notes and all that kind of stuff. But like talking about what you experienced is pretty easy. And I think the more you do it, the better you get at it. And then you're able to kind of clue in on the things that mean something to you. When I used to write reviews at IGN, I would never take full notes, but I had a notepad, like a physical notepad, not a surprise, of just things, just thoughts. Because the whole thing that was taught to me early on is that it's not about everything. The game review, IGN game reviews that I've made fun of before used to be about everything. They'd be fucking 5,000 words, and they would be about everything the game did.
It would be like sound.
Yeah, sound and the voice. It's like, rather, it's like, what strikes you? Like, what is this all about? And there would be certain things that I'd always try to touch on. I'd always try to say how long a game was, for instance, because I knew people liked that. I would always, get into but it's like, sometimes audio would never come up. Sometimes audio would be central to the review. Right. Sometimes graphics wouldn't really be a big thing, or the way a game ran or whatever, or a story. So I think to me, it's all about just what strikes you. It's not necessarily about what's good or bad. It is way easier to talk about what is bad in objective terms, because you can kind of do it flippantly. But so that's the way I answer it. Chris, how about you? How do you deal with the art of criticism?
I don't know. I think it really depends on the intensity of the emotion. If something is so good that I love it, or that I really resonate with it, it's easy for me to describe. If I like something just fine, it's going to be a lot harder. Or if I play a game and I'm just like not feeling it, I can explain probably why, but like I'm not passionate enough to, I guess. But like if I play a game that's like really disappointing and I'm like, I can't believe you would do this. I can't believe this decision was made. Like, who thought to? I think about it a lot with Back 4 Blood, actually. Back 4 Blood really bothers me because I'm just like, you over designed this. Like, you could have done less work and ended up with a better product. Why did you work so hard to be a deficit to it? Like, it's so those things are fascinating to me, and those are interesting to me. And so I'm like, if I'm passionate about something, whether it's negative or positive, I find it very easy to dissect. But if something's very whatever, and to be fair, most games are that way. Most games are kind of, like that was fun, or that was okay. Like I'm sure, like Colin, like I don't know what you would be able to really say about Dying Light the Beast, but I would imagine that that's very. You could probably go into why it's not that great, but like, would you? Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, I could write an essay on why I don't think it's good, but yeah, it's like, it's also like the top rung thing. It's like, well, what's really bad about it? It's like, well, it's badly paced. It's out of place. It's self-contained. It's easy to talk about that. Does it do good things? Yeah. It's fun to play.
Sure.
But like, you're playing it within the context of the framework, and the framework's just not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dustin, where are you on this?
Yeah, it definitely can be easier sometimes, I feel like, to talk about what you dislike. Because sometimes, I know for me, sometimes it's hard to even describe like the feeling or the quality of why you like something. Like thinking about the Dragon Quest demo, there was a feeling of a grand adventure through the music and the way the story was told that I really like. I probably, after playing the game, will be able to get into the minutia of like what that feeling is and why it does that. But sometimes it can be a little bit more vague. And I think too, something that I've noticed with talking about criticism and being critical of games online is a lot of times the games we are the most critical about are also the games we're the most passionate about. We're critical of them because we love them. Like for the Kingdom Hearts spoiler cast that we are going to record tomorrow, I went and I replayed the whole game. So I'm fresh on this with you, Colin. And there are things about this game that I am going to tear up because it fucking sucks. There's some things about Kingdom Hearts that fucking suck.
I got something for you to tear up.
Oh, I mean, please, Daddy, please. So, I will be very critical of Kingdom Hearts on the spoiler cast, and that's because I love it. And Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm not going to ask you to play Kingdom Hearts 2 ever, Colin. But it's clear they made so many improvements.
I'll save it for the show.
Save it for the show. Save the mystery. Save the mystery. So yeah, sometimes it's important to be like, just because we're talking about things we don't like doesn't necessarily mean we don't like it as a whole.
Right.
Just these are the things. You can identify what you don't like and then also explain how you want to see it improved. So it sounds like there could be more talking about it than what the good things.
Yeah. I think too, like that there's like, I don't know. There's a lot of games that are like 7s that I really love. You know what I mean? I think I tweeted about this over the break where I was just like, Bethesda games are perfect. Whereas like Bethesda games are like, Bethesda's great because like they make absolute 10 out of 10, 7 out of 10 games. Like, which is a confusing statement, I guess.
I
but
totally
like,
understand what you mean. I understand.
Right.
What you mean.
It's like an S. You know what? It's like Chili's. It's like an S tier mid kind of place. And I'm like, I love this. I'm into it. It's not it's really janky. It's busted. There's a lot of ways in which it doesn't really deliver on like what it's trying to do. But like whatever this is at the end of the day is really cool, and I'm into it.
That's Domino's Pizza.
Yeah. That's valid.
10 out of 10, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, sure. 10 out of 10.
I would agree.
10. That's awesome. I like it. 10 out of 10. All right. One more inquiry. Combat Sneeze wrote in. I added this one right before we recorded because I thought it was interesting because we didn't get to cover it last week, and we probably should add our thoughts to the record. Howdy, Sacred Boys. At the beginning of the holiday stand down, news broke that Naughty Dog was requiring developers to work overtime every week for at least 8 hours, not allowing more than 60 hours of work a week. This news was disappointing to me as the last 10 minutes of Grounded 2, the making of The Last of Us Part 2, had a segment with Neil and other studio leads pledging to eliminate crunch at Naughty Dog. My question is crunch a failure of management or a necessary evil in the games industry? So the first thing I want to say is that this story did break, in quotes, right after we finished recording the last episode of the year that we did before we had all of our preloaded episodes. And someone did ask me about it on Patreon, and I responded to them saying, in the comments, saying, like, I don't think this is news. I personally am very lax with my own staff, but we don't make a game. Like, well, we're making games at Lilymo, and that's different. I have nothing to do with managing that, but I don't want to squeeze like the last ounce of whatever out of my own people. But we're kind of doing these repeatable, loose sort of things. We're not making this project for years at a time, hitting milestones, trying to get something to the market, putting all of our money and efforts into something to make it back in the back end. I think sometimes crunch is often a failure of management because they're not giving the team enough time. They're not laying out proper production goals and milestones and all of the rest. And the story that was being reported late last year was that they're basically trying to create like a vertical slice for internal review, like a final polished part of the game. And that needs to be delivered by X time. And so people need to crunch. I don't want to speak out of school. I don't think 60 hours a week is that heinous if you have to do it for a little while. And if you're being compensated, and they're going to be compensated. Naughty Dog, as is the case with most first-party studios, get significant ship bonuses. It's not like you're doing it for nothing. And the money can be significant. What I would rather want to know is what the consensus is on the team knowing that. And what you hear a lot in games, and I know this, and this was the way it was in media, it's certainly like this in games development, is it's often up to individuals. Like, they care. They don't want to be the weak link that causes Naughty Dog to, in this case, to lose its luster. They want to make sure that whatever they're responsible for is perfect. And this is a high level game they're playing, much higher level than a lot of other developers. So I don't think crunching for a month or two and working overtime to meet a deliverable goal is necessarily newsworthy. And so that's why we didn't include it in the news this time. There are plenty of studios working 60, 70, 8-hour weeks all over the fucking world, working on all sorts of deliverables. That's the creative art of no 40-hour weeks. You can't really make games in clean parameters of 40 hours a week. You can often have much of your development in those parameters, but there comes a time when the rubber hits the road and things need to get done. So I'm not excusing it. And I never watched actually Grounded 2, so I have no idea what they said. And obviously they had a different idea. But I would also say that at the time they were making Grounded 2, fast forwarding to today, a lot has happened, including the cancellation of their main project.
Right.
So it might have been that Intergalactic had more time. And now it doesn't. Because they need to deliver something and fucking release a game. I mean, this is where The Last of Us Part 2 17 comes from, and The Last of Us Part 1 remastered remake comes from, and all these. I mean, so I don't know. If I heard that they were working 80 to 100 hour weeks for 3 months at a time or something like that, then I'd be like, yeah, this is a little fucking crazy. But 60 hours a week to deliver something, I don't know, man. I'm not going to complain about it. I worked many 60-hour weeks. Not anymore. But when I was in media, absolutely. Like that was I was a workaholic. And by the way, no one would talk me down. So that's why I know it's often up to the individual. My bosses weren't necessarily enforcing anything on me. They would often tell me to work less. So that's where I stand. I don't want it to be a regular thing. I don't want people to be taken advantage of, but I just think if, and I'm not saying you think this combat scenes, but I think a lot of people don't understand that. Dagan always talks about this now that he's in advertising. It's like, dude, this is like a crazy creative job that requires a lot of hours and a lot of time. And it's what you do. If you want to go push papers and do a different kind of job, then do that.
Yeah. You can't schedule creativity in the ways that, like, you can't neatly do it. Like, I remember, like, even just knowing people who are like writers, and like oftentimes a lot of that work looks like nothing. it looks like kind of just like sitting there and staring. And then and you're like, well, are you working? And it's like, well, no, but no and yes, because I'm like processing it. I'm trying to think about certain, and then eventually it'll just like, oh, it hit me, and then the crunch happens, and then you're kind of writing until like 7 a.m. because you want to do it. I think it's I don't know. It's one thing to be forced to do it. It's another thing to just create an environment where people just want to do it because they're proud of what they're making and they're excited about it. I think those are distinct, but I don't think either one is necessarily happening here. It seems like a pretty standard, we got to get this done, I'm sure plenty of people are crunching there of their own accord.
Yeah, and I'm sure that a lot of it's mandated too, and a lot of it's peer pressure. You don't want to be the first person to leave. Sure. You don't want to be the first person to get up from your desk and shut off your light and go home. I get all that. But it's what you said. It's like you can't mandate. You can plan as best you can, but there are just things that are going to have to happen. And I don't think it's ideal, but I'm not really against it. And having been in the trenches of my own things, it's like that's just the way it goes sometimes. And that's what you got to do. And I think everyone at Naughty Dog, especially people that have been there a while, know that the stakes are very high on this game.
Yeah.
It's like there's a anti Naughty Dog sentiment that they're going to have to overcome with something especially good. And I think that they know that. Anything left to add before we move on?
No.
Get out of here? Well, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. It's good to be with you guys today. Good to be back in the swing of things.
Yeah.
Back from this vacation, back in the saddle, as it were. Chris, goodbye to you. What are you going to do with the rest of your day? It's still light out where you are. I can see through the window. So time yet to do what you need to do?
Yeah, there's some time. We got to run some errands before 5, and it's at 3 now. So I got time. Maybe make some food. I don't know. I'm playing it kind of chill today.
Good.
Maybe do some editing.
Cool.
But
on your new spiffy MacBook.
Dude, it's fucked. It's AirDrop is so crazy.
Yeah, AirDrop's cool.
It makes me so mad how useful AirDrop is. And using like the fact that you can use an iPad as a second monitor like wirelessly is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm thinking more and more about going back to Apple for computing, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I'll wait until this thing dies. It might not ever die. Who knows? I like it. Does the job.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, be well. Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend. Anything left to say?
Anything left to say? I'm very excited for our recording tomorrow, Colin, with Brad to talk Kingdom Hearts. Tonight, I'm going to play some Kingdom Hearts 2, I think.
Oh.
I'm on the train right now, and I don't have much else to play.
Well, the next move would be to play the GBA game, right?
It would be, but I don't want to. I don't like it.
It's card-based, right? I looked at it. I was like, I don't.
No, I don't recommend it.
They remade it, right, for PS2, and then that's the version that's in this. Okay, yeah.
Yes, I played the original Game Boy Advance game when it came out. So a very, very long time ago. I've tried to go back to it. I don't like it. The story is, of course, as with every Kingdom Hearts game, important, but you can just refresh. Well, I guess in your case, it'd be a little different. But in my case, I just refreshed myself on YouTube on what happens and then started playing Kingdom Hearts 2.
Because they introduce like a character and shit, like a really important thing, right? And some other stuff.
Oh, they introduce everything
in that game.
in Chain of Memories.
That's so interesting.
They begin the process of introducing the entire setup of everything.
Insane.
After that.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, we'll leave it for the Kingdom Hearts conversation. Yeah. In the meantime, guys, I appreciate you being here with me today. It's good to see you again. Your glowing bright faces. And good to be out here with everyone out there as well. I hope you guys had a great vacation, good time away with family, good Christmas, good Hanukkah, good New Year. Good sports on right now. A lot of football, college football, NFL football, the NHL is going, the NBA is going. A lot of cool things to keep you busy. A lot of TV shows coming out. People are interested in Pluribus and Stranger Things, and there's some films in the theater. There's a lot of things going on right now. So hopefully you enjoyed your time. But now we're back to it, and we'll be back here next week, of course, with more Sacred Symbols. You can find us on Patreon, patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access, and laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, go Islanders. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.